Old man, what do you want to do? Jiang Cheng said angrily. Father Yang looked at his palms nonchalantly and said, Your buttocks are very elastic. Watch this scene. Lin Ro blushed and rubbed her little hands. She also wanted to go up and pat her. Lu Xinru's eyes were also eager to try. Old man, what do you want to do? Jiang Cheng felt a chill. He never expected that when he was at the survivor base. Although this old man was a talker, he didn't have such a hobby. Why now? Father Yang said bluntly. What do you want to do? Of course I want to teach you luck. As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something, which was intriguing. You don't think the old man wants to do something to you, do you? Old man, you. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth in anger. If looks could kill, the old man would have died 10,000 times. Father Yang continued nonchalantly. Hard Qigong is a method of defense. So how to defend? Is it with your own body? Jiang Cheng couldn't care less about being angry and asked, Isn't it? Wrong. Big mistake. Father Yang directly denied it and explained. In hard Qigong, the defense lies in Qi. The real principle is to fill the whole body with Qi. Then, when there is an attack from a foreign object, the Qi can do something reaction to block. This is the highest secret of hard Qigong. What you want to learn is the first step of hard Qigong, Qi Zita. As the name suggests, when a certain part of the body is attacked, the Qi in the dantian can quickly reach there to resist the attack. Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully. The old man's meaning is already very clear, which is to control the arrival of Qi. Father Yang continued, the key to Qi Zita is self. Z means automatic. Let Qi form self-memory and reach it by itself without moving. Then how can we let the Qi arrive on its own? Jiang Cheng asked. Father Yang smiled mysteriously. Of course. Snap. The crisp sound sounded again. Jiang Cheng's buttocks suffered another heavy blow, causing burning pain. Jiang Cheng couldn't bear it anymore and said loudly, Old man, what do you mean? Father Yang smiled leisurely and said, Of course I am helping you quickly reach the state of Qi Zita. Are you helping me? Jiang Cheng's teeth were almost broken. Father Yang said otherwise. If I don't hit you, how do you know how to move your Qi to resist my attacks? If I don't hit you a few more times, how do you make your Qi form a memory? After all, you just want to hit me. Jiang Cheng said angrily. He knew that the old man had a strong sense of revenge and used lectures to retaliate. Father Yang grinned and said, You guessed it right, but this is indeed the basic method of practicing hard Qigong. What about taking off your clothes? Jiang Cheng asked again. Father Yang's old cigarette teeth were completely exposed, and he said, Of course it's revenge for your disrespect of the elderly and love of the young. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Cheng to speak, he said loudly, Be careful, I'm going to fight. Grass. Jiang Cheng secretly thought something was wrong, and he immediately got lucky. As for the two girls next to him, Father Yang let them hit each other to practice, and they were both lustful and classy. This was his principle. I have to say that Father Yang's method really works. After practicing for a long time, the Qi in his body has basically adapted to the external reaction. Every time Yang makes a move, Jiang Cheng can respond quickly. Okay, that's it for today. Father Yang waved his hand. After practicing with Jiang Cheng for a long time, he felt that his old injuries were about to relapse, but Father Yang also loved this boy indescribably. 3 points. Good talent, quick to learn, and obedient. Several people practiced according to Yang's method for 3 consecutive days. July 8, 2022. Jiang Cheng's injuries were fully recovered under the care of Lu Xinru and the healing of the dormant warehouse. Due to the practice of Qi receiving method, 2 white Qi lines as thick as chopsticks appeared in the dantian. According to Yang's explanation, this is the acquired second level. Sign. Hard Qigong has also achieved initial results through hard practice in the past few days. According to force measurement calculations, without the venom armor, it can withstand a blow of 1,000 kilograms without any problem. Going further, you need to rely on the venom armor. Inside the gym, Jiang Cheng secretly said, System, check my information. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, second level acquired. Semi-awakened person. Spirit, 0.2, can increase combat power by 20%. Wisdom, 7.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 21.75, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 10.75, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 7.8, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 0.5. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower: Awakening, 40%. Comprehensive combat power, 40.3. The warrior realm is the acquired second level, reaching the level of a semi-awakened person, with a spiritual value of 0.2 and an increase in combat power of 20%. Looking at the first item, Jiang Cheng was a little confused. Father Yang is an acquired 5th-level warrior, but he is strong enough to fight against first-level mutants. According to the numerical calculations given in the data, Father Yang's spiritual value may be 0.5, and the increase in combat power is only 50%. A normal person's strength is about 100 kilograms, and a 50% increase is only 150 kilograms. Jiang Cheng couldn't understand it. Maybe he could ask the old man later. Read on. Strength attribute 21.75, equivalent to 2175 caddies, has completely reached the strength value of the awakened. Agility attribute 10.75, speed 75.25 meters per second, completely surpassing the first-order speed-type mutant. Mental attribute 7.8, still not showing much change. Virus resistance 0.5, compared to the previous increase of 0.1, which may be related to the improvement of the warrior realm. Awakening degree 40% is nothing to say. After scanning all the values, Jiang Cheng came to a conclusion. He can now single out the first-order mutant's strength or speed type and has a chance to kill it. But he doesn't know how many energy points the crystal of this first-order mutant is worth after killing it. Facing the one from Yanghe school, he is still unsure. In addition, the previous machete was lost in the battle, and he needs to find a replacement weapon. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining 770.2 energy points and opened the Doomsday Base Mall. All 6 items in the mall have been updated. Product column. Level 2 Ancient Virus Vaccine, 2,000 energy points. Ancient Zombie Virus Vaccine, after injection, can remove the virus infected by the second-order mutant in the body and is ineffective for zombies that have been transformed into first-order mutants. Level 1 Tang Sword, 300 energy points, has toughness comparable to that of a first-order mutant, cutting iron like mud. Level 1 Armor, 400 energy points, can defend against damage from first-order mutants, cannot be repaired after being destroyed. Level 2 Doomsday Warrior, 5,000 energy points, strength comparable to that of a second-order awakener, no thoughts, 100% loyalty, only 100 energy points are needed per day to maintain life activities. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 100 energy points. The explosion can seriously injure a level 1 mutant. The explosion damage range is 5 meters in diameter, 1 time. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 200 energy points. The power can penetrate the level 1 mutant and cause damage to it. The bullet capacity is 6 rounds. The bullet price is 20 energy points/round. Note: the bullet product is permanent and can be purchased in the permanent product column. Update time: 10 hours 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Oh, permanent product column. Jiang Cheng looked at the side of the commodity column, and there was indeed a permanent word. Enter to view. Permanent commodity. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullet, 20 energy points/round. Power can penetrate the first-order mutant. That's it. Jiang Cheng looked at the level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullet in the permanent commodity column and couldn't help but laugh. It can be seen that this requires him to swipe to the permanent items in the commodity column to display. In this case, Jiang Cheng looked at the commodity column again. Level 2 items can almost be ignored. They are very tempting, but they are unaffordable. Now the only thing he can afford is the level 1 item. Jiang Cheng checked 3. Level 1 Tang Dao, Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, with 6 rounds of Level 1 pistol bullets. Do you want to buy it? The system voice sounded. Buy, Jiang Cheng said, without hesitation. In an instant, his energy points were deducted by 600 points, leaving only a pitiful 140.2 energy points. After working hard for thousands of points, we are back to the days before liberation overnight. Jiang Cheng accepted the 3 items he bought, and silently cursed the monster of Yanghe school 10,000 times in his heart. Wait, sooner or later, he will come back to Yanghe school. Exiting the base mall, Jiang Cheng began to look at the items in his hand. First, there is a first-level Tang sword, which is 1 meter long. The handle is made of wood. The scabbard is made of unknown material and covered with a layer of matte black. Pull out the Tang sword. The blade is straight, and the blade emits bursts of cold light. It is said that a good sword can cut hair. I wonder if this sword can do it. Jiang Cheng had an idea and pulled a hair directly from his head. His hair is not long, about 10 centimeters. He put it on the blade and blew it gently before the hair fell. Zheng. After blowing it in one breath, the hair was directly cut in half from the middle. Good sword, Jiang Cheng exclaimed. Compared with the previous watermelon knife, Jiang Cheng felt that this Tang sword might be sharper. After putting the knife back into the sheath, Jiang Cheng took out another doomsday bomb. It was about the same size as the grenade in the game of PUBG, and the usage was the same, but I didn't know how powerful it was. Jiang Cheng put the thing in his pocket and hid it, and then took out a level 1 doomsday pistol. The style of the pistol was similar to that of the Desert Eagle, but it was a circle larger in size. The all-metal gun body and black paint gave you a strong doomsday style. This is the gun that a man should play with. Jiang Cheng took the doomsday pistol in his hand and played with it for a while, then put it in his backpack. After packing these, Jiang Cheng went downstairs with his backpack. His injuries had healed, and he should go out to hunt zombies. But before he went out, he had one more thing to do. System, check the information of the 3 people. Jiang Cheng said secretly. Yes, host. Name, Lu Xinru. Age, 28. Skills, intermediate medical skills, elementary cooking. Friendliness, 95. Name, Lin Ro. Age, 22. Skills, elementary firearms, elementary fighting. Friendliness, 90. Name, Old Man Yang. Age, 75. Skills, Vajra Fist, Hard Qigong, Qi Gathering Method. Friendliness, 95. Very good, it's all 90. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. What he wanted was everyone's friendship. 90 degrees represents deep trust. Basically, as long as what he said is not too fake, he will believe it. Only when the friendship reaches deep trust, Jiang Cheng will truly accept the other party as a companion and take out items from the system mall for the other party to use. In his previous life, he suffered too much betrayal and saw too much human evil. Even teammates would stab each other. System data will not lie, so Jiang Cheng can rest assured. Called Old Man Yang, Lin Ro and Lu Xinru. Jiang Cheng took out 2 transparent glass syringes and said, "This is a gene enhancement drug. After injection, it can strengthen the body without any side effects. So, now you have 2 choices." Hearing the word choice, the faces of the 3 people became serious, and there was no laughter and playfulness in the past. "You say it, kid," Father Yang said. Lin Ro and Lu Xinru looked at each other and said, "Jiang Cheng, you say it." "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded and took a deep breath. During the past few days together, he and several people have also developed some feelings, but in the face of major issues, he cannot be soft-hearted. Said, "The first one, join my Dawn base, advance and retreat together, share wealth and honor, and never quit in your life. After quitting, it will be considered as betrayal. As long as he betrays the Dawn base, I, Jiang Cheng, will chase him to the ends of the earth." Listening, everyone took a breath. Everyone knows Jiang Cheng's strength. Being chased by such a fierce man, they will have only one end. What about the second one? Lin Ro swallowed and asked. Jiang Cheng glanced at Lin Ro and continued. The second option is to leave the Dawn base immediately. I, Jiang Cheng, promise that I will never make things difficult for you, and I will also give you 3 days of living supplies. You only have one chance now. Okay, you can choose. Boy, you are forcing us to take sides. Old Man Yang sighed. Jiang Cheng did not deny it and nodded. You can say that. We can't stay here all our lives. In the future, the base needs to develop. We need to expand our influence and save more humans. So the core members must be the most loyal and trustworthy people. Okay, kid, don't say anything. I'm alone and have nowhere to go. I'll stay with you. You're a good kid and you can take care of me until the end of my life. I choose to join. Father Yang took the lead. Father Yang had already made his choice, And Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Xinru again. Lu Xinru thought for a while and said, "Now it's the end of the world. I have nowhere to go. My parents and relatives are probably dead. And you saved my life, so I will naturally choose one." Okay. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Ro again. Lin Ro hesitated. She is a security guard, and security guards can join other organizations, and she has also promised Wang Wei to find her family. Thinking of this, Lin Ro gritted her teeth and asked, "I want to ask, if the members of the base have difficulties, as the base owner, can you help solve it? If my companions have difficulties, I, as the boss, will naturally do my best to help." Jiang Cheng nodded seriously. "Well, I promised Wang Wei before that I would help him find out if his family survived. Can you help me find them?" Lin Ro asked. Jiang Cheng said without hesitation, "No problem. Then I'll choose one too." Lin Ro said without hesitation. Looking at the choices of the three people, Jiang Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when he asked this question, he was more nervous than anyone else, but now he got the result he wanted most. Looking at the three people, Jiang Cheng bowed deeply and said, "I, the owner of the Dawn Base, now officially welcome Lao Yang, Sister Ru, Xiao Ro, and you to join." Ding! It is detected that the host is recruiting base members, and the first-level data I, which can observe all aspects of the base members' physical data, is awarded. Data I. It's a good thing. At this time, Father Yang said, "Okay, kid, stop being sentimental. I'm old and it's easy for sand to get into my eyes." Okay. Jiang Cheng raised his voice, looked at the three people excitedly, and said, "Now I have 2 first-level gene enhancement potions in my hand. I hope you can choose 2 people to inject them. Tisk, I'm an old man with strong martial arts skills. I don't need these technologies and hard work. Leave this stuff to these 2 little girls." Father Yang gave up the opportunity very tactfully. Seeing Father Yang withdraw, Jiang Cheng directly handed the 2 gene potions to the 2 girls. The 2 girls nodded seriously, took one each, and without hesitation, directly stabbed it into their arms. Jiang Cheng also said secretly at this time, "Open the data eye." Ding! The eye of data has been opened. The system sound sounded immediately. Name Lu Xinru. Gender, female. Age 28. Friendliness, 95. Level, none. Spirit, 0.05. Can increase combat power by 5%. Wisdom, 4. Ordinary humans are 1. Strength, 5. 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 2.6. 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 1.8. 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 0.05. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower: Awakening, 0.8%. Gong method, Naki method, hard Qigong. Skills, intermediate medical skills, elementary cooking skills. Comprehensive combat power, 10.4. I didn't expect Lu Xinru's combat power to reach 10.4. Jiang Cheng was shocked. It was really infuriating to know that he could improve by a few tenths every day. After looking at Lu Xinru, he looked at Lin Ro. Name Lin Ro. Gender, female. Age 22. Friendliness, 90. Level, none. Spirit, 0.05. Can increase combat power by 5%. Wisdom, 2. 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 5.2. 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 2.7. 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 1.7. 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 0.05. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower: Awakening, 0.7%. Gong method, Naki method, hard Qigong. Skills, elementary firearms, elementary fighting. Comprehensive combat power, 10.6. Lin Ro's combat power has actually reached 10.6. In other words, as long as they don't encounter first-order mutants, the 2 women have the ability to kill dozens of zombies alone. After looking at the 2 girls, Jiang Cheng pointed his data eyes at Father Yang. Name Yang Jianan. Gender, male. Age 75. Friendliness, 95. Level, the acquired 5th level. Spirit, 0.5. Can increase combat power by 50%. Wisdom, 2.5. 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 32.45, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 9.2, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.5. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower: Awakening, 10%. Gong method, Naki method, hard Qigong, Vajra fist. Skills, none. Comprehensive combat power, 51.65. Damn it. The overall combat power is actually 51.65. The combat power bonus is 50%. Seeing Father Yang's fighting prowess, Jiang Cheng lost his composure at all. Father Yang's combat power was actually 11 points higher than his, but this also explained a problem. Spiritual value does represent an increase in combat power, and practicing martial arts can improve all aspects of the body's attributes. The two complement each other. The reason why his physical attributes have not improved due to martial arts training is probably because his body has been strengthened by genetic enhancement potions and base equipment. For example, a cup can only hold 300 milliliters of water. If you want to hold more water, you need to increase the cup's capacity and strength. Jiang Cheng's body is equivalent to that cup. The actual strength and capacity have been reached. He only needs to infusion of water. Thinking about it, suddenly there was a scream from the side, and an unpleasant smell followed. As soon as Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked around, he saw the two women running towards the bedroom upstairs as if they were running away. Boy, I really didn't expect that this so-called genetic enhancement potion of yours could actually temper the body and return it to its innate nature. It's really amazing. Father Yang saw the changes in the two girls. You must know that martial arts training is actually a hard work. Each time you improve a little bit, it is to expel impurities from the body so that the body can reach an innately transparent body. At his age, martial arts cultivation is only comparable to the 5th level of the acquired world. Unexpectedly, a small amount of gene-enhancing potion could reach a level he had never reached in his life. How could he not be amazed by Father Yang? And Father Yang knew that there were probably only 2 of these magical medicines left. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would not have let the 3 of them make a choice. He is already 75 anyway, and he doesn't know how long he can live. It is better to give the opportunity to young people. Listening to what Father Yang said, Jiang Cheng felt like laughing. He didn't know how shocked the old man would be when he took out this genetic potion again in a while. Putting his thoughts away, Jiang Cheng gave instructions and went out with his knife. According to memory, today is the day when the first-order mutant appeared in Linxian City for the first time. Of course, this is the record of Linxian Survivor Base. He had already encountered the mutant a few days ago. According to records, this first-order mutant appeared around the Walmart Lifestyle Supermarket on Bayin Avenue. Jiang Cheng also had an impression of Walmart supermarkets. Today, let's do surgery on it first. At the same time, Linxian Vocational School. In addition to an iron gate at the school gate, there is also a circle of electrified barbed wire wrapped around it. Occasionally, some blind zombies climbed up and turned into real corpses in an instant under the strong high-voltage current. Suddenly, the gate opened, and 3 military vehicles rushed out quickly, knocking away the zombies blocking the iron gate. As the iron gate closed, the military vehicles also drove away on the road. This is military vehicle number 1. The target location is Walmart Life Supermarket on Bayin Avenue. Target mission: collect supplies and search for survivors around. Did you understand everything? A resolute voice sounded in the intercom. This is military vehicle number 2, received. This is military vehicle number 3, received. The 3 military vehicles were driving fast on the road in a triangle. In less than half an hour, at an intersection, a semicircular building appeared in front of the driver's window. On the building was a huge display screen. Because the power system was paralyzed due to the flood, this display screen became a decoration. Under the display screen were 3 large golden characters: Walmart. Walmart is called a supermarket, but it is actually a comprehensive shopping mall with various living and entertainment facilities. There is a large square in front of Walmart, but unfortunately there is no trace of human activities, and only zombies wandering aimlessly in the square. Bang! A zombie was knocked out several meters before it could react, and turned into a pool of rotten meat. The rest of the zombies were also attracted by the huge movement. and looked at the three military green things rushing over in confusion. Bang! Bang bang! The three military vehicles did not mean to stop, and directly drove at full speed to hit the zombies until the zombies were almost cleared. Then they stopped the car and 15 soldiers came down from it. In particular, the strong man in the lead, holding a submachine gun, shouted, "Brothers, clean up the zombies in this square." "Yes, Captain." The other soldiers received the order and raised their guns and shot. In less than 3 minutes, the zombies in the square were cleared. "Brothers, follow me to collect supplies." The captain saw that the cleanup was complete and shouted again. 15 soldiers immediately gathered together and followed the man carefully towards the door of Walmart. A dozen people entered the mall. Several zombies rushed towards them, but they were quickly dealt with. Everyone looked at the mall. The shops had long been dilapidated, the furnishings were tilted, and it was extremely quiet inside, without any sound of living people. Looking at such a tragic scene, the soldiers all frowned. The leading captain pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go to the supermarket to collect supplies first and look for traces of human activities." "Yes." The other soldiers responded immediately. A dozen people followed the building in the mall and carefully groped upstairs. One of them immediately called out after seeing the word supermarket. "Captain, the supermarket is here." "Got it." The strong man nodded, then motioned the team members to move forward. When they reached the entrance of the supermarket, the man spoke again. "Lu Min, go up and take a look." "Yes." The soldier named Lu Min received it and walked over carefully with a submachine gun. After finding that there were no zombies in the supermarket, he immediately called out, "Captain, it's safe here. There are no zombies." "Okay, brothers, follow me." The captain just opened his mouth. Suddenly there was a snap. A residual image flashed in front of everyone. Lu Min, who was still standing at the entrance of the supermarket, instantly crashed into the wall behind him and turned into a pool of blood mud. Enemy attack. After the voice fell, a huge gray figure appeared in front of everyone. It is about 3 meters tall, with an 8-petal mouth, 2 arms that are giant red sickles, and 2 legs that are enlarged versions of human bodies with explosive muscles. It's a first-order speed-type mutant zombie harvester. "Shoot it for me." As the captain, Wang Chang's eyes were bloodshot. A brother who had been with him day and night just died in front of him. He immediately raised his gun and shot. The other soldiers were also veterans who had experienced the battlefield of Chudu. How could they not recognize this big guy? 14 guns were raised and fired crazily. Bang! Bang bang bang! The muzzles spewed flames, and the bullets formed a dense firepower network that hit the harvester crazily. Ouch! The bullet only penetrated halfway, but it was embedded in the flesh. The Reaper screamed in pain, kicked the ground with his developed legs, and quickly dodged the bullet attack. "Don't let it run away," Wang Chang screamed, and at the same time took out a grenade from his waist, bit off the pin, stepped forward and threw it out, and shouted, "Lie down." The soldiers immediately crawled. Boom! The explosion sound mixed with the scorching waves spread all around. The steel balls in the grenade have great kinetic energy under the explosion of a large amount of gunpowder, which is even more penetrating than bullets. In a narrow space, no matter how fast you are, you can't avoid it. Ouch! A scream. A large number of steel balls drilled into the Reaper's body. Instantly, blue sticky blood flowed out from the bullet holes, and blue bloodstains were hung on the gray skin. Feeling his body injured, the Reaper did not dare to move forward. He turned his head to look at the supermarket entrance next to him and went in directly. "Chase him." Wang Chang got up first. Seeing the Reaper trying to escape, he immediately rushed up, and the other soldiers followed closely. Walmart's supermarket is very large, and the height of the shelves is mostly about 4 meters. The 3-meter-tall Reaper hid inside, and for a while, people could not find its figure. Wang Chang saw this and said, "Su Cheng, you lead the team to search to the left." "Yes, Captain," Su Cheng said firmly, and with a gesture, for teammates followed. "Guopeng, you lead the team to search to the right." "Yes, Captain." Guopeng led 3 soldiers to the right. "The rest of the teammates, follow me to search in the 12 o'clock direction." "Yes, Captain." The 14 soldiers immediately divided into 3 groups and surrounded in all directions. Not long. At the same time as a scream came, gunshots followed. It's Su Cheng's team. Wang Chong immediately locked the direction and ran over. As expected, after passing through several shelves, they saw the harvester confronting Su Cheng's team, and one soldier was seriously injured and looked like he would not live long. "Su Cheng, be careful!" Wang Chong shouted immediately when he saw this. Without waiting for Su Cheng to react, puff! The gray sickle pierced through his chest, and Su Cheng looked at his chest in disbelief with blood overflowing from his mouth. He wanted to open his mouth, but he couldn't make any sound. His eyes turned gray and his limbs drooped down. Su Cheng. Another soldier died, and he was the squadron leader of their team. Wang Chong was even more furious and raised his gun and fired fiercely. Ouch! As if he had adapted to the attack method of the bullet, the harvester roared to the sky, and his body suddenly jumped up, turning into a residual shadow in front of everyone, waving the sickle in his hand and rushing towards the next soldier. Another soldier fell. Xiaozhou. The fourth comrade fell. Wang Chong's eyes were wide open, and the whites of his eyes were full of bloodshot. He could no longer hold back the anger in his chest and rushed up directly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The flames from Wang Chong's submachine gun kept coming out, but they didn't hurt the Reaper. On the other hand, the Reaper saw Wang Chong getting closer and closer to it, and suddenly turned around and swung a knife at Wang Chong. Not good. Feeling the strong wind blowing on his face, Wang Chong thought it was not good and rolled on the spot, narrowly dodging it. But just when he was about to get up, "Wang Chong, be careful!" his comrade shouted. Wang Chong also felt the danger on his back, but the speed of the monster made it impossible for his body to continue to react. Puff! The sound of the sharp blade piercing the body came. Tick-tock! His face seemed to be wet with something, mixed with a salty smell. Wang Chong vaguely thought of something, turned his head with difficulty, and found that it was a soldier who blocked the attack for him. Wang Ming. Wang Chong's voice trembled, and his eyes were red. The soldier named Wang Ming endured the severe pain and said with difficulty, Captain, run, run." After saying that, Wang Ming took out a grenade and bit off the pin on it. Wang Chong didn't understand at this time and immediately shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The remaining 11 soldiers retreated immediately. Wang Chong looked at Wang Ming deeply and ran out of the supermarket with tears in his eyes. Boom! The soldiers just left the supermarket when the explosion sounded. Wang Chong was shocked and immediately called on the soldiers to evacuate to the military vehicles on the square. He knew that they could not kill the Reaper with their firepower alone. It should be this road. Jiang Cheng tried hard to recall the route to Walmart supermarket. He remembered that he had to walk 1 mile south from the intersection of Yanghe West Road, and then cross Linzhou Avenue, Tongren Bridge, and walk 1 kilometer through the pedestrian street to get there, but now the buildings on the roadside looked wrong. Just when he stopped to look for directions, he suddenly heard a bang. "What's that sound?" Jiang Cheng frowned, then hid behind a landscape tree and looked in the direction of the explosion. 50 meters ahead, zombies moved towards the south, and the sound of gunfire came from the distance from time to time. Gunshots. Could it be the army? Jiang Cheng frowned even more. He didn't dislike these people. On the contrary, he admired them. In order to protect the civilians in the survivor base, batches of soldiers fought the zombies fearlessly. The largest survivor base in Chu province was built by them. It's just that Jiang Cheng has his own things to do and doesn't want to be tied down. However, Jiang Cheng still plans to catch up and take a look. Holding the Tang Dao tightly, Jiang Cheng moved forward along the wall. Occasionally, a zombie rushed up to him, but he also killed it with one sword. After walking about 1 kilometer and harvesting the crystals of about 100 zombies, Jiang Cheng saw 3 figures fighting in front of him, wearing camouflage uniforms, hiding behind the army green jeep, and in front of these people is a first-order speed-type mutant. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sweat for these 3 people. 3 ordinary humans holding guns to fight against first-order speed-type mutants? This is definitely a gift to the police station. Should I go to rescue them? Jiang Cheng pondered. To be honest, he didn't want to deal with these people at the moment, but according to the news released by the military some time ago, it might be a search and rescue team sent by the survivor base of Chuching. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Cheng decided to take action. He wanted to inquire about the news about Chudu from these people. Damn Reaper, I will fight you. Seeing that his teammates were all dead and wounded, Wang Chong held a grenade and rushed forward to die with him. Fortunately, the remaining two comrades caught him in time. One of them snatched the grenade from Wang Chong's hand and said, "Captain, don't do it. If it goes on, we have to explain it here. Let me go. I want to avenge my comrades." Wang Chong had already lost his mind. 15 comrades came out, and now only 3 were left, so why did he have the shame to go back? Seeing that Wang Chong refused to listen to the dissuasion, Guo Peng and Zhou Yang looked at each other. They took Wang Chong's arms from the left and right, opened the car door, and stuffed them inside. "What are you doing? I'm the captain. Let me go quickly." Wang Chong struggled wildly. Guo Peng and Zhou Yang didn't say a word and continued to put Wang Chong into the car. When Wang Chong entered, Guo Peng pulled Zhou Yang hard and said, "Old Zhou, I'll leave the captaincy to you. I'll attract the Reaper's attention." "No, Guo Peng, you stay here to protect the captain. I'll attract this guy's attention." Zhou Yang flatly refused. The two of them were going back and forth, and the Reaper took the opportunity to get closer. Seeing that the Reaper was about to pounce, Guo Peng simply pushed Zhou Yang, then held a gun in one hand and a grenade in the other and rushed out. "What a fool! Show me this way." Guo Peng pulled the trigger and immediately threw the grenade in his hand. The Reaper couldn't dodge. Boom! There was a loud bang. The rising fireball exuded scorching waves of air, causing it to take a few steps back. "Take advantage of the gap," Guo Peng shouted behind him. "Captain, Lao Zhou, leave quickly." "Zhou Yang, I order you to put me down quickly." Wang Chong saw that Guo Peng was fighting alone and was unwilling to agree. He struggled and shouted. Zhou Yang beside him had tears in his eyes. He knew that if he did not retreat, he would betray Guo Peng's good intentions. He pulled Wang Chong and said, "Captain, let's listen to Lao Guo. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain." F***CKMe. Wang Chong looked at Zhou Yang's begging eyes, punched the chair hard, and said regretfully, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the military vehicle started and retreated suddenly. When Guo Peng heard the sound of the vehicle starting, a trace of comfort flashed across his face. He looked at the Reaper again, his eyes full of determination, and he raised his gun and shouted, "Come on, bastard. Let your grandpa Guo teach you how to be a good man today." Ouch! The Reaper roared, jumped up, and swung the sickles on both arms towards Guo Peng. Guo Peng was not afraid and took out the last 3 remaining grenades. When the Reaper approached him, he pulled out the bolts of them all and murmured, "Dad, Mom, my son is here with you." By the time he finished speaking, the Reaper had already arrived. At the same time, Jiang Cheng looked at the warrior's movements and felt something in his heart. "I visually measured the distance, about 50 meters. There's still time." He held the Tang Dao in his hand, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the soldier in less than a second, and then said loudly, "Throw away the grenade quickly and leave it to me." "Who are you?" Guo Peng was stunned. Jiang Cheng didn't have time to explain, so he simply waved the handle of the knife and knocked away the 3 grenades in Guo Peng's hand. Then he grabbed Guo Peng by the collar and jumped to the side. Boom! 3 grenades exploded into huge fireballs. Countless steel balls spattered in all directions. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng appeared 100 meters away with Guo Peng in his arms and managed to escape the attack. "You stay here and leave the mutant to me." Jiang Cheng said nothing and dodged 100 meters again. Guo Peng was left alone in a daze. Did he meet an expert hermit? Soon he felt sad again. If the master had appeared earlier, then the other brothers. After sniffing, Guo Peng looked at the battlefield and reminded loudly, "Expert, this guy's skin is so tough that even bullets can't penetrate it. Be careful." On the square, Jiang Cheng's lips curled up as he listened to Guo Peng's reminder from behind. He is worthy of being a soldier of the people. Even at this time, he is still thinking about others, which makes him feel that it is worthwhile to step forward to rescue him. Putting his thoughts away, Jiang Cheng looked at the big guy in front of him with burning eyes. "Today, let me test your strength." Holding the handle of the knife in his hand, Jiang Cheng bent his legs slightly. The Reaper stared hard at the human in front of him and became extra cautious in its actions because it felt threatened by this human. Ouch! With a roar, the Reaper was not a human being after all, and his animal nature was greater than his reason. He kicked his legs and jumped more than 10 meters. The huge sides on his arms fell from the sky and struck Jiang Cheng on the head. "I can't bear it any longer." Jiang Cheng looked calmly. Putting his hand on the hilt of the knife, he waited. Suddenly, his expression changed. The next second, a strong wind blew against my face. Now, Jiang Cheng secretly shouted, grasped the handle of the Tang Dao, and swung it instantly. The Tang Dao unsheathed and swung towards the pair of huge sickles. Zheng. The sound of metal collision resounded in the square, and an invisible ripple in the center of the collision spread out in all directions. With Jiang Cheng as the center, the dust on all sides was swept up by the air waves. Good guy, he's quite powerful. Feeling a slight numbness in his hands, Jiang Cheng was secretly surprised. The power of this speed mutant definitely exceeds 1 ton. Luckily, his current strength attribute has reached 21.75, so he barely blocked the attack. If it were those semi-awakened people, they would have been dead or skinned. Open it for me, Jiang Cheng shouted, and exerted force with both arms. The 20% combat power increase brought by the spiritual value of 0.2 was activated instantly, and the giant sickles that were deadlocked with him were directly pushed out. Bang! 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 The Reaper was pushed back by the huge force, and his tall body retreated several steps before stabilizing. This scene was seen by Guo Peng, who was 100 meters away, and it directly shattered his 3 views. F***CK, is this guy still a human? He pushed the Reaper away with 1 knife. This brother is so fierce. Soldiers have always worshipped the strong, and Guo Peng, who was saved by Jiang Cheng, directly deified Jiang Cheng in his heart at this moment. With Jiang Cheng taking the upper hand, Guo Peng excitedly shouted, Master, F***CK him. Jiang Cheng's mouth corners slightly curled. Judging from the current situation, after his combat power was increased, he had the upper hand in strength, but he didn't know about speed. The thought had just fallen. Ouch! The Reaper had never been humiliated like this by humans before, and with an angry long roar, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Master, be careful. This thing is very fast. Guo Peng's voice came again. Jiang Cheng listened without any panic on his face, still holding the Tang sword tightly, rubbing the ground with his forefoot. The next moment, a gust of wind rushed from behind. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he quickly turned around, lowered his head, and bent over to stab straight. Puff! Blue blood spurted out, and this knife stabbed directly into the Reaper's chest. But it's not over yet. The First-Order mutant will not die just by being stabbed through the body, and they have only 1 weakness. Jiang Cheng knew this very well, and he held the handle of the knife with his right hand and exerted force upwards. Puff! The sharp Tang sword cut upwards without any resistance, like cutting a melon, until the blade cut through the neck, and Jiang Cheng chopped horizontally. A huge head with 8 petals rose into the air. Damn it! My eyes are not hallucinating. Guo Peng rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. When he saw the huge corpse lying on the ground, he was filled with surprise. The sacrifices of his teammates were not in vain, although it was not Guo Peng himself who took revenge. This side of the square, Jiang Cheng looked at the weak 8-petal-mouthed head that was opening and closing on the ground, and stabbed it in with an expressionless expression. With a pop, his head immediately stopped moving. Jiang Cheng continued to hold the Tang knife and slid it hard, and the Reaper's skull was divided into 2 halves, exposing the brain and other tissues inside. After poking around with the tip of his knife, Jiang Cheng found a crystal the size of a white marble. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Cheng looked at the sunlight and discovered that the zombie crystals of this level of mutation were completely transparent and colorless compared to ordinary zombie crystals. I wonder how many energy points this thing is worth. After muttering, Jiang Cheng put the crystal into his backpack. After doing this, he looked at the soldier he had rescued in the distance, thought about it, and walked over. Just taking a few steps. Crackling. The sound of breaking glass suddenly sounded. Jiang Cheng turned around hurriedly. It was discovered that a huge thing broke through the glass on the 3rd floor and jumped down. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank. With his current strength, he quickly captured the figure of this guy. Another mutant, still a power type. He looked at the big man. His face was full of excitement instead of fear. The battle with the speed mutant lasted only for more than a minute, and he was not completely satisfied yet. Now another one came, just what he wanted. Holding the Tang Dao, Jiang Cheng walked over with a smile. At this time, bang! There was a loud bang. The ground of the square is sunken. The big man slowly stood up from the depression and then rushed directly towards Jiang Cheng. Well done. Jiang Cheng looked excited and walked over quickly. Ouch! Seeing the human being charging towards him, the big man roared angrily and struck the human on the head with his fist, which was as muscular as an elephant's leg. The fist enlarged in sight. Jiang Cheng did not draw the sword or avoid it. Instead, he clenched the 5 fingers of his free left hand into a fist and hit the giant fist with all his strength. Far away. This is the Crusher. Surprised, Guopeng saw another scene that subverted his 3 views. The master wants to fight the Crusher with his bare hands. Oh my god, is this still a human being? At the same time, ouch! The Crusher's giant fist flew out, but Jiang Cheng was not afraid and faced the strong wind with his fist. 2 fists, one big and one small, collided in the next moment. Bang! The air of the explosion spread out in all directions in circles one after another. Jiang Cheng felt his fist go numb, and a strong force hit his arm, causing his body to suddenly retreat 7 or 8 steps before he stabilized himself with a foot. Good guy, you are so powerful. Jiang Cheng rubbed his sore shoulders, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He had only used 10% of his strength just now and had not yet mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. Now he punched again to meet the attack, and the spiritual power in his dantian surged instantly, and his combat power instantly increased by 20%. In other words, his punching power was 2,175 kilograms before, but now his punching power is 2,610 kilograms. After conversion, it is more than 1.3 tons. Come again, Jiang Cheng shouted loudly. The Crusher had knocked the human back with 1 punch before, and then took advantage of the victory and punched again. The 2 punches collided in the air again half a second later. Bang! Ripples spread out again. Jiang Cheng was shocked by the opponent's huge force and retreated again, but this time he only retreated 2 or 3 steps. On the other hand, the Crusher also retreated 1 step. Big guy, come again! Jiang Cheng shouted again. This time, he flashed and sprinted at full speed, with all his agility attributes of 10.75 exploding. The increase in speed is equivalent to adding another acceleration to 2,610 pounds. Ouch! The Crusher was also aroused by Jiang Cheng, and he roared and punched to fight. The 2 fists still collided. Bang! This time, the big guy took a dozen steps back, while Jiang Cheng stood still. Seeing that he was suppressing his opponent, Jiang Cheng became more motivated to fight, and at full speed, he chased after him and punched wildly. Bang! This time, the big man had no time to react and was hit in the face, causing his huge body to hit the ground. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The square of the marble floor was directly sunken, and there were varying degrees of cracks around it. Jiang Cheng didn't stop because of this. When the big man was beaten, he punched the opponent's head again. Bang! Bang bang! After more than 20 punches in a row, even with the strong defense of the first-level strength mutant, it was difficult to withstand these attacks. For a moment, he was unable to move on the ground after being beaten, and his eyes, ears, mouth and nose were all swollen from the beating. Not far away. What did I see? The Crusher was beaten with bare hands by an expert and was unable to fight back. Guopeng stroked his heart. He was afraid that he would be shocked and fall to the ground later. I have to say, the skin of this thing is really thick. More than 20 punches were fired in a row, and Jiang Cheng also felt his fists numb. Rubbing his fist, he struck again, but this time he replaced it with the Tang Dao in his right hand. Swish! The light of the knife flashed. The panting Crusher's head and body were separated instantly. He inserted the knife into his head and did the same operation. The skull was cut off, revealing a white, transparent crystal the size of a marble inside. With a flick of the knife tip, Jiang Cheng held the zombie crystal and put it into his bag. After doing all this, Jiang Cheng confirmed again that there were no other mutants and walked towards Guopeng. On the other hand, Guopeng, facing the master, went from being excited at the beginning to being at a loss, like a fanboy seeing a big star. He walked up to him. Jiang Cheng looked at the appearance of this warrior. He had dark skin, a firm face, and facial features that were the kind that you would not find in a crowd, but his tenacious temperament made people approachable. I am a search and rescue team member stationed in the Chudu survivor base who was ordered to go to Lincian. My name is Guopeng. How many people are there in total? Jiang Cheng asked. We originally had 20 people in our rescue team, but when we searched Walmart today, we lost 12 comrades. If the captain can reach the base safely, we should still have 8 people left. Guopeng said truthfully. Jiang Cheng asked, Where are you stationed? Guopeng answered truthfully, Lincian Vocational and Technical College, and we have temporarily established the Lincian Survivor Base. Lincian Vocational and Technical College. Lincian Survivor Base. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard these two key place names. Today is July 8th, and the prehistoric rainstorm was on June 24th. So, a full 15 days, it is indeed the day when the Lincian Survivor Base was established. But wasn't the Lincian Survivor Base established by 4 Awakeners? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng asked seriously, Excuse me, do you have these people in your base, namely, Huang Shui, Wood, Zhou Qing, and Duwen? No. Guopeng shook his head and was afraid that Jiang Cheng would not believe it. So he explained, We will record everyone who enters our survivor base. If there is, I will not be unaware of it. No. Jiang Cheng frowned and asked again, Is there a female internet celebrity named Li Qingwan? I don't know if she is an internet celebrity, but there is indeed a girl named Li Qingwan. Guopeng said, What is going on? Since Li Qingwan has appeared, it stands to reason that this Lincian survivor base is the one where he sat in the previous life. Did something unspeakable happen in the middle? Jiang Cheng remembered that he entered the survivor base 20 days after the end of the world, and 5 days were blank for him. Something must have happened. The more Jiang Cheng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So he said, You should be able to contact your captain. Yes. Guopeng nodded vigorously. Okay, you contact your captain, and then I will go to your survivor base with you. Jiang Cheng said directly. Master, are you going to join our base? Guopeng said excitedly when he heard this. No, I just want to confirm one thing. On Silver Avenue, a military jeep was speeding along. Wang Chang was sitting in the passenger seat, holding a submachine gun and shooting wildly at the zombies on the roadside. The sound of gunfire attracted a large group of zombies to gather on the road. Captain, save some bullets. Zhou Yang said helplessly. After Wang Chang fired a round of bullets, he was filled with grief and anger. He had nowhere to vent his anger and said, I am a waste. If I had commanded them properly, Guopeng and the others would not have died. Speaking of Guopeng, Zhou Yang's nose was sore and he tried not to cry out. Captain, so we must arrive at the base safely to live up to Lao Guo's sacrifice. Well, Wang Chang let out a long sigh, lowered his head, and remained silent. Zhou Yang was also silent. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was a little depressing. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the intercom. Captain, I am Guopeng. Please answer if you hear me. Zhou Yang was still immersed in sadness. When he heard the voice on the intercom, he thought he was hallucinating and said with a sad face, Captain, I seem to be hallucinating. I also seem to hear Guopeng's voice. Wang Chang also murmured. At the same time, Guopeng was a little surprised. Logically speaking, although the power equipment in Lincian City was paralyzed, the signal tower was still intact. What's more, he was using satellite communication equipment, so there was no signal failure. Why, you didn't get through? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Guopeng shook his head in embarrassment, picked up the walkie-talkie, and said in confusion, It shouldn't be. I'll try again. Thinking about it, Guopeng pressed the intercom again and said, Captain, this is Guopeng. If you hear me, please answer. In a military vehicle. The voice on the intercom rang again. This time, Zhou Yang and Wang Chang looked at each other and looked at the intercom at the same time. After confirming that it was Guopeng's voice, Wang Chang's face was full of surprise. He grabbed the intercom excitedly and said, Guopeng, is it you? I'm Captain Wang Chang. Hearing Wang Chang's voice, Guopeng's voice became excited and said, Captain, it's me. How is your boy doing now? Wang Chang immediately calmed down and asked after confirming that Guopeng was still alive. Guopeng said, I'm very good. As he said that, he explained, Originally, I thought I was finished, but then, Captain, guess what? Stop talking so damn much and speak up. Wang Chang smiled and cursed with tears still in his eyes. Guopeng said, It was an expert who saved me. Wang Chang said, Master, please be more careful. Guopeng said. Captain, I won't be able to explain it for a while. In short, just drive back and pick me up. You will know then. Wang Chong said, okay, I'll take good care of you, kid. After speaking, Wang Chong glanced at Zhou Yang beside him. Zhou Yang made an okay gesture and said, Captain, just take a look. Brake hard, then make a sharp turn and floor the accelerator. In an instant, the big Jeep opened at full speed and drove towards the Walmart supermarket again. Less than 5 minutes. Walmart Plaza appeared in front of them. An emergency stop. Wang Chong opened the car door and jumped out, then gave Guopeng a bear hug, and then laughed and scolded. You kid, I thought you would never come back, which made me cry like a asterisk itch all the way. Guopeng rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said, Captain, all this is thanks to the master. With that said, he quickly pulled Wang Chong and introduced him to Jiang Cheng. Master, this is our captain. Jiang Cheng looked at the lean man in front of him, nodded, stretched out a hand, and said, Hello, my name is Jiang Cheng, from Linxian City. Wang Chong looked at the tall, thin, and fair young man in front of him in surprise. It was hard to imagine that such a weak-looking young man could actually kill 2 first-order mutants. He held Jiang Cheng's hand with both hands and said, Brother, my name is Wang Chong, and I am Xiaoguo's captain. Thanks to you for saving Xiaoguo this time. If you need me for anything in the future, Wang Chong, just give me a squeak, and I will be half-wrinkled. If you frown, you can chop me with a knife, except for violations of discipline, of course. As soon as Wang Chong opened his mouth, Jiang Cheng could tell that he was a passionate and loyal man. Without being polite, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll trouble Captain Wang from now on. Brother Jiang Cheng, how old are you? Just call me Brother Chong. Wang Chong said enthusiastically. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, Brother Chong, to be honest, I really want to ask you something. Okay, let's get in the car and talk. Wang Chong greeted Jiang Cheng to get in the car, but looking at the 2 first-order mutated corpses on the ground, he took out the satellite phone and dialed a number. Soon, the number was connected. This is Armored One. Please tell me something. Wang Chong said, I am Military Chariot Number 1. With the help of Brother Jiang Cheng, we killed 2 first-order mutants. Do you want Shuda headquarters to send someone to collect samples? Kill the first-order mutant. The person on the other side of the satellite phone was obviously stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, You go back to the base first. Then the headquarters will send someone over, and we will make a decision. Okay. Wang Chong hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Cheng, making a gesture of invitation. Jiang Cheng nodded and was about to get in the car. Suddenly, he paused, glanced at the Walmart supermarket next to him, and said to Wang Chong, Can you wait a moment? Wang Xianghuan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, It doesn't matter, we'll wait. Thank you. Jiang Cheng thanked him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at Jiang Cheng, who suddenly disappeared, Wang Chong and Zhou Yang believed what Guopeng said. This tall and thin young man was really a master. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng reappeared in the original place. Looking carefully, he found that his backpack was slightly bulging. What is this? Wang Chong asked curiously. I took something. Jiang Cheng explained. Okay, then get in the car. Wang Chong waved his hand, and Jiang Cheng was not polite and sat directly in the co-pilot seat. Guopeng and Zhou Yang drove the other 2 military vehicles. Half an hour later, the 3 cars stopped at the gate of a vocational school. Jiang Cheng looked at the familiar building in front of him, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Before rebirth, he struggled for more than 10 days in the doomsday to enter this survivor base. I thought it was a new beginning after a desperate life, but after seeing that damn asterisk itch, I realized that it was far from as easy as he thought. He was arranged by Huang Shui to join the most dangerous scavenger team, doing the most tiring work, taking the least, and even moldy food. Later, he met that girl. Jiang Cheng felt sorry for her and gave her half a piece of bread, but she regarded him as the most important person. Every time she came back from scavenging, she would wait for him silently, and then bandage his wounds carefully. The 2 of them didn't talk much, but they tacitly regarded each other as relatives. Until the day before the zombie tide came. He didn't expect that he would leave for only half a day, but it would become a farewell forever. He returned to the shack excitedly, but only saw a purple corpse, and the murderer even boasted in front of him. That day, Jiang Cheng swore that would must die. Now that he has lived again, He learned that she was in the survivor's base and was about to see her. Jiang Cheng was actually a little scared, afraid that all this was unreal. "Brother Jiang, what's wrong with you?" Wang Chang couldn't help asking when he saw Jiang Cheng's face changing from cloudy to bright. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Nothing." He took a deep breath and tried to calm the ups and downs in his heart. Soon, the iron fence gate of the vocational school opened. 3 military vehicles drove in. Just got off the car. A man in uniform walked towards them surrounded by several people. Wang Chang trotted forward to explain the situation. The man nodded and looked at Jiang Cheng. He was also surprised that such a young man who looked weak and fragile had the ability to kill a first-level mutant. He stretched out his hand and said, "Comrade Jiang Cheng, hello. I am Li Feng, the chief captain of the Linxian search and rescue team sent by the Chudu military region." Jiang Cheng, Linxian. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand as a return gift. Li Feng shook hands and said, "I heard from Captain Wang that you were looking for a female comrade named Li Qingwan." "Yes, where is she now?" "I hope to meet her as soon as possible," Jiang Cheng said hurriedly. Li Feng smiled and said, "Of course there is no problem." After saying that, he pointed in a direction and said, "We have built a refuge shantytown near the lake in the back garden of Linxian Vocational and Technical College. If nothing goes wrong, she should be there. But before meeting Comrade Li Qingwan, I need to thank you." Without waiting for Li Feng to finish, Jiang Cheng flashed and rushed directly to the shantytown. Now, he just wanted to see her as soon as possible. Looking at Jiang Cheng disappearing in front of him, Li Feng was surprised and laughed helplessly. Wang Chang, who was standing by, was thoughtful. He must be a very important person to him. Linxian Vocational and Technical College. Next to the small lake in the central garden, there are several rows of simple sheds built with wooden boards. There are not many sheds, about 50 or so, and each shed can barely accommodate one person. Jiang Cheng stopped in front of the sheds and searched row by row. Finally, among a group of survivors, he found the familiar figure. Her long hair was draped over her forehead, and because it had not been washed for a long time, some of it was even tangled together. Under the fluffy red high school uniform that she picked up from somewhere, the woman's figure could not be seen clearly. She hugged her knees with both hands and buried her head between her legs. It was exactly the same posture as when Jiang Cheng met her that year. For a moment, the scenes of past and present lives overlapped, and Jiang Cheng's vision was a little blurred. But he still sorted out his emotions and walked slowly towards the woman. The survivors around seemed to have noticed the difference between Jiang Cheng and them, and consciously stepped aside. "Walk to the woman," Jiang Cheng called softly. "Li Qingwan." Hearing someone calling her name, the woman trembled slightly, slowly raised her head, and when she saw the strange man in front of her, her eyes were confused. "Here." Jiang Cheng didn't know what to say, turned around, and took out a bag of potato chips from his backpack and handed it over. He remembered that this was Li Qingwan's favorite snack. Sure enough, when she saw the potato chips, Li Qingwan's confused eyes lit up, and she wanted to reach out to take it. But when she thought that she didn't know the man in front of her, she resisted the temptation and retracted her hand. Sure enough, it's still the same temper as before. Jiang Cheng felt distressed and amused, so he had to say, "Didn't you like Lay's potato chips before?" Hearing this, Li Qingwan looked at Jiang Cheng's eyes and immediately became alert. How did this man know her preferences? "Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person." Jiang Cheng thought for a while and blurted out this sentence. Then, regardless of whether the other party refused or not, he stuffed the potato chips into Li Qingwan's arms and said, "What are your plans for the future?" Li Qingwan looked at the potato chips in her arms and shook her head blankly. After the end of the world, many people are confused about the future, and Li Qingwan is also confused. She originally worked as a full-time music anchor after graduating from college. The income was not much, but it was barely enough to make a living. But who would have thought that the end of the world would suddenly come? She just wants to live now. "Then you think about it, whether you want to follow me," Jiang Cheng said directly. After hearing this, Li Qingwan's eyes immediately became alert. This man really has intentions for her. But what does he want from her? Li Qingwan looked at Jiang Cheng in confusion. Jiang Cheng did not hide it and said directly, "I have formed a civilian survivor organization and stored enough water and food, including the potato chips in your arms. I hope you can join, but I can't tell you the specific reason for asking you to join. Things like rebirth are too bizarre, and he can't say it. According to memory, this base will change its course today. Although I don't know the reason, one thing is certain. In the Lincian survivor base ruled by Huang Shui and Wood, it is very difficult for ordinary people to survive. It often happens that women rely on selling their bodies and men are forced to become slaves. He must take Li Qingwan away as soon as possible. Li Qingwan listened, hesitated, and then shook her head to refuse. In her heart, she prefers the official organization of Dezhou. Okay. Seeing Li Qingwan's refusal, Jiang Cheng was a little disappointed, but he knew the reason for the other party's refusal. After all, a personal organization is an unknown number no matter how you look at it, unlike the official Dezhou that is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But still said, if one day you change your mind, you can contact me at any time through Captain Wang Chang of this base, or Captain Guopeng, or their captain. I can come to pick you up at any time. After speaking, without waiting for Li Qingwan to speak, he took out all the food in the bag. These were all taken by him in the supermarket, and they were all snacks that Li Qingwan loved to eat. Putting these down, Jiang Cheng sighed and turned away. Li Qingwan, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Cheng's lonely back and felt that she should be familiar with this man. Is it an illusion? Li Qingwan must be saved, but Jiang Cheng does not want to force her to follow him. Leaving the refugee shantytown, Jiang Cheng returned to the command center of the base. Li Feng had been waiting in the temporary operations room. As soon as Jiang Cheng came in, Li Feng immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, have you seen the person?" "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded with some regret. "I wonder what the relationship between this Li Qingwan and Brother Jiang is." Li Feng asked curiously. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm her Douyin fan." This. Jiang Cheng's answer made Li Feng's speech stagnate, and he smiled awkwardly. Brother is really a man of temperament. Li Feng can actually understand that some hermit masters will inevitably have some quirks. After speaking, he glanced at Wang Chang next to him. Wang Chang immediately understood and said, "Brother Jiang, our captain has an unwelcome request. We hope you can join us. Now that the country is in crisis and society is falling apart, our army is in great need of special talents like Brother Jiang. If Brother Jiang agrees, I can report to the headquarters immediately and fight for an absolutely generous treatment for my brother." Li Feng also took the opportunity to speak. "Join." Jiang Cheng shook his head without thinking and said, "I am used to being alone and cannot bear the constraints. If you need any help, I can provide help." Li Feng heard Jiang Cheng's refusal so straightforwardly, knowing that the other party had misunderstood, and immediately said, "Brother Jiang, don't worry about this. We can grant you absolute autonomy, and if you set up a survivor base in the future, you can also hang an official name. The condition is to settle here, and if the headquarters encounters trouble, Brother Jiang can decide whether to take action according to the situation. Such conditions are not impossible to consider." Jiang Cheng's heart moved. His base does need an official name, and it will be much more convenient for the base to act in the future. People like Lin Ro will also be more likely to accept the base. In this case, Jiang Cheng couldn't help asking, "What about the treatment?" "It depends on you," Li Feng said sincerely. "Look at him. This Li Feng is really generous and casual. To be honest, money doesn't mean much to him. But food, that seems to be okay, right?" Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he made a request directly. "I need the official to provide me with 10,000 ordinary zombie crystals, 100 people's clothing and food, and 10 bags of various fruit and vegetable seeds every month." Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows, thinking that Li Feng felt that he was asking for too much, and immediately added, "In return, I can help once a month." Li Feng shook his head, a wry smile on his face said, "This condition is beyond my scope of responsibility for me. I need to apply to the headquarters." Okay. Jiang Cheng is not afraid of trouble. No matter how you look at it, he is a sure win. Of course, these materials are exchanged for his one move, and the other party also makes money. Soon, the phone was dialed. "This is the headquarters of the Chudu survivor base. What do you want to say?" Li Feng said to the phone. "I am Li Feng, the captain of the Peilinxian search and rescue team. I request to communicate with the commander of the headquarters." Please wait." The other party hesitated for 2 seconds. About 10 minutes later, a vigorous and powerful voice sounded. I am the commander-in-chief of the Chudu military region. Comrade Li Feng, please speak. Commander, I need to report an important intelligence to you. The two communicated for about 10 minutes. The other side was surprised and said, a young man in his early 20s killed a crusher and a harvester? Is the situation true? You should know the consequences of falsely reporting military intelligence. I guarantee with my personality that it is absolutely true, and Comrade Guopeng is an eyewitness. If we can win over this person, the safety of the temporary survivor base in Lincian that we have established will be guaranteed, and the work of searching and rescuing survivors will be smoother. Li Feng said. The commander-in-chief thought for a while and said, 100 people's survival supplies are too much. We can only provide 20 people at present. Ordinary zombie crystals can only provide 2,000 pieces. As for vegetable seeds, only one can be provided per month, and only one pack can be provided at a time. You also know that the land cannot be planted now, and a large number of crops have been scrapped. The remaining vegetable seeds are very precious to us. Tell him that we can only provide such conditions. This, I will go and communicate with him. Li Feng listened. His face fell. The commander was too cruel and directly cut Jiang Cheng by nearly 90%. He felt a little embarrassed that Jiang Cheng would not agree. Putting down the phone, he turned around and looked at Jiang Cheng embarrassedly and repeated the conditions from the headquarters. As expected, Jiang Cheng frowned and said, 2,000 ordinary zombie crystals are too few. I can have less, but not less than 5,000. Vegetable seeds are provided in 2 kinds every month, 1 pack of each, and survival supplies are needed for 50 people. Okay, I'll convey it now. Li Feng immediately used it as a microphone. After a back and forth, the final conclusion was finally made. 4,000 ordinary zombie crystals, 2 kinds of vegetable seeds every month, 1 pack of each, and survival supplies for 30 people. Jiang Cheng was also satisfied with this result. Li Feng saw that the deal was done and excitedly stretched out a hand and said, Brother Jiang Cheng, welcome to join. From today on, you are the security consultant of our Lincian survivor base. Thank you. Jiang Cheng nodded. Li Feng added, Headquarters said that this batch of supplies will arrive at the end of this month, no later than the 31st. Okay. After settling the issue of material distribution, Jiang Cheng thought about his worries and asked, Captain Li Feng, do you know Huang Shui, Wu De, Zhou Qing, and Du Wen? Li Feng frowned and said, I have never heard of the first 3 people, but according to reports from other comrades, it seems that a new person named Du Wen has been registered at the survivor base today. As he spoke, Li Feng looked at Jiang Cheng curiously and asked, Do these people have any relationship with Brother Jiang Cheng? Does it count as a mortal enemy? Jiang Cheng suddenly said, A mortal enemy? Li Feng's face darkened slightly. Jiang Cheng pulled Li Feng aside and told him in detail. Li Feng's expression became more and more shocked as he listened. Until the end, he almost lost his voice. Seriously said, Is the situation of Jiang Cheng brother true? Based on the temperament of Du Wan and others, they are most likely to attack the survivors' base in Lincian, and their style of action is extremely straightforward and fierce. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be tonight. If that's the case, it's really a terrible thing. Li Feng murmured, and a chill rose behind him. At the same time, Shaqiao community. In the residential building, 3 men and 1 woman sat together, and a middle-aged couple was waiting tremblingly on the side. Among the 3 men and 1 woman, a big man with a figure like an iron tower shouted to a masked young man, Boss, is this plan reliable? That's a soldier. So what if he's a soldier? As long as we occupy that temporary base and develop and grow with the vocational school as our base, we will be the king of Lincian City by then. Wood said dissatisfiedly. It's just a group of ordinary people. Huang Shui showed a trace of cruelty on her face. The masked youth said calmly, Du Wen has entered. Just wait until it gets dark and Du Wen sends a message. We will work together inside and outside. Tomorrow, the Lincian survivor base will be renamed. As soon as the words fell, the 4 people showed fierce smiles on their faces. They must get this base. Time flies. 7:53 p.m. The sun has already set, and the clouds in the sky are gradually dyed dark gray. On the main road in front of the vocational school, the zombies wandering aimlessly on the main road are only a white figure. In the vocational school operations room, Jiang Cheng and the others looked at each other and then went out to start. Jiang Cheng walked silently towards the shanty town. To be honest, he was not sure if he could deal with 4 awakeners at once, but he was more than enough to deal with Du when alone. According to the memory of Du when in the previous life, male, immortal, unknown age, unknown occupation, invisible ability, unknown duration of invisibility. Holding the Tang's sword, he entered a building next to the shanty town, then took a step, jumped several meters high, and went into a classroom on the 2nd floor. He casually pulled a chair and sat down near the windowsill. Through the window, from this angle, he could see the panoramic view of the shanty town. Now he just needed to wait quietly for Du to make a move. 10 minutes passed. In the shanty town, the survivors received today's meals, and some gathered in groups of 3 or 5, or 1 or 2 people to chat about today's events. One of the men in a white short-sleeved shirt got in the middle of the crowd and listened to everyone talking. Damn, if it weren't for this damn doomsday, I would still be getting a massage in the club right now. A bald, tattooed, and gold chain man complained. Apparently, he had a good life before the end of the world. Another man said, "Oh my brother, don't complain. It's good to have a stutter these days." That's right, let's talk about some gossip. A middle-aged man said, and then said mysteriously, "I'll tell you an important news." What news? A few more people gathered around. I heard that Captain Wang Chong led people to collect supplies, but I don't know what ghost thing they encountered, and 12 teammates died. The middle-aged man said, "Oh my God, why are there fewer rations today?" That's right, if all the search and rescue team members died, how can we live? People talked more and more, and more people gathered around. Seeing that the topic attracted everyone's attention, the man in the white short-sleeved shirt secretly stepped aside, then took out a lighter from his trouser pocket, quietly lit a shed, and then got into the crowd again as if nothing had happened. Soon, the smell of burning things attracted people's attention. Do you smell anything? It seems like something is burning. The crowd looked for the source of the smell and found that their shacks were on fire, and the fire began to grow. The shacks were close to each other, and with the help of the night wind, rows of shacks were ignited. Seeing the shacks burning, the crowd began to look for things to put out the fire. The noise soon attracted the soldiers on guard. The man in the white short-sleeved shirt looked at it, retreated to the corner secretly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Upstairs, Jiang Cheng looked down and saw everything. He stood up slowly holding the Tang's sword. The time has come. It's my turn to take action. What's going on? 2 heavily armed soldiers ran over. Some survivors saw them and rushed to greet them. "Comrade, I don't know what happened. The shack is on fire." "Fire." The soldier listened and turned his head to look. When he saw the flames soaring into the sky, he immediately said to his comrades beside him, "Quickly, report this matter to the captain." "Okay, just watch here and contact me immediately if anything happens." After saying that, the soldier immediately turned around and ran towards the headquarters. Just past a corner, suddenly, a knife was pressed against his neck. "Do you know what you're doing?" The warrior scolded calmly. "Stop talking nonsense to me. Tell me, where is the headquarters?" In the darkness, a man's voice rang in his ears and warned, "Be honest, you still have a chance to survive. If you don't tell me, If I told you, would you really not kill me?" The soldier hesitated and said. The man was overjoyed and said immediately, "Of course, I always keep my word. Okay, let me tell you, the headquarters is right here." The soldier said, grabbing the man's wrist while the man wasn't paying attention, holding the blade with the other hand, and throwing it over his shoulder. It's just a pity for the next moment. What? The soldier only felt that the force he threw out sank to the bottom of the sea. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake the person behind him. Haha, are you surprised why you can't swing it away? The man's voice was a bit colder. He took away the knife pressed against the soldier's neck, grabbed the back of the soldier's neck with one hand, and lifted it up, as if he was playing with an ant, and said, "With the gift of the boss, I have already completed my awakening. Now you are facing a god with extraordinary power." He pinched the warrior's neck harder and harder. The soldier's face suddenly turned pale. He felt as if he was being strangled by a mechanical arm. As long as the other party exerted force, his neck would be broken immediately. He said with difficulty, "You? Who are you? You won't know anymore, because of your stupidity." After Du Wen finished speaking, his arms suddenly exerted force. In this moment of life hanging in the balance, poof, bang bang, a blood arrow flew out, and the sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground was heard. One was the soldier whose neck had just been pinched, and the other was a broken arm. Ah! Screams rang out, and blood continued to overflow and fall on the ground. Jiang Cheng looked at the place where the blood appeared out of thin air, raised the knife and dodged, and slashed the person to the ground with the back of the knife. Soon, the outline of a person appeared. Jiang Cheng stepped on the person's back, held the tang knife against his throat, and said coldly, "Du Wen, do you want to die or live?" "You, how do you know my name?" Listening to the other party handing over his name, Du Wen's facial features twisted, and he said, "Who are you, and why do you know my name?" Jiang Cheng sneered in his heart. "Why do you know?" Of course, in his previous life, he was in the Lincian survivor base and could see it every day. He said calmly, "Don't worry about how I know. Let me ask you, do you want to die or live? You only have 3 seconds. 3, 2. When Jiang Cheng counted to 3, Du Wen immediately panicked and quickly begged for mercy. "I want to live." A wise choice. "Next, I will ask and you will answer. Do you understand?" Jiang Cheng said calmly. Du Wen nodded quickly. "Why are you here, and what is your purpose?" Jiang Cheng asked. "It's Zhou Qing. They asked me to figure out the layout here, and then work together inside and outside to seize this survivor base." Du Wen replied, "How many of you are there in total? How many people are outside? Who else is inside besides you? When will you start?" Jiang Cheng asked. "There are 5 people in total. Zhou Qing, Huang Shui, Wood, and Sun Chong are all waiting outside now. I am the only one inside. When I fire the signal, they will immediately attack from outside the door." Du Wen replied, "How many awakened ones do you have, and what are their abilities?" Jiang Cheng thought for a while and asked. Du Wen immediately said, "I am invisible, and there is no time limit. Zhou Qing is flying, Sun Chong is petrifying the body, and has extremely high defense. Wood is turning the body into a giant, which can triple the strength. Huang Shui is flame control. Currently, you can throw fireballs with your bare hands. Damn it. Just like in the previous life, these 2 bastards have awakened their abilities." Hearing the abilities of Huang Shui and Wood, Jiang Cheng clenched his fists, but it was not too late. Today, he would keep these villains here. Then there is that Sun Chong. There was no news about this person in the previous life, and the ability of the 5th awakened person in the previous life was not petrification, so it is very likely that Sun Chong died in this battle, or died for other reasons. Anyway, it was here. Within 3 days. "Brother, do you have anything else you want to ask now?" Du Wen asked cautiously. This was a ruthless man who cut off his arm as soon as they met. If he made him unhappy, the knife would still be pressed against his neck. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "In this way, you will listen to my orders and send out the signal. If you dare to make any tricks, I will be the first to send you on your way." "Yes, yes, brother, I promise to act according to your instructions." Du Wen agreed repeatedly. Nonsense. If he is really killed by this person, then even if this plan succeeds, they will capture this base, and he will not be able to enjoy the fruits of victory. As a partner, he cannot tolerate his own sacrifice for others in vain. "If we die, we will die together." "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded, and then looked at the soldier who climbed up beside him and said, "Brother, can you still move?" "Yes." The soldier rubbed the back of his neck and complained, "This kid is really strong. I thought I was going back home." "Haha, brother is quite humorous." Jiang Cheng smiled, and then his face became serious and said, "Comrade, please report to Captain Li Feng immediately now. Just say that I have captured a prisoner, and ask him to come over immediately." "Yes." Consultant Jiang. The soldier immediately stood up, saluted, turned around, and trotted towards the combat command room. Soon, Li Feng rushed over. Looking at the man with a broken arm under Jiang Cheng's feet, he said in surprise, "Brother Jiang, is this the awakener you mentioned who wants to seize our base? One of them?" "Yes, his ability is invisibility. He is a first-level awakener. The invisibility time is unlimited. His strength is estimated to be about 1 ton. His speed is 5 times that of ordinary humans. It is difficult for conventional weapons to kill him, Jiang Cheng said, signaling a soldier to shoot at his back. Captain, really? The soldier looked at Li Feng and asked. Li Feng cursed. Damn it, Consultant Jiang asked you to shoot, so you shoot. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yes, Captain, the soldier shouted, and then pointed the gun at Du Wen's back. Huh, took a deep breath and immediately pulled the trigger. Puff. The bullet flew out and shot at Du Wen's back. Strangely, the place hit by the bullet did not penetrate except leaving a hole in the clothes and a red dot on the skin. Li Feng took a breath. To be honest, at his level, this was beyond his understanding. However, Jiang Cheng was able to clearly understand the other party's characteristics, so he must be very familiar with this so-called awakener. Seeing that Li Feng was hesitant to speak, Jiang Cheng said, Brotherly, let's talk about this later. The most urgent thing is to act according to the plan. Okay. On the main road in front of the gate of Linxian Vocational and Technical College, several figures were waiting in the food alley opposite. Nary Duwen, what are you doing? You haven't sent a signal for so long. Sun Chang cursed angrily. Wood frowned and said, Are you running into some trouble? Zhou Qing's face was calm. His eyes were as calm as water, and he said calmly, What's the hurry? Wait. Huang's father and Huang's mother listened to the conversations of several people. They didn't expect that things would develop to this point. If they really take action against the soldiers now, then the Huang family will not be able to clean it up. The couple looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. But the situation was so pressing that they could only keep some words in their hearts. Time passed by minute. While several people were waiting anxiously, a gunshot suddenly rang out. It's Du Wen's signal. Sun Chang's expression perked up after hearing this, and he immediately looked at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing said 2 words calmly. Action. After giving the order, the 6 people set off immediately. Sun Chang was the most positive. As he ran, he shouted, Petrified. In an instant, his iron tower-like muscles instantly turned to stone. Every time he took a step, the ground cracked, showing his incomparable might. Wood was also unwilling to lag behind others. He shouted loudly, and his body instantly grew to 3 meters tall. His originally thin body had bulging muscles. Zhou Qing was wearing a mask and couldn't see his expression clearly. He just pointed his toes, and his body rose into the air. Huang Shui was much more stable than Sun Chang and Wood. He slowly followed behind these people, a hot fireball burning in his hand. Huang's father and Huang's mother followed Huang Shui timidly. The loud movement of a few people immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies and the soldiers stationed at the base. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Fire! Chu-chu-chu! The soldier immediately opened fire, and fire snakes continued to spit out from the muzzle. However, the bullets hit Sun Chang at the front. Apart from sparks, it was very difficult to leave any traces. Haha, are you tickling me? Sun Chang's petrified square face made a joke. He opened his hand to grasp the iron door of the vocational school and pulled hard. Zila. In an instant, the iron gate deformed, and the barbed wire was thrown aside by Sun Chang. TCH, I thought that capturing the base this time would give me some excitement. Everyone is vulnerable. Sun Chang showed disdain. In fact, it's not that the combat strength of the soldiers is not good, but the awareness of single-round combat. Every soldier who is sent to the surrounding cities to search for survivors is an elite in special operations and can be regarded as a king of soldiers. However, Sun Chang and the others have exceeded the category of human beings. He is not afraid of bullets, unless he is a superhero like Captain America. Sun Chang, stop playing around and resolve the battle quickly. Zhou Qing reminded. Look, boss. Sun Chang grinned, jumped up, and then rushed towards the soldier. Retreat. Seeing that he was outmatched, the soldier threw a few grenades directly at Sun Chang, who was rushing towards him. Boom, boom. The scorching waves of air shook the other party back several steps. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the soldiers in front of him had disappeared. Grandma, it's like a mouse. It runs so fast. After complaining a few words, Sun Chang dug out the steel balls on his body one by one, and then continued to go deeper into the Linxian survivor base. At the same time, the soldiers had already run to the teaching area and shouted with their walkie-talkies. Captain, there are 6 enemies in total. 3 of them are not afraid of bullets. They have already entered. We are outnumbered and retreat. Copy that. You guys retreat to the rear for now. Leave the rest to Advisor Jiang and us. Li Feng put down the walkie-talkie and glanced at Jiang Cheng beside him. Jiang Cheng stared at Du Wen unkindly. Du Wen suddenly felt like he was dead and quickly begged for mercy. Brother, I really didn't know that Huang Shui's parents would come with them. Those 2 old immortals are just ordinary people, and I am not included. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng's hand flashed with silver light. A blood arrow flew out. Du Wen covered his neck with his remaining hand and looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief, but the suffocation that came over him gradually made him lose consciousness. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Li Feng asked, confused. They have always had a policy of preferential treatment of prisoners. Since the other party surrenders, they will not harm their lives. Jiang Cheng said directly. The soldiers can't bear to leave him alone. Once such a person escapes, he will cause us a lot of trouble. That's right. After hearing these words, Li Feng felt that Jiang Cheng was a ruthless person. But at times like this, being ruthless won't do, and being kind will only make you vulnerable to enemies from both sides. Okay, let's go meet them next, Jiang Cheng said, then took out a grenade from his arms and handed it over. This grenade can penetrate their bodies and cause harm to them, so hand it over. Let's give it to Brother Wang Chang. Thank you. Wang Chang knew how precious the grenade was. Although there was only one grenade, his face was filled with joy. Then, Jiang Cheng took out a first-level doomsday pistol and handed it to Li Feng and said, this pistol can penetrate their bodies. There are 6 rounds in total. Use it sparingly. Thank you. Li Feng took the pistol. The 3 of them looked at each other and walked out of the war room. At this time, Huang Shui and others happened to be walking towards them. 2 groups of people bumped into each other near the teaching building. It's you. The moment he saw Jiang Cheng, Wood immediately became furious and wanted to rush up and beat him into a pulp. Huang Shui's face also turned cold. Whenever she thought of the scene of her arm being cut off a few days ago, her broken arm would ache slightly, but her eyes looking at Jiang Cheng were indeed extremely complicated. Compared with Wood, Jiang Cheng was more masculine and handsome. From the thin shirt on his body, one could faintly see the outline of his muscles, and he exuded a man's charm all over his body. On the other hand, Wood was thin before they met, and could only survive for 5 seconds at most. After being injured, his behavior became more and more feminine, but he liked to move his hands, which made him extremely disgusted. Jiang Cheng, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really God's eyes that gave me, Wood, a chance to take revenge. Wood said hatefully. As soon as these words fell, Zhou Qing and others looked over curiously. After they met Wood, they often heard him shouting a person's name. From this point of view, he did have some strength, but only for ordinary people. I was also very surprised. A good man is now neither man nor woman, Jiang Cheng said sarcastically. Looking for death, Wood was furious and yelled, "Don't go up. Leave this guy to me." "I don't care." Sun Chang shrugged. "Hurry up." Zhou Qing nodded. With their strength, it was a sure thing to seize the survivors' base in Linxian. "Come on, let me see the strength of Master Wu," Wood yelled, and his 3-meter-tall body suddenly rushed up. In the eyes of Li Feng and others, they only felt a giant figure flashing quickly, but in Jiang Cheng's eyes, it was like slow motion, and he saw every move. TSK, TSK, TSK. With 2 TSK, TSKs, Jiang Cheng's figure suddenly disappeared, and then the knife flashed. In an instant, 2 huge pieces of meat fell from the sky and fell to the ground. It was Wood's body. Just like that. Li Feng was shocked. He thought that facing a monster like Wood, Jiang Cheng would at least fight for a while, but he didn't expect that in just a blink of an eye. They didn't even see clearly, and Wood was killed on the ground. Jiang Cheng steadied himself, walked to the side of Wood's head, which was still struggling to open and close, and swung his knife. Wood's pupils dimmed quickly. This time, he really couldn't die anymore. Then, Jiang Cheng walked to the lower half of the body, took out the knife, and stabbed it hard into the stomach. After breaking a hole, the blade lifted and a crystal the size of a crystal marble flew out. Jiang Cheng held it and put it in his backpack. "This is what you owe Qing Wan." Then he looked up at Huang Shui and the others and said, "Come on, continue." "Wood is dead." Huang Shui looked at the body on the ground in disbelief. Sun Chong looked at Zhou Qing in disbelief and said, "This kid killed wood. They know what kind of strength wood has. After doubling his body, he can explode 3 times the force, which is 3 tons of force, and his body defense is extremely high. Such strength is defeated by the opponent in just 1 round. There, what kind of tough guy did you meet?" Zhou Chang's face darkened. Knowing that he had encountered a difficult situation, he made a decisive decision. The point is to prick the hand. Everyone joins in. "Okay," Sun Chong shouted and geared up. Huang Shui calmed down and nodded with a complicated expression. Jiang Cheng shook off the blood on the knife and said, "Brotherly, I'll leave the one in the sky to you." "No problem." Li Feng nodded seriously. Jiang Cheng said to Wang Chong again, "Brother Chong, I'll leave that woman to you. Don't worry, brother, I promise to vent your anger." Wang Chong stared at Huang Shui with evil eyes, secretly planning how to capture this woman alive and hand it over to Jiang Cheng. "As for that, Sun Chong, leave it to me." After assigning tasks, the 3 of them got into position and rushed forward together. "Well done. Let's see how I kill you." Sun Chong was the first to bear the brunt. Every time he ran, the ground would shake slightly until he reached Jiang Cheng. He raised his fists high and then pounded them hard. "Punch me." "Well done." Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, not intending to confront this monster head-on. His current strength is 2,175 kilograms. With the increase of spirit, it can reach 2,610 kilograms. However, facing Sun Chong's physique, it is still not enough. The figure flashed, and the tang knife in his hand slashed towards Sun Chong's waist. Bang! A spark came out. A shallow white scratch appeared on Sun Chong's waist. "Haha, your sword is pretty good. You're qualified enough to tickle me." Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't break his defense, Sun Chong couldn't help laughing, raised his fist, and rushed over. "After I'm petrified, the hardness is half that of diamond. Watch me beat you into a pulp." Jiang Cheng saw this and quickly blocked with his sword. Zheng! Clank! The blade of Tang Dao collided with Sun Chong's petrified fist. Bursts of sparks erupted, and the force from the blade made Jiang Cheng's mouth numb. What a powerful force! Jiang Cheng blocked with his sword while looking for an opportunity. Sun Chong's defense value was too high, and Tang Dao would not be able to break through his defense for a while. For a while, he was in a hard fight. The situation on Li Feng's side is also not optimistic. Bang! Once the shot was fired, the huge force of the repulsion almost made the first-level Doomsday pistol in Li Chang's hand almost come out of his hand. He looked at the pistol in shock, guessing where the gun was produced. You need to know that among the pistols, the Desert Eagle is definitely the most powerful, and he can operate it with ease. But the pistol Jiang Cheng lent him actually made him feel like he couldn't control it. It was even worse than the Bartley sniper rifle. Looking at the power of the bullet, Zhou Qing dodged the bullet and hit the cement wall of the teaching building behind him. It directly penetrated a fist-sized hole in the cement wall, and the bullet did not stop after penetrating the cement wall, but continued to fly until the other 2 walls were completely penetrated and then embedded in the wall in front of the 4th. This is comparable to small armor-piercing bullets. After swallowing, Li Feng looked at the pistol again. The affection on his face was particularly obvious. He was secretly thinking that after the battle was over, he would discuss with Jiang Cheng how to give him this gun. Zhou Qing was also shocked by the power of this gun. When the bullet exited the muzzle, he felt the threat of death from the oncoming impact. "Good gun." Zhou Qing said 2 words lightly. Li Feng smiled and said, "Comrade, since you have also seen the power of the gun, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible to avoid losing your life in vain." "It's too early to talk about surrender now. Let's wait until you can hold on for a minute." Zhou Qing's voice became colder, his body slowly fell, he loosened his wrist and assumed a fighting posture. "If that's the case, let's see what happens next." Li Feng took out another pistol and rushed forward. Wang Chong sighed. He rubbed his fists and looked at Huang Shui carelessly. Wang Chong, never hit women, but you are different. You offended Brother Jiang. Stop talking nonsense and come on." Huang Shui shouted sharply. Flames rose in the palm of his hand. In an instant, a fireball the size of a football condensed and formed. With a wave of his hand, the fireball came out and flew towards Wang Chong. "Throw fireballs, you magician gone." The heat wave hit his face, and Wang Chong let out a ghostly scream and rolled to the side. Bang! The fireball exploded on the ground, and scattered sparks splashed in all directions. Even though he had avoided the impact of the fireball, Wang Chong still felt a burning sensation on his back, as if he was being placed on a stove. Damn, he's so passionate. Wang Chong complained, and a fireball came towards him again. Come again. Wang Chong screamed, rolled over again, and at the same time took out the pistol from his waist. Bang bang. As an elite in the military, Wang Chong was an extremely accurate shot and hit Huang Shui directly in the chest. Puff! A blood flower bloomed. A hole the size of a finger was ripped open in the clothes on Huang Shui's chest, and a wound the size of a little finger was cut on the skin. Slapping off the deformed bullet on his chest, Huang Shui's eyes were full of anger, staring at Wang Chong, and the flames rose again in the palm of his hand. Damn, no wonder Jiang Cheng couldn't stand it. He's so passionate. Whoever goes up will be melted. Wang Chong screamed and rolled to avoid it. The battle between Jiang Cheng and the other two became fierce. Jiang Cheng waved his knife, took a few steps back with the help of the opponent's recoil force, and then looked to the side. When he saw Wang Chong and Li Feng being suppressed, he frowned secretly. No, even if ordinary people have weapons that can kill first-level mutants, their reaction and strength are still too different from those of awakened people. It is necessary to end the battle with Sun Chong as soon as possible. Otherwise, once one of them loses, the balance of the battle will shift to the other party. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng looked at Sun Chong again. He fought with him for a long time, observed for a long time, and found a problem. Sun Chong's whole body can be petrified, with almost no weaknesses. The only place that is not petrified is his eyes. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng swung his sword again. Sun Chong laughed as he watched Jiang Cheng attacking, and taunted, "Come on, you little reptile, let me see how many times you can dodge." He has extremely strong defense, and his strength can be enhanced to lift 3 tons of objects with his bare hands. He can fail countless times, but once Jiang Cheng fails, he will be crushed into meat paste. He wants to see how long Jiang Cheng can hold on. "Come on!" Jiang Cheng shouted loudly, and his speed was maximized. He flashed behind Sun Chong and slashed at a point in his back. He now wants to attract the other party's attention. Clang, clang, clang. The Tang's sword is sharp, even if the other party's body is comparable to gold and stone, and he pokes at a point continuously. The stone covering it is also shoveled away little by little, revealing a sunken hole the size of a thumb. Boy, what tricks are you playing? Being hit continuously in the back of the heart, although it didn't hurt, it also annoyed Sun Chong. Mad, you are so annoying to dodge like a fly. Annoyed, Sun Chong turned around and punched out. Jiang Cheng was not afraid. He pointed his toes back and dodged the attack. After landing, he stood up again, dodged to the back of Sun Chong, and stabbed again at the point he just hit. Poof! Blood spilled. Sun Chong cried out in pain, and his eyes suddenly became bloodshot. "I was actually injured. You broke through my defense." Ah! After being stabbed by Tang Dao, Sun Chong could no longer remain calm. His rationality was immediately replaced by anger, and he grabbed Jiang Cheng like crazy. "I'm going to crush you to death." Oh! Seeing Sun Chong losing his mind, Jiang Cheng sneered, ducked, and stabbed Sun Chong in the back again. Puff! A blood arrow as thick as a pen core spattered out. It didn't do much harm to Sun Chong, but it was extremely intimidating. Ah! Screaming in pain, Sun Chong hurriedly covered his back with one hand and grabbed Jiang Cheng with the other hand. Now, when the other party freed up a hand, Jiang Cheng's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a silver light flashed. Sun Chong felt his eyes blurred. A sharp pain rose up in his eyeballs, and his vision went dark. "Ah, my eyes, you've blinded me." Sun Chong covered his eyes with his hands. Blood continuously spilled from his fingers, and his mouth opened wide, wailing in pain. "Die!" Jiang Cheng saw the opportunity and took action again with Tang Dao in his hand, aiming directly for Sun Chong's throat. Not good. Zhou Qing looked over quickly when he heard Sun Chong's screams. When he found that Sun Chong was covering his eyes and the backs of his fingers and hands were full of blood, he secretly thought something was wrong. So he jumped into the air and hurried to provide support. But at this moment, bang! A strong gust of wind hit him. Zhou Qing's body stopped, and he immediately stepped back. "Hey, your opponent is me." came the shout. Zhou Qing looked at the man on the ground angrily. It has to be said that even if ordinary people gain strength, their combat literacy is still far behind that of warriors. Every time he wanted to get closer to Li Feng, he was forced to retreat by Li Feng. "You're very good." He almost said a few words through gritted teeth. Li Feng laughed and said, "Our battle is not over yet. You can't leave yet. Come." Zhou Qing roared and rushed towards Li Feng quickly. Li Feng didn't give up. He held the gun and backed away. He waited for Zhou Qing to approach and then suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Tongues of fire stand out. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth and tried to withstand the blow, and then killed Li Feng by force. But he underestimated the first-level Doomsday pistol. The moment he was hit, a flower of blood bloomed on his shoulder, and his body was knocked backwards by the huge force of the bullet. At this time, Jiang Cheng sighed. Poof! The tang knife entered the throat, inserted straight to the end. Jiang Cheng held the handle and tilted the knife sharply. Tear! It's the sound of a body being cut. Sun Chang's body was shaken, and he fell to the ground without breathing. After dealing with Sun Chang, Jiang Cheng didn't stop. The blade lit up again and turned towards Zhou Qing. Not good. Zhou Qing crashed through the concrete stone wall, secretly murmuring something bad, and wanted to get up and run away. But Jiang Cheng was faster, and the tang knife penetrated his chest directly. Jiang Cheng held the knife in both hands and raised it. Zhou Qing's neck and head were directly divided into two halves, with red and white mixed together and overflowing, looking extremely disgusting. After getting rid of Zhou Qing, Jiang Cheng looked at the last remaining person. At this time, Wang Chong also called for help. "Brother Jiang, come on, I can't hold it anymore." Wang Chong's face was red, his hair was burnt, his good combat uniform had been burned with large and small holes, and he was in a miserable state. Coming. Without any hesitation, Jiang Cheng swung his long knife and stabbed Huang Shui in the heart. "Shui'er, be careful!" Huang's father yelled and blocked him desperately. "Get out of my way!" Huang Shui yelled and turned around to throw his father away, but it was still a step too late. Poof! Father Huang's chest was directly penetrated by the tang knife. His heart was broken, and a mouthful of blood spilled directly from Father Huang's mouth. Why do you have to block it for me? You just treat me as a tool to gain your influence." Huang Shui roared. "Silly child, haha." Huang's father gave a bitter smile, turned to look at Jiang Cheng with pleading eyes, and at the same time held the blade in his hand and begged, I know that it was her fault that Shui'er betrayed you, but she is still young, and it's all because of me that she did this. Please let her go. If you really want to kill her, just kill me. Use my life in exchange for my daughter's life." As Father Huang said, he knelt down on the ground and kowtowed fiercely. Jiang Cheng looked at Huang's father with complicated eyes. In his impression, Huang's father was polite to him. In his memory, he had never seen Huang's father and Huang's mother since the Linxian survivor base was established. He didn't want to kill innocent people. But should Li Qingwan die? Should his brother Shinfu die? Do those innocent people who were killed deserve to die? Jiang Cheng thought of this and said with firm eyes, "I'm sorry, Huang Shui. You must die." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out his Tang Dao and stabbed Huang Shui. At this time, another figure rushed over. "Puff! Aunt! Mom!" Mother Huang said sadly with blood on her lips. "Add my life, Jiang Cheng. I and old Huang's 2 lives in exchange for Shui'er's life." Jiang Cheng's originally determined eyes were tangled again. He wanted to kill Huang Shui, but he didn't expect that Huang's father and mother would actually use their own lives to exchange. After thinking about it, he smiled bitterly. He was still too soft-hearted. As he said that, he drew out his Tang sword and pointed it at Huang Shui, his eyes red as he said, "Huang Shui, you have good parents. I won't kill you today, but you can't leave so easily. As long as you survive my punch, I'll let you go." "Jiang Cheng, please let her go," Huang's father begged, covering his wound that was constantly bleeding, and Huang's mother did the same. But Jiang Cheng shook his head firmly and said, "There is no room for negotiation. Dad, Mom, no need to beg him." Huang Shui looked at Jiang Cheng with red eyes and slowly said, "I'll take your punch. Okay, I promise, as long as you survive my punch, I'll let you go." Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and said, "Come." Huang Shui also risked her life, walked to the side, and slowly closed her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng walked up slowly and looked at the face of the woman he once loved. If you hadn't betrayed me, if you hadn't killed Qing Wan, if... Hey, there aren't so many ifs in this world. If you betray, you have to pay the price. Jiang Cheng's eyes were determined. He took a horse stance with his legs, bent his arms slightly, and the spiritual energy in his dantian continued to gather towards his fist. All the betrayal, hatred, and anger were gathered in this punch. With this punch, Jiang Cheng's spiritual attribute increased to the extreme, and his strength was not reserved at all. He blasted 2,610 kilograms of strength towards the center of his chest. Bang! This punch directly made Huang Xue's chest dent, and his body was knocked back by the huge force of more than 2,000 kilograms. It didn't stop until the concrete wall of the teaching building was cracked inward. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spit out. Huang Xue lowered his head, and blood continued to slide from the corner of his mouth. He was already breathing less and breathing more. "Brother Jiang, this?" Li Feng asked. "Pull her down and throw her on the street. Whether she lives or dies is up to fate," Jiang Cheng said without any emotion. "What about this couple?" Li Feng also pointed at Huang's father and mother whose lives were fading quickly. "Throw them on the street and let them live or die." At the gate of the Linxian survivor base, 7 bodies were carried out by several soldiers and thrown casually next to the trash can in the food street alley opposite the main road. "Brother, when do you think this world will end?" "Hey, I don't know. Just live one day at a time." The soldiers clapped their hands and walked towards the base while talking. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, more and more people have died. They experience the departure of comrades and the death of relatives every day. They are almost numb to death. But just after they left, a woman in the pile of corpses suddenly made a swallowing motion. The next moment, Huang Xue, who should have died, suddenly opened her eyes. She breathed in fresh air quickly. Her chest rose and fell violently, and the sunken part of her chest was faintly repaired by a force. If she could see through, she would find that her broken heart in her chest began to beat slowly. "Well, it was close. I almost died." Huang Xue was shocked and scared. Fortunately, she secretly tested that zombie crystals have a certain degree of repairability and hid a zombie crystal in her mouth before participating in the battle. In fact, there was also a gambling element, but she didn't expect it to succeed. It's just that because of the severe physical injuries, she can't move for the time being. And the cause of all this is Jiang Cheng. Thinking of this, Huang Xue's facial features twisted. Her parents were killed, her teammates were wiped out, her lover was split in half, and she was beaten to death. She swore secretly, "Jiang Cheng, you wait, sooner or later, I, Huang Xue, will come back, and I will use your head to pay tribute to the spirits of my parents in heaven." After the words fell, I don't know if it was because of the strong smell of blood, waves of Shisua's footsteps were faintly heard, mixed with the low roar of zombies. Damn, this damn body moved quickly. At the same time, the temporary combat command center in the survivor base. Jiang Cheng stretched out a hand to Li Feng expressionlessly. Li Feng said flatteringly, "This, Jiang, brother, anyway, you are very powerful, and you don't lack these external objects. Why don't you give them to me? If it doesn't work, I'll exchange 2 submachine guns. This is the latest model of the army. You can shoot as many 7.62 millimeters bullets as you want." Jiang Cheng's forehead was covered with black lines, and he complained, "Do you think your broken things can compare with mine?" As he said, he snatched it from Li Feng's hand. Facing Li Feng's face of resentment, Jiang Cheng ignored it directly, looked at Wang Chang again, and stretched out his hand as well, saying, "Where is the bomb?" Used. Wang Chang was also reluctant and stammered. "Used? Huh." Jiang Cheng sneered. Wang Chang felt his eyes blurred and hurriedly touched his waist and found that the doomsday bomb that was originally hanging was empty. Suddenly, he was dejected and hurriedly looked at Li Feng for help. The moment their eyes met, they saw the desire in each other's eyes and looked at each other tacitly. Li Feng turned his head and said, "Brother Jiang, my dear brother, you name a price." Wang Chang also quickly agreed, "No, that's right. As long as you want anything, we can get it for you. Can you really afford it? Don't forget, you still owe me 4,000 ordinary zombie crystals, 30 sets of survival supplies, and 2 bags of vegetable seeds. Jiang Cheng said lightly. I know, but this is a deal between the headquarters and you. Now it's a deal between our Lincian survivor base and you, brother. Li Feng said hurriedly. Listening to this, Jiang Cheng's heart moved. What he lacks most at the moment is zombie crystals. As long as the amount of zombie crystals is guaranteed, he can enter the mall to exchange for supplies. After thinking for a while, he said, if you want to exchange, it's fine. Just tell me what you want, brother Jiang. Seeing Jiang Cheng's resignation, Li Feng said hurriedly. Yes, as long as brother Jiang is willing, I will find it for you at the risk of my life. Wang Chang couldn't wait to say. He was really greedy for the bomb. A pistol alone can penetrate 4 layers of 20 centimeters thick concrete walls. The power of the bomb can be imagined. Jiang Cheng lowered his head and pondered, while Wang Chang and Li Feng waited obediently on the side. A level 1 Doomsday pistol costs 200 energy points. I don't know when this kind of gun will be available. The price of the Doomsday bomb is very powerful. One can send a zombie to the west. Jiang Cheng was very reluctant to give up both things. But with the support of the Chudu survivor base, the Lincian survivor base will inevitably grow stronger. At present, it is also very important to build a good relationship. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said with a pained heart, in this way, I can exchange both pistols and bombs, but the premise is that you need to take out zombie crystals for exchange. Li Feng said, Brother Jiang, tell me the number. It is not difficult to hunt ordinary zombies, and as long as the survivors are mobilized, it is not difficult to collect zombie crystals. First of all, pistols, each requires 2,000 ordinary zombie crystals, and the first-order mutants are not counted. Bullets, each shot 100 zombie crystals, and the first-order mutants are not counted. Bombs, each shot 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals, and the first-order mutants are not counted. This, Brother Jiang Cheng, can you give it a discount? Li Feng gritted his teeth and bargained. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, if Brother Li can't take out something to exchange, let's give up the deal. No. Wang Chang saw that Jiang Cheng was about to refuse, so he quickly said to Li Feng, Captain, please say something. Li Feng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, okay, I promise you. Okay, then when you collect the zombie crystals, we will exchange them. Jiang Cheng said directly, make a deal. The two parties reached an agreement. Jiang Cheng didn't stay long and ran directly towards his base. Bayin Avenue is about 5 kilometers away from Yanghe community, but with Jiang Cheng's full acceleration, it only took just over a minute to arrive. Shu Guang, open the door. As soon as the voice fell, the base door opened immediately. Before he stepped in, Jiang Cheng saw Yang Lao, Lin Ro, and Lu Xinru anxiously waiting at the door. Seeing the door open, the two women quickly came forward. Lin Ro asked anxiously, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Do you know that everyone is worried about you? Lu Xinru silently looked at Jiang Cheng's body, observing whether there were any wounds on his body. Boy, if you don't come back, these two girls will probably rush out to find someone. Father Yang joked. I didn't. Lin Ro hurriedly denied with a slight blush on her clean cheeks. Lu Xinru was much calmer than Lin Ro and said, just come back. Jiang Cheng's heart felt warm after hearing this, and then he briefly described what happened today. So, your boy has dealt with people from the army? Father Yang frowned. Jiang Cheng nodded. That's right. Right now it's just cooperation and mutual benefit. Well, of course there is no problem with cooperation, but the old man still has to advise you. People should be independent in doing things and don't get to the point where they can't help themselves. Father Yang said solemnly, I know what the old man taught you. Jiang Cheng nodded solemnly. He knew that Father Yang was doing it for his own good. By the way, I suggest you think carefully about Huang Shue's matter. If you don't want to do it yourself, Lin Ro and I can take your place. If such a scheming woman doesn't die, there will be endless troubles. Lu Xinru said. Lin Ro also nodded quickly and said, I agree with Sister Lu's statement. In fact, Jiang Cheng also regretted it after letting Huang Shui go. But he punched with all his strength, and he tested it. Huang Shue's heart broke, and there was absolutely no possibility of survival. After thinking for a while, he said, it would be okay if Huang Shui is dead. If she is alive and dares to make any conspiracy, I will kill her on the spot without hesitation. I hope. I'm just afraid of someone. When I see my ex-girlfriend, I won't be able to have sex with her. Jiang Cheng's old face turned red. If looks could kill, he would have stared Lin Ro to death countless times. Lin Ro had also become familiar with Jiang Cheng these days. Faced with Jiang Cheng's murderous gaze, she stared back without hesitation. Cough, cough. Boy, it is a good thing for this young man to be affectionate and righteous. But there is a saying that goes well, break it off when it should be broken, and you will continue to suffer from it. As the old saying goes, wildfire will not burn out, but the spring breeze will blow it again. And there is a saying. As Yang was talking enthusiastically, Jiang Cheng couldn't stand it anymore and ran away. He looked at the three of them dumbfounded and then started laughing again. The entire Shuguang base has a harmonious atmosphere. After entering the transformation room, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and took out today's loot from his bag. 120 ordinary zombie crystals, 2 first-order mutant zombie crystals, and 4 first-order primary awakener crystals. Jiang Cheng first threw in 120 ordinary zombie crystals. The energy points immediately increased by 132 points. 2 more first-order mutant zombie crystals were thrown in. Energy points are increased again by 2,200 points. Unexpectedly, a first-order mutant zombie crystal can convert 1,100 points of energy. As for the remaining 4 first-level awakener crystals, Jiang Cheng hesitated. In fact, he has never mentioned the last method of awakening. That is, as long as he obtains the crystal of the awakened person and swallows it, he can also awaken. But this awakening has 2 drawbacks. After swallowing the crystal of the awakener, there is no way to awaken your own abilities. You can only inherit the ability of the crystal. This means that if the crystal ability is fire control, then you will inherit the fire control ability. The second disadvantage is that it is extremely difficult for the crystal to grow and grow. It can only rely on swallowing the awakened person's crystal to evolve itself. It cannot evolve through other methods, so the awakening method is basically avoided by everyone subconsciously. Do you want to stay? Jiang Cheng hesitated. These 4 abilities are all good. Zhou Qing's flying, Sun Chang's petrification, Wood's giantization, and Du Wen's invisibility are all extremely practical abilities. Forget it, transform. Jiang Cheng finally decided not to stay. There is only one reason. The growth method is too troublesome. There are not many awakened people. He cannot guarantee that all awakened people are evil. As a member of his Dawn base, he hopes that the growth of his teammates will not be restricted. Heartbroken, he threw 4 awakened crystals into the transformation chamber. The energy points immediately increased by 6,600 points. Is one crystal worth 1,650 energy points? It's more valuable than a first-order mutant. Jiang Cheng's depression was swept away, and he was shocked by the number behind the remaining energy points. Remaining energy points, 9,072.3. I'm getting rich. Jiang Cheng's eyes instantly lit up. Decisive risks and rewards are directly proportional. If he wants to kill 9,000 zombies, he will kill them one by one, which will take 150 minutes, which is 2.5 hours. Without hesitation, he asked, "System, please list the energy points needed to upgrade the equipment." Byte. Level 2 operating room, 1,000 energy points. Second level backyard, 1,500 energy points. Level 3 breeding room, 1,000 energy points. Level 3 spirit pool, 500 energy points. Level 3 gym, 500 energy points. Level 3 storage space, 500 energy points. Level 3 energy conversion room, 1,000 energy points. Level 3 sleep chamber, 1,000 energy points. Level 3 base, 10,000 energy points. Jiang Cheng glanced at the whole thing and said directly, "Upgrade the 3rd level spiritual pool, the 3rd level gym, and the 3rd level energy conversion room." Ding! 2,000 energy points are deducted, and the upgrade is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Level 3 spiritual pool. Every time 2 energy points are consumed, 4 cubic meters of spiritual pool will be converted. Drinking it once can strengthen the body's attributes by 1. It can be strengthened twice a day. The second strengthening effect is halved. The irrigation each time the vegetation is consumed, the physical attributes can be increased by 0.3, and it can be strengthened once a day. There is a 2% chance of awakening the extraordinary genes hidden in the human body, and the speed of spiritual cultivation can be increased by 20%. Level 3 Gym consumes 2 energy points per hour and increases physical attributes, strength or agility, by 1 each time. It can be used twice a day. The second time it is used, the increased attributes are halved. It comes with advanced fighting skills and martial arts. Skill, meditation, after use. The spiritual value can be increased by 100% within 1 minute. After use, the skill cools down for 24 hours. The third level energy conversion room, together with all the waste outlets in the house, automatically absorbs the energy escaping from the outside world and converts it into energy points. The conversion rate is increased by 0.2 times, and 50 energy points are obtained from the outside world every day. Remaining energy points, 7,072.3. The amplification effect of the third-level equipment is not very good. I spent the energy points well. Jiang Cheng secretly sighed at the upgraded equipment and opened the energy base mall at the same time. Except for the items in the permanent product column that have not changed, the items in the product column are refreshed again. Permanent product column. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullets, 20 energy points / shot. Power can penetrate level 1 mutants. Product column. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 100 energy points. Quantity, 5. The explosion power can seriously injure a level 1 mutant. The explosion damage range is 5 meters in diameter, one-time use. Level 1 Blood Exploding Potion, 200 energy points. After use, physical attributes double, and the effect lasts for 5 minutes. Side effects. Within 6 hours, the overall combat strength is halved. Level 1 Data Eye, 300 energy points. After use, the combat power of creatures below level 2 mutants can be observed. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior, 2,000 energy points. Compared to level 1 Awakened Warriors in strength, no thinking, 100% loyalty, and only needs 50 energy points per day to maintain life activities. Level 1 Ancient Virus Vaccine, 800 energy points. Quantity, 5. Ancient Zombie Virus Vaccine, after injection, can clear the virus from the infected person, but is ineffective against those who have transformed into zombies. Refresh time, 12 hours 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Jiang Cheng glanced at the product column. The level 1 Doomsday Bomb is definitely a must-buy. Level 1 Violent Blood Potion is relatively useless. As for the rest, Jiang Cheng simply gritted his teeth and said, "Except for the blood potion, clear the product column." Ding. This transaction requires a large amount of energy points to be paid. Does the host want to buy it? The system reminded. Purchase. These items are currently of great use to him, and spending some energy points is nothing. Ding. 6,800 energy points are deducted, and the purchase is successful. Remaining energy points, 272.3. Looking at the remaining energy points, Jiang Cheng felt a little achy. This energy point was all consumed before it could even be heated up. But as long as you can have the power to protect yourself in the Doomsday world, it's definitely worth it. Ding. The items have been distributed, please host. The system voice fell, and a white light flashed in front of my eyes. A large number of objects lay quietly in the transformation room, especially a human-shaped silver-white object that attracted his attention. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior 0 has met his master. Is this the first level Doomsday Warrior? Jiang Cheng discovered that in addition to being a human figure, this thing also had a silvery white metallic luster all over its body, and the information about the first level Doomsday Warrior was implanted in his mind the moment it was exchanged. Item: First level Doomsday Warrior. Introduction: the whole body is made of high-density liquid metal, which can change its form at will. It has an intelligent microchip implanted inside, and has low-level zombie-killing skills. Its strength is comparable to that of a first-level mutant. Loyalty, 100%. Looking at the item introduction in his mind, Jiang Cheng's mind moved, and he said directly, "Zero, can you change your form?" "Yes." Zero nodded mechanically. His body turned into a pool of liquid, and then wrapped around Jiang Cheng's arm, turning into a liquid bracelet as thick as a finger. "Yes. You will keep this form until I call you out," Jiang Cheng said with satisfaction. "Yes, master." After the voice fell, Ling stopped talking. Jiang Cheng took out a small square box, which contained two items similar to contact lenses. According to the system introduction, this is the first-level data eye. After wearing it, it can be integrated with the eyeball without any side effects. After putting on the data eye, he took out a glass syringe with a glittering green luminous liquid flowing on it. This is the first-level ancient virus vaccine exchanged. Jiang Cheng did not hesitate at all, and directly stabbed it into his arm and injected it into the flesh. After the vaccine was injected, he felt no special changes except that his forehead was slightly hot. The only change was his poison resistance attribute. Virus resistance, 1.5. When it reaches 1, it can be immune to ordinary zombie viruses below the first-order mutant. It is worthy of being an item exchanged by the system. Seeing that the vaccine was effective, Jiang Cheng quickly took out 3 vaccines, walked out of the conversion room, and gave one to everyone, introducing, "This is a first-level ancient virus vaccine. You can call it a zombie virus vaccine. After injection, it can effectively immunize against zombie scratches below the second-order mutant." "What? You said this is a zombie virus vaccine?" Lin Ro said in surprise. Father Yang also looked at Jiang Cheng with strange eyes. Although Lu Xinru did not study epidemiology, as a doctor, she was also very curious about this vaccine. "Well, as for the origin, I can't tell you, but I can guarantee that this vaccine is absolutely effective," Jiang Cheng said sincerely. In fact, everything about Jiang Cheng is very mysterious. High-tech base, food that can increase strength after eating, water that can strengthen the body after drinking. All of this is too magical. I don't know if the favorability above 90 is playing a role. "Okay, old man, I won't be polite." Father Yang was the first to get the vaccine, rolled up his sleeves, and injected it directly. "I believe you too." Lin Ro and Lu Xinru took the vaccine injection one after another, and soon, the poison resistance attribute of the 3 people's profiles also exceeded 1. The night passed peacefully. The next day, Jiang Cheng arrived at the gym early. The introduction of the third-level gym made him itch. Just stepped into the gym. "Master, welcome to the third-level gym. The system elf Shuguang is at your service." The cold and elegant shadow of the queen was a little more agile than before. "Learn martial arts skills, meditation." "Yes." Shuguang nodded lightly and began to explain. The purpose of skill meditation is to use mental power to instantly increase the spiritual value, which requires the master's mental power to reach 5. Now I need to detect your body, so as to arrange the meditation learning steps according to your physical condition. "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded. "What do I need to do?" Shuguang said, "Just stand still." According to Shuguang's request, Jiang Cheng stood in the middle of the gym. Shuguang's eyes released white light, similar to CT, scanning Jiang Cheng from head to toe. Body data is being generated. Generation completed. Learning steps are generated. As the last voice fell, Shuguang said, "Master, you can now directly learn from the second step." "Okay, let's start," Jiang Cheng said impatiently. Shuguang explained, "The second step is to use your own mental power. You need to get rid of distracting thoughts in your mind. Put yourself in a comfortable and relaxing environment, and then feel whether there are floating green light spots around you. If there are, try to imagine that your mental power forms a huge net, capturing all the spiritual energy around you into your body until your body can no longer hold it." "I'll try." According to Shuguang, Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and easily saw the spiritual energy around him. This step is very similar to the chi-absorbing method, except that it is a mental power net. "Big net, is it a fishing net?" Mumbling, Jiang Cheng tried to imagine that his mental power was like a thin silk thread, and then controlled these silk threads to continuously entangle and weave into a huge fishing net. Soon, a big net formed in his mind. Jiang Cheng tried to control the big net to capture all the spiritual particles around him into the net surface and pull them into his body. In an instant, Jiang Cheng felt a sense of fullness in his body. He was moved and immediately checked his spiritual value. Spirit, 0.2, 0.4. While the skill is activated, it can increase combat power by 40%. It can increase combat power by 20%. Is that it? Jiang Cheng was so excited that he took a deep breath and punched the dynamometer in the gym. Bang! There was a loud bang. The value was immediately displayed on the big screen. 3,045 pounds. Good. Very good, Jiang Cheng shouted excitedly, then stood on the treadmill next to him and started running. 1 minute later, his speed reached the highest and another number was displayed on the big screen. 105.35 meters per second. Sure enough, all his values increased by 40%. After completing the meditation learning, Jiang Cheng began to learn advanced fighting skills. Advanced fighting skills are different from the previous two fighting skills. The primary teaching is how to use the core strength of the body to save physical strength. The intermediate teaching is how to use the body muscles, achieve consistent breathing, and burst out the maximum power, and the advanced fighting skills are to teach him how to unload force. The so-called unloading force can be understood as unloading the greatest force with the smallest force, just like the principle of lever, with the hit surface as the fulcrum, and exerting a force to unload the external force. Unloading force is not something out of nothing. It is like a mathematical formula. The force exerted can be infinitely close to zero, but not equal to zero. As Xu Guang explained, Jiang Cheng stood in front of the automatic combat simulation wooden stake to simulate. As a mechanical arm punched the wooden stake, Jiang Cheng subconsciously dodged, but soon Xu Guang's reprimand came. Master can now rely on agility to dodge attacks. But have you ever thought about how to dodge the opponent's attack when you encounter an opponent who is more agile and stronger than you? So, if you want to unload force, you need to receive force. Without pain to stimulate the muscles will not become a fulcrum to react. Master, like a man, take this punch and don't let Xu Guang look down on you. Don encouraged from the side. Stop talking nonsense, I know. Jiang Cheng forcibly stopped his subconscious evasive movements and withstood the punch of the mechanical arm. At this moment, Father Yang's hard qigong came into effect immediately. When the fist hits the shoulder, the spiritual energy automatically gathers at the location of the hit, canceling out most of the force, leaving only a small part of the force to spread. Master, please stop your little movements and only use your body muscles to remember. Don spoke again. Jiang Cheng's ears warmed and he shouted loudly. Come again. This time, he forcibly stopped the flowing inner energy and actually withstood the attack of the mechanical arm. Hiss! Even though his body had been strengthened several times, this punch was so painful that Jiang Cheng gasped. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng shouted, Come again! Bang! Come again! Bang! After an hour of continuous beating, Jiang Cheng finally remembered the memory of pain. When faced with the punch of the mechanical arm, his muscles would begin to squirm unconsciously. I believe that the master has already felt the changes in the muscles. The next thing to learn is to use the muscles as support and then apply force. Xu Guang said in time. Remember, this can initially relieve the force by changing the direction of movement of the force hitting you, so as to protect yourself from the force. This is the current lesson. Jiang Cheng nodded and tried silently. Another hour later, as the wind of the fist hit, Jiang Cheng remained motionless until the moment the opponent hit his shoulder, his body suddenly trembled. The next second, the mechanical arm that was supposed to hit straight away actually changed direction and hit another place. Finally, it worked. Jiang Cheng said excitedly, You're doing well. Let's continue practicing tomorrow. Except for the shoulders, every part of the body can be used as a load-relieving point. The 2-hour training is over. Jiang Cheng gulped down the spiritual water to replenish his body. Compared with the previous second-level spiritual pool water, Jiang Cheng found that the changes brought about by the third-level spiritual pool water were like the body tempering in fantasy novels. He could clearly feel that his body was being strengthened, and this strengthening effect was on the skin and muscles, bones, inner tents, and even tiny capillaries. Feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Cheng secretly said, System, check my body data. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, second level acquired, semi-awakened person. Spirit, 0.2, can increase combat power by 20%. Wisdom, 7.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 24.25, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 11.35, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 7.9, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.5, when it reaches 1, You can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower: Awakening, 42%. Skills: Knacking Method, Hard Qigong, Meditation, Fighting, Advanced. Comprehensive Combat Power, 51. He glanced at the body information. His strength and speed had both increased, but what made him most surprised was his arousal level, which actually increased by 2%. This was an unexpected surprise. Then there's the matter of Dawn. Currently, both Lu Xinru and Lin Ro have a strength of over 400 kilograms. As members of the Shuguang base, they also need to hone their strength to work for the base in the future. After cleaning up, Jiang Cheng walked to the leisure area, then gathered everyone and said, "Today, our Shuguang base has initially had 4 members, and with the strengthening of spiritual water, everyone's physical fitness has been greatly improved. So, starting from today, I need to divide everyone's work and fully train everyone's abilities. Okay, tell me, kid. I know that sooner or later I will become your part-time worker." Father Yang curled his lips and said, "Jiang Cheng, tell me." "We have no objections," the second woman said. After spending so many days peacefully in the base, Lin Ro and Lu Xinru felt a little embarrassed. They were eating what others had to eat. As the owner of the base, Jiang Cheng took risks every day and went out to hunt zombies. This was really unjustifiable. They had long hoped that Jiang Cheng would assign tasks. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. He said, "First of all, Father Yang, as a combat unit, the cleaning task of Yanghe North Road will be left to you." "No problem." Father Yang readily agreed. After assigning his father's tasks, Jiang Cheng looked at Lin Ro and said, "Lin Ro, you and Dr. Lu are responsible for last hitting and collecting crystals when Father Yang kills zombies. Guaranteed to complete the mission," Lin Ro said excitedly. "Then there's Dr. Lu. He's been practicing how to kill zombies with Lin Ro and Father Yang these days. After 3 days, he'll stay at the base again and study medical skills." Jiang Cheng said, "No problem." Lu Xinru nodded. In fact, Jiang Cheng had already thought of every position. As a doctor, Lu Xinru is an extremely valuable talent, but Lu Xinru has been living a stable life since arriving at the base. This is not a good phenomenon. In the end of the world, no matter what position you hold, you need to have a strong body and basic combat abilities, which will be more conducive to survival. Therefore, Lu Xinru only needs to learn to kill zombies. Lin Ro and Yang Yang have no other requirements for the time being. They are very suitable as a combat unit. As the base expands in the future, there may be other tasks assigned to the two of them, but for now, the most important thing is to improve their combat strength. After assigning the task, Jiang Cheng handed over a grenade and said, "This is a first-level doomsday bomb. It is very powerful and can injure first-level mutant zombies. You should keep it for self-defense." Then there are the guns that Lin Ro and I collected from the public security station. Each of you is equipped with one. Lin Ro knows where the guns are. Finally, what I want to say is that I hope you will put your own safety first. If you can't fight, you can run away, so that you can keep the green hills and don't worry about running out of firewood. We got it. The 3 of them felt Jiang Cheng's concern and nodded vigorously. Okay, let's start taking action. Finally, I would like to emphasize that you must not go to areas with dense zombies, such as nursing homes, kindergartens, schools, hospitals, shopping malls, and other places. After giving instructions, Jiang Cheng entered the information of the 3 people on the gate of the base. However, when he was not around, the 3 of them could directly scan their faces to enter. After bidding farewell to the 3 of them, Jiang Cheng went out with his sword in hand. July 9th, 2022, 8:40 in the morning. In the food alley across the road from Danglingshan Survivor Base, a pile of zombie corpses were lying in pieces on the ground. Their deaths all had one thing in common. Their bodies were burned into charcoal by fire, and the zombie crystals in their brains disappeared. In a house in Linxian Shaqiao community, a girl with messy hair and red eyes knelt in front of an urn made of 2 glass boxes and knocked down hard. Boom, boom, boom. The huge force cracked the concrete floor. The girl was completely unaware. Tears kept falling from her cheeks. She looked at the urn in front of her and murmured, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, Shuer will definitely avenge you." Zombies on Yanghe West Road, Yanghe South Road, and Yanghe East Road have been basically cleared. As for the remaining densely populated areas on Yanghe North Road, such as Yanghe School, Yanghe Welfare Institute, Yanghe Technical School, and Yanghe Kindergarten, Jiang Cheng decided to temporarily avoid the big guy in Yanghe School. Now, the most important thing for him is to obtain zombie crystals and replenish the energy points of the base. Now that my strength has reached the level of a first-level awakener, I will start with the 2 first-level mutants that attacked Father Yang. Holding the Tang sword, Jiang Cheng walked straight along Yanghe West Road, crossed the ship community, and went up the levee, and walked east along the levee. In less than half a minute, he arrived at the Rose Garden. This is it. Jiang Cheng glanced at the Rose Garden, which was divided into 2 parts, east and west, by a rose avenue, and the avenue went straight to the central business district to the south. The commercial area is not a place for him to take action for the time being. The crowds there are even more dense than Yanghe School. If another big guy like the one in the school appears, it is hard to say whether he can get away. For now, let's deal with the 2 areas near the levee first. Jiang Cheng thought, holding the Tang sword and heading down the levee. At the same time, Rose Garden West District. Building A. In the corridor, a woman pulled a 6- or 7-year-old girl with a pale face and thin body and walked upstairs carefully. When they reached the 9th floor, they looked at the door of the room number 903, hesitated for a moment, and then went forward to knock. Who the hell is knocking on the door? If you have any fart, hurry up and fart. An impatient voice sounded from inside the door. Brother, I want to change some food. The woman said, come in and talk. Hearing about exchanging food, the door was opened a crack, and the woman hurriedly pulled her daughter in. It was not big inside, but it was full of bottles and jars. A group of big men were sitting around in the living room drinking and chatting. Occasionally, they pinched the woman in their arms hard, causing her to scream. They looked very happy. The woman followed the man into the living room. Looking at the lewd clothes of her former neighbors, the woman was slightly stunned, then squatted down and said to her daughter beside her, be good. Wait for your mother on the side first. Okay, then Mom. Hurry up. I'm a little scared. The little girl said weakly. Well, Mom knows. The woman agreed, and after her daughter obediently walked to the door, she gritted her teeth and came to a big man, and then begged, Brother Jiang, can you give me some food? My daughter hasn't eaten for 2 days. Where is the food? The big man named Brother Jiang leaned on the sofa and looked up and down at the woman. The woman gritted her teeth and took out the gold necklace she had worn for 6 years from her neck. There was a thumb-sized jade pendant on the necklace. She handed it over reluctantly and said, Here. Well, the man weighed it in his hand, then said, Dongzi, go get her a piece of toast. When the woman heard this, she immediately became anxious and said, Brother Jiang, we are all neighbors. My gold necklace is 50 grams, and the pendant on it is the best iced jade. My husband spent more than 30,000 when he bought it. How come there is only a piece of toast? Why? Do you think it's too much? Brother Jiang sneered and said, Dongzi, tear half of the toast and give it to her. You. The woman was so angry that she couldn't speak. In the end, she swallowed her anger and said, 1 piece is enough. After that, she stretched out her hand. Give it to me. Oh, you are so angry, I changed my mind. Brother Jiang joked, and then said, Dongzi, tear the half piece of toast in half again. You are too much. The woman's chest was so angry that she was heaving violently, and finally said, I don't want it anymore. Give me back the necklace. Give it back to you? Are you kidding me? I agreed to buy bread, but now I don't want it. Who should I sell the torn bread to? Brother Jiang's voice turned cold, staring at the woman, and said viciously, Today you have to buy it whether you want to or not. The woman was also frightened by Brother Jiang's attitude, and could only admit that she was unlucky and said, Then give me the bread. When Brother Jiang heard this, his expression eased a lot, and he looked up and down at the woman. Although her hair was deliberately messed up and her face was smeared with dust, he could still tell from her delicate facial contours that the woman had a good face. Moreover, the woman wrapped herself tightly in a beige coat, which made him even more curious about the size inside. He looked at the woman with an aggressive look, licked the corner of his mouth, and said, Haha, the price of bread has increased again. A necklace is not enough, unless you are willing to sleep with me. Impossible. The woman was shocked and didn't even want the necklace. She turned around and walked towards the door. But as soon as she turned around, she was hugged by Dongzi, who was standing on the side, and then thrown onto Zheng Ji's sofa. The woman was thrown on the sofa and was knocked unconscious. Before she could open her mouth to shout, Zhenggu, who was pregnant, pressed on her and began to tear the woman's clothes. No, I don't want bread anymore, and I'll give you the necklace. Let me go." The woman screamed while struggling. The little girl standing at the door heard her mother being bullied and hurriedly ran in to pull the man who bullied her mother away. But before she got close, she was grabbed by Dongzi and burst into tears. "Mom, you are not allowed to bully me. What the hell are you pretending to do with me? This is the rose garden. Don't think that I don't know what you do. Anyway, it's all for sale. After you let me enjoy it, I'll give you 2 pieces of toast. Then you and that you can eat even a small oil bottle." Brother Zheng's semen was on his head, and he was blushing and pulling at the woman's clothes frantically. Several people around were also watching the show. "I always dislike her. Why are you pretending to be noble? Ever since she moved into the rose garden with that little oil bottle, her husband has never been seen. That's right. How do you look at us on weekdays? Everyone is in this industry. No one looks down on the other." The women sneered at melon seeds. "No, get out of here." Just as the woman was screaming, a huge noise suddenly came from the corridor, shaking the house slightly. Brother Zheng stopped what he was doing for a moment and stood there blankly. Not only Brother Zheng, but also the men and women around him didn't dare to show off. "It's coming again." Dongzi trembled. "Stop talking." Brother Zheng growled, turned to look at the woman below him, slapped her hard, and said angrily, "It must be your mother's asterisk itch that attracted that monster." Boom, boom. The sound was getting closer and closer, and everyone in the room was breathing rapidly. Brother Zheng quickly let go of the woman next to him and motioned to the younger brothers to pick up the weapons in their hands. The next moment, boom, the door of the house flew backwards, and a monster with an 8-petal mouth poked its head out and roared. "Come on, don't stand there, or you'll have to answer here if you don't." "Ouch! What sound?" Jiang Cheng frowned. It's strange to say that he has been looking for the 2 mutants here for a long time, but he didn't even see a shadow. Could it be that now? Jiang Cheng immediately picked up the knife and looked for it. It's this building. Hearing the roar, Jiang Cheng leaped into the unit door in one step, tapped his body a few times, and soon saw the figure of the Reaper. Don't kill me." A male survivor retreated in fear. Just as he passed by the little girl, he suddenly grabbed the little girl and trembled. "Ew. Don't you want to eat people? Eat her. Children's meat is the most delicious." "You beast, put my daughter down, put my daughter down." Seeing her daughter being held hostage, the woman rushed towards the man without paying attention to the Reaper in front of her. The Reaper roared. In its eyes, humans are its food regardless of size. The giant sickle on its arm swung violently. Seeing this, the man immediately threw the little girl in his hand. "Mom!" "Tuanchuan!" The woman screamed in spirit and jumped up desperately to catch her daughter. Seeing that the sickle in her hand was about to penetrate the 2. Puff! The ground was smashed with a loud noise. The Reaper's huge sickle broke at the root and fell to the ground. Blue mucus splashed out from the broken arm, and the Reaper roared in pain and turned to look in the direction of the flying Tang sword. Ayo! Another roar, as if he wanted to tear the human in front of him to pieces. Jiang Cheng would not indulge its temper. He stepped forward and punched the Reaper. Bang! Jiang Cheng was very fast. With just one punch, he hit the Reaper through the wall and flew out of the building. Then he picked up the Tang sword in his hand and jumped down from the broken wall without bothering to hug the mother and daughter, who were still in shock. Am I blurry-eyed? I seem to see someone jumping down from the building just now." The woman thought she was hallucinating, but her daughter in her arms looked at the broken wall with a pair of bright eyes shining. The other survivors were glad that they survived the disaster. Boom! A large crack appeared on the ground of the community. The Reaper shook his dizzy head, shook off the cement on his body, and then ran out of the community quickly. "Wanna run?" Jiang Cheng sneered, and after landing, his body bounced out again and chased after the Reaper. The Reaper was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was on the street, and then a shrill roar resounded throughout the Rose Avenue. Then he turned around, and a pair of gray eyes gradually lit up red, staring at Jiang Cheng, wishing to cut the human in front of him into pieces. Is he furious? Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth, not afraid, but a little excited. The battle with the Reaper can make up for his lack of experience in fighting first-order mutants. Come on, Jiang Cheng shouted. The Reaper moved at the sound. The body bounced and dived, and the only remaining hand sickle cut through the air, making a whistling sound. Come on. Jiang Cheng held the Tang's sword, stood in place, and swung at the sickle. Clang. The sound of metal collision resounded throughout the Rose Avenue. Under such a huge force, Jiang Cheng did not retreat a step, but the Reaper restrained himself. Because of the great force, the sickle was directly cut with a big cut. Ouch! Separated from the Tang's sword, the Reaper retreated several steps back, then bent his body slightly, jumped up, and the huge hand sickle chopped down from above. Heh! Jiang Cheng sneered and raised his sword with both hands to block. Clang! A sharp buzzing sound sounded, and the concrete road under Jiang Cheng's feet sank directly. But Jiang Cheng was like a pillar supporting the sky, indestructible, standing in place without moving. Is this all you know? If that's all, the game is over. Jiang Cheng has completely adapted to the Reaper's attack method. Left and right horizontal slash, dive horizontal slash or diagonal slash, jump up and slash vertically downward. The fight was just 3 moves. After saying that, Jiang Cheng exerted force with both arms, knocked the harvester away, and then swung the long sword in his right hand, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. A flash of knife light passed by. The next moment, puff, a huge head soared into the sky and fell to the ground again. The headless corpse was like a fountain, gushing out a lot of blue liquid. Swish! Flicking the blood on the Tang's sword, Jiang Cheng slowly walked towards the harvester's head, and then lightly tapped the tip of the knife a few times, and a transparent zombie crystal appeared in front of him. When he put it into his backpack, a whistling wind hit him from the back of his head. Jiang Cheng shouted angrily, turned around, and punched to block. Bang! The air was hit and exploded. The huge force from his arm made him fly back more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. Damn, this crusher is so king powerful. Jiang Cheng rubbed his numb arm, looked at the crusher, his eyes full of provocation, and shouted, Big guy, you are quite strong. Come again if you have the guts. Ouch! The crusher felt the provocation of the human in front of him, roared angrily, and ran towards Jiang Cheng with his fist raised. Boom, boom, boom. Every step he took would cause cracks in the ground. Come on. Jiang Cheng was full of fighting spirit, and simply put the Tang's sword in his hand gently on the ground, clenched his knuckles into a fist, and posed a fighting posture. He wanted to see how strong this monster was today. Ouch! The crusher had already arrived in front of him, and swung his huge fist and smashed it hard towards Jiang Cheng's head. Just to verify the training effect in the gym, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and punched to meet the attack, without using his spirit to increase his strength. The 2 fists collided quickly. At the moment of impact, Jiang Cheng felt the fierce force on his fist, but just when the force was about to shatter his finger bones, Jiang Cheng used his fist as a fulcrum and jerked his wrist. In an instant, the big man's fist changed the direction of attack and hit the side. Efficient, Jiang Cheng tested the effect and took advantage of the inertia of the punch to fly out and punch the crusher's arm hard. Boom. The punch was so fierce that the moment it hit the arm, the surface of the muscular arm was visibly dented, and the bones made a slight brittle sound. Click. And under this huge force, the crusher was smashed to the ground. Quickly getting up, the crusher looked at his arms in surprise, as if he didn't believe that the tiny prey in front of him had such great strength. Come again, Jiang Cheng yelled. The crusher didn't hesitate and immediately turned around and rushed towards Jiang Cheng with rapid strides. Boom. Using the unloading force again, and then waiting for an opportunity to punch the arm, the crusher was smashed to the ground. After getting up, repeat the previous routine. After hitting more than a dozen moves in a row, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. He had already mastered the force-releasing technique on the crusher. This time, he no longer punched, but returned the Tang Dao to his right hand. Zheng. The Tang's sword was unsheathed. The battle is over. With a flick of the blue blood on the long knife, Jiang Cheng put the 2 first-order mutant crystals into his backpack and put them away. The 2 mutants have been dealt with, and the next step is to clean up the ordinary zombies. Jiang Cheng thought, and jumped into the west area of the rose garden. Ouch! A low roar came. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed, and he turned around, only to see a running zombie's body and head separated. He frowned as he looked at the twitching, headless corpse on the ground. It is somewhat similar to the zombies in Yanghe school, but different. The speed is significantly increased. Could it be that the ancient virus in the body has evolved? While thinking, another zombie pounced over. It was not as rigid and slow as the first zombie. On the contrary, it was almost as agile as an ordinary human being. It has indeed evolved. Without saying a word, Jiang Cheng raised his sword and slashed out. I don't know if it was because the sound of the previous battle was too violent, but a large number of zombies heard the sound and poured into the west area of the rose garden. Just in time, Jiang Cheng sneered. His body shape changed, and the knife in his hand made shadows one after another. Occasionally, zombies that were about to get close to him were kicked 10 meters away by him. This scene was witnessed by the survivors upstairs, especially the rescued little girl, who pulled the woman and asked excitedly, "Mom, is that Uncle Superman?" Or maybe. The woman didn't know how to answer, but she couldn't break her daughter's fantasy. She forced a smile, but her eyes flickered towards Jiang Cheng, not knowing what she was thinking. The battle lasted for a full hour. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised to find that he could only kill 200 zombies when he was originally able to kill at least 1,000 zombies. If people observe with the naked eye, they will only find changes in the behavior of these zombies, but the combat data will not deceive people. Reduced from 1,000 to 200. The zombies have really become stronger. With a sigh, Jiang Cheng looked at the zombies on the ground and began to skillfully collect crystals. Holding the long knife, he gently swiped it against the zombie's head. The head was immediately split into two halves. The blood flowing out of it is no longer dark red, but has turned into a dark mucus, and the color of the gray crystals has also become lighter. Looking at these crystals, Jiang Cheng was thoughtful and then continued to work hard. Just when he was about to finish collecting, he suddenly stopped, tightened the Tang Dao in his hand, and glanced behind him from the corner of his eye, his face slightly cold. When the woman saw Jiang Cheng's actions, although she was scared, she still had the courage to say, Can. No. Jiang Cheng refused without thinking. Thump. When the woman saw Jiang Cheng's refusal, she immediately knelt on the ground, pulled her daughter beside her, and said, "Quick, kneel down like mother." Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng continued digging for crystals with his head down, too lazy to care about the mother and daughter. The base has not been expanded yet, and he has no plans to take in survivors for the time being. And even if he wants to take in survivors, he still needs to do some screening. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that Jiang Cheng still refused, the woman began to kowtow, one after another, and she did not stop even though her forehead was bleeding. Jiang Cheng didn't show any signs of behavior like this, and calmly advised, "Stop your petty thoughts. I won't take you in. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I just beg you to take in my daughter. She eats very little. As long as you give her a bite of what you can't finish, I, Zhanya, will be grateful to you for the rest of my life." Haha, I think you have misunderstood me. Jiang Cheng sneered twice, and while collecting the zombie crystals, he said, "I don't have that much time to take care of a bastard child, but if you want I can share some of the food with you, but don't even think about taking it in." Zhanya listened and seemed to have made an important decision. She stretched out her hand and pulled hard on her collar. Suddenly, a large area of the scenery was exposed to the air. "What do you mean?" Jiang Cheng's voice became even colder. "He is a man and has needs, but he will not use means to force others." Zhanya shook her head and said to herself, "You can rest assured that I am very clean, and I only had sex with Tuanshuan's father once." "You know, that's not what I meant," Jiang Cheng said speechlessly, just in time to collect all the zombie crystals. He stood up, walked to Zhanya, then pulled the torn collar back, looked at Zhanya seriously and said, "First, I'm not interested in you, and second, I don't want to take this little kid with me. I, Jiang Cheng, don't care for idlers." Being rejected again, Zhanya felt inexplicably frustrated. She asked herself that she had good looks. Even though she was already 30, her skin care was still like that of an 18-year-old girl. Isn't this guy a man? No, that's not right. Zhanya recalled Jiang Cheng's reaction. Although she pretended to be calm, It clearly showed that this guy had the reaction that a normal man should have. Thinking about Jiang Cheng's words, he spoke again. Don't worry, I won't let you support someone else. I can cook. I worked in a 5-star hotel in Lincian 6 years ago. I also have a special chef certificate and a nutritionist certificate. And I can also sew clothes and farm. If you need me, I will also. Zhang Ye's voice became weak at the end. Can you farm? Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. Yes. I used to grow a few tomato plants at home, but it was a pity that it rained heavily and I forgot to take them back. When the rain stopped and I wanted to take them back, I found that rows of small thorns had grown on the tomatoes, so I didn't dare to move them. Zhang Ye recalled. Can you grow staple foods and fruits and vegetables? Jiang Cheng asked again. Yes. Zhang Ye affirmed, and then looked at Jiang Cheng beggingly. I can do all these. Can you take us in? Don't worry. Just give us mother and daughter a bite to eat, even if it's only one meal a day. Jiang Cheng thought about it and said, You can take us in, but if I find out that you can't do anything, don't blame me for cruelly driving you out. Thank you very much. Zhang Ye pulled her daughter next to her and kowtowed again and again. Okay, get up. You wait here for me first. I'll pick you up in about an hour. Jiang Cheng said, glanced at the pale and thin little girl, and then took out 2 sandwiches from his backpack. These were made by Lu Xinru before everyone went out. There were 3 sandwiches in total, and Jiang Cheng had already eaten one. He handed it over and said, I don't have much food in my backpack, so just make do with it. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Ye's eyes were full of gratitude, and then she immediately took it and handed it to her daughter, crying, Tuanshuan, eat quickly. This is from your Superman uncle. Thank you, Superman uncle. Tuanshuan said softly. Eat it. Jiang Cheng turned his head. In the end times, there are many poor people like Zhang Ye and her daughter. It's not that he is hard-hearted. If he takes a group of insignificant people into the base, not only will it waste food, but those people may also start a revolution and feel that you have treated them unfairly. Zhang Ye knows how to be grateful and content, especially with additional skills, which is the talent he needs. Of course, he doesn't know Zhang Ye's character, but as long as he is in the base, it's just a matter of his words. Ah, this damn end times. With a sigh, Jiang Cheng rushed towards the east district of Rose Garden again. He needs more energy points to kill more zombies. The number of zombies in the east area of Rose Garden was twice that of the west area. I thought it would take 2 hours to deal with them, but it took 2.5 hours. Killed a total of 500 zombies. Jiang Cheng put away his knife. He had gradually felt that all these zombies were turning into the zombies in zombie movies. After collecting the crystals and zipping up his backpack, Jiang Cheng returned to pick up the mother and daughter when a scream came. What do you want to do? Tell me, what did the man give you just now? Hand it over to me. The voices were Zhang Ye and several men, and there was also the cry of a little girl beside them. Jiang Cheng's face turned cold. He had just left for a short time, and these bastards came out to bully people. It seemed that it was necessary to warn these scumbags. He tiptoed and jumped to the gate of the community in the blink of an eye. As expected, across the street, a mother and daughter were surrounded by a group of men, one of whom was the bald man from upstairs, and the rest of the men hugged the little girl. Let my daughter go. Please let my daughter go. I've already given you my necklace. What else do you want? What do you want? Bald Zheng said with a mocking look on his face. If you hadn't screamed so loudly, how could the monster be attracted here? It's all because of you that all my supplies were scrapped. If I don't use your daughter to pay off the debt, what else can I use? As he said that, Zheng's voice turned cold. Also, what did that kid give you? Hand it all over to me quickly. No, nothing. Give my daughter back to me. Zhang Ye cried, and was about to get up to take her daughter back, but as soon as she got up, she was kicked to the ground by Zheng, who said coldly, Brothers, come on, beat this woman to death. It's all because of her that the brothers can't eat. Yes. After Zheng's order fell, several brothers immediately surrounded her. They looked at Zhang Ye with unfriendly eyes. It was this woman. If it hadn't been for this woman who brought that thing over, their comfortable days wouldn't have been ruined. Just as several people were about to start. Swish! A flash of knife shadows passed by. The people who were about to start suddenly stood still. Brother Zheng looked at everyone angrily and cursed. Why are you all standing there? Come on. As soon as the words fell, puff! A stream of blood splashed on his face, making him unable to open his eyes. He quickly touched the blood on his face and opened his eyes to see that his 6 younger brothers' heads had been moved one by one. "Oh my God, ghosts!" Brother Jiang screamed in fear and didn't care about the mother and daughter in front of him. He turned around and ran, but just after taking 2 steps, another knife light passed over his neck. Plop! The head fell to the ground. A blood fountain gushed from the broken neck. Zhang Ye's heart almost stopped when he saw this scene, and Tuanshuan beside him was stunned. Zhang Ye reacted and quickly pulled her daughter over, hugged her in her arms, and kept comforting her. "Tuanshuan, don't be afraid. It was Uncle Superman who defeated all these bad guys. Mom." Tuanshuan knows that these bad guys bullied Mom and deserve to be killed. It's okay, it's okay." Zhang Ye thought her daughter was just irritated and said this. What can a 6-year-old child understand? "Okay, follow me." Jiang Cheng's voice sounded at the side. Zhang Ye was slightly stunned, and then looked at Jiang Cheng holding the bloody Tang sword blade, and her body shook involuntarily. "If you are afraid, you can stay here." Jiang Cheng noticed Zhang Ye's fear and said lightly. Zhang Ye suppressed her fear and shook her head, saying, "Before the end of the world, they were the local hooligans here. They did a lot of immoral things on weekdays. After the end of the world, they are even more unscrupulous and treat human life as worthless. Many neighbors died in their hands. They deserve to be killed. It's good that you can think it through, but if you dare to betray me one day, your result will be the same as theirs." After that, Jiang Cheng stepped out, but he could slow down. Zhang Ye followed closely behind with her daughter in her arms, keeping a certain distance. Not long after, a private house appeared in front of them. Jiang Cheng said, "Open the door." "Master, please come in." A mechanical sound sounded, and the door automatically opened to both sides. Looking at Jiang Cheng's operation, Zhang Ye was shocked, especially the sci-fi new decoration style inside, which made her wonder if she was dreaming. As the mother and daughter entered, the door closed quickly. Jiang Cheng looked around and found that Father Yang and the others had not returned yet, and then looked at the dirty mother and daughter in front of him. The data I opened immediately. Name: Zhang Ye. Age: 30. Friendliness: 80. Wisdom: 1, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength: 0.6, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility: 0.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit: 0.4, 1 for ordinary humans. Skills: Master of Cooking, Intermediate Agriculture, Intermediate Tailoring, Advanced Management. Comprehensive Combat Strength: 2.5. Name: Gu Tuanshuan. Age: 6. Friendliness: 90. Wisdom: 0.8, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength: 0.05, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility: 0.7, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit: 0.2, 1 for ordinary humans. Skills: None. Comprehensive Combat Power: 1.75. Jiang Cheng looked at the two people's information and nodded secretly. Zhang Ye did not lie to him, especially the cooking skill, which actually reached the master level. Agriculture and tailoring were both intermediate levels, and there was also a strange advanced management skill, which was quite intriguing. The skills are not low, and the friendliness is 80, which is about the same, higher than the original Lu Xinru. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised that Zhang Ye's daughter had a friendliness level of 90. The explanation given by the system for a friendliness level of 90 was that no matter what he said, the other party would trust her unconditionally. However, if you want to stay at the base, you still have to go through a period of observation. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said, "There is a bathroom on the first floor. You can take Tuanshuan to wash up first, and I will prepare a change of clothes for you. Also, there are ingredients in the refrigerator. You can use them as you please later. As for where you live," Jiang Cheng thought for a while, pointed to the yard outside the door, and said, "I will give you a military tent and quilts in a while. You can live in the yard for the time being. Is it okay?" "No, it's already very good," Zhang Ye said gratefully. To be able to provide them with food and accommodation in such an environment, she felt it was heaven. "Well, I have some things I need to go out to take care of later. You can just stay in the leisure area after you finish your meal." Jiang Cheng's arrangement is not without basis. The rooms in the base are all given to important members of the base. They are not yet members of the base, and the friendship level has not been reached, so rooms cannot be arranged for the time being. Besides, apart from being a little empty, The backyard is actually pretty good. The temperature of the backyard is self-controlled, the air is good, and it is fully enclosed. There is no need to worry about danger. For ordinary survivors, this location is enough to be called a paradise. After making arrangements for mother and daughter, Jiang Cheng fetched clothes from the warehouse and placed them at the bathroom door before giving instructions and leaving immediately. He has to rush to Yanghe North Road now. It's already afternoon, and Father Yang and the others haven't come back yet. Maybe they've run into some trouble. Yanghe North Road. This alley has been gradually prosperous since the construction of Yanghe School in 1998. The consumption brought by a large number of students has provided opportunities for residents to start businesses and find jobs. Shops, medical clinics, and small supermarkets have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Later, the community built Yanghe Welfare Home, Yanghe Technical School, and Yanghe Kindergarten. All this prosperity disappeared in a flood. After the flood receded, the population advantage became the root cause of the zombie chaos in this area. Hurry, run to the base. A loud roar came from the side of Yanghe Welfare Home. Two beautiful women hurriedly ran towards the base. At this time, boom, a loud noise. The concrete wall of Yanghe Welfare Home collapsed, stirring up a lot of dust. In the dust, a shirtless figure flew out from inside and hit the wall next to him. In the smoke and dust, a huge monster jumped out and slashed at the figure with a scythe in his hand. Damn it! The figure quickly pulled his body out of the concrete wall and dodged to the side. Boom! Another loud noise. The wall where the figure was originally located suddenly turned into a pile of ruins. Too fast. The figure was Father Yang. He glanced at the direction where the two women fled. When he saw the two women walking away, he barely breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident that he could suppress the monster, but with the two women next to him, he had to distract himself to protect the two. As a result, the monster gained the upper hand. In addition to these, there is one more thing. The zombies in this welfare home are a bit weird. They move as agilely as normal humans, or even more agilely. Compared with the ordinary zombies encountered before, they are simply a world of difference. What is going on? No, I must tell that kid this news. Father Yang thought. His expression was determined. He looked up at the big guy in front of him. A hint of coldness appeared on his face, and he said loudly, "Hey, ugly thing, there was a thing like you that attacked the old man before. Now the old man's injury has healed. I will take you to vent my anger first." After the words fell, the old man shouted, "Hard Qigong." After the words fell, the muscles of the muscular body swelled again, and the height that had grown to 1.78 meters grew to 2 meters again. The body was a circle larger than before, and the surface of the skin seemed to be steaming a lot of hot air. Ayo! Although it couldn't understand what the human in front of it was saying, the harvester could feel the provocation of the other party. With a loud roar, it bounced its legs and flew out like a cannonball. The huge sickle on its arm cut through the air and whistled. "Hey, beast!" Father Yang shouted coldly, his arms slightly bent, until the monster came in front of him and suddenly punched. Vajra fist. The air was filled with the sound of beans frying, and strong winds were raised around the arm. The fist was wrapped in internal force, and it was emitting a faint golden glow. Zheng. The Reaper's scythe was equally hard, and a deafening metallic buzzing sound was emitted when it collided with the fist. But in less than 2 seconds, the Reaper was out of strength and flew backwards. Seeing this, Father Yang stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the gravel on the ground splashed. His body was ejected, and he punched again. Bang! This punch went straight to the face of the Reaper, and the 8-petal mouth was hit with blue liquid splashing and hitting the ground. Bang! The huge body fell, and a big hole was immediately smashed into the uneven concrete road surface. The attack continued. Bang! Bang bang! Father Yang punched one after another. Each punch was more powerful than the last, and with each punch, the huge 8-petal mouth of Do Jiang was smashed into the ground. It was not until the head was smashed into pieces that Old Man Yang stopped punching and breathed a sigh of relief. This beast is really stubborn. However, thinking of the stones Jiang Cheng asked him to collect, he looked down at the flesh under his feet and saw a transparent crystal the size of a marble. It should be this thing. At the same time, as the two girls ran, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing Jiang Cheng, The two girls hurriedly shouted, "Jiang Cheng, this way!" Hearing the voice, Jiang Cheng rushed over immediately. When he saw the two people in a miserable state, he couldn't help asking, "Where is the old man?" In order to let us leave, Old Man Yang held up the huge mutant zombie. "I don't know what's going on now. Jiang Cheng, go over and help Old Man." Lin Ro said anxiously. "Okay, you go back to the base along the same route." Jiang Cheng nodded, but thinking of Zhang Ye and her daughter in the base, he added, "By the way, there's a newcomer in the base, and he hasn't officially joined yet." "I see, go and have a look." Lu Xinru naturally knew what Jiang Cheng meant, but the safety of Old Man Yang was more important now. "Okay." Nodding, Jiang Cheng quickly disappeared in front of the two girls. At this time, at the entrance of the welfare home, Old Man Yang reached out and took out the crystal from the blue mucus, then jumped off the corpse and prepared to return to the base. But at this moment, he suddenly looked at me. He jumped up and flipped back in the air, and at the place where he was originally staying, a strange big guy jumped over from below. After landing steadily on the ground, Father Yang took a fighting posture. His intuition told him that this monster was a little unusual. "Big guy, this human is so interesting, help me catch him." A childish lowly voice sounded. This was a little lowly with silver hair, and this little lowly grew on the neck of a body more than 3 meters tall. She looked extremely strange. She pointed at Father Yang in front of her, with an uncontrollable excitement on her face, as if she had seen an interesting toy. "Is this guy the monster that hurt Jiang Cheng?" Looking at the appearance of the monster, Father Yang muttered in his heart, "If this is true, then he might have to die here, but shouldn't it be in school? No matter what, let's test the opponent's strength first." Thinking about it, Father Yang said loudly, "Little guy, if you want to catch the old man, you have to spend some effort. Why don't we change the way of playing? The old man catches you. If he catches you, he will take off your head and give it to the old man. If he fails to catch you, the old man's head belongs to you. How about it?" "Okay." When the little lowly heard that there was something to play, she immediately showed a happy look, and then said, "Then how do we start?" The old man counts 1, 2, and 3. When the old man counts to 3, the game begins, and the old man catches you. Father Yang said loudly, Okay, you count quickly. If you count slowly, I will let the big guy kill you." The little lowly clapped her hands happily. When Father Yang saw the little lowly agreed, cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, this monster's IQ is not high. He took a deep breath and counted loudly. 1. The muscles were tense, and half of the internal energy in the dantian was concentrated on the legs, and the remaining half completely covered the whole body. After regulating his internal energy, Father Yang secretly said, "Now." He shouted, 3. After he finished speaking, his body left a pale golden afterimage and rushed towards the silver-haired lowly. Bang! A loud noise sounded. The monster was unable to dodge and was hit hard in the abdomen. It took 5 or 6 steps back to stabilize its body. At this time, the silver-haired lowly on the head started crying. "Human, you are cheating. And didn't lose. This game doesn't count." "Not counted? Okay, let's do it again." While Father Yang yelled in response, his heart was in turmoil. He had almost used all his strength in the punch just now, but what was the result? He only took 5 or 6 steps back and seemed to be fine. Such a monster is really a bit scary. Just when Father Yang was thinking about how to retreat, that childish voice that sounded like a devil sounded again. "No, I'll catch you this time. If I catch you, you give me your head. If I can't catch you, then I'll give you my head." The silver-haired little lowly rubbed her red face in his eyes. He said aggrievedly. Father Yang subconsciously refused. "No, I made this game, and the rules should be." The game begins. Before he could finish speaking, the silver-haired little lowly warned with an unreasonable smile and started counting the numbers. 1, 2, oops. Father Yang secretly thought something was wrong, turned around, and ran away, but the strong wind came so suddenly that he had no time to react. Unable to dodge, he crossed his thick arms and shouted loudly, "Hard Qigong!" Boom! A blast sounded. The mutated zombie punched his arms, and the internal energy gathered in the arms was directly dispersed. There was a sudden burst of force on the arms, and the huge force from the arms made his body fly backwards like a cannonball, and the orphanage was thrown away. The security room next to it was directly smashed into a pile of rubble. Cough, cough. Father Yang coughed violently, his mouth full of fishy sweetness. It's such a terrifying power. If the old man hadn't used all my hard qigong, I might have ended up here. Spit. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Father Yang slowly climbed up from the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at the silver-haired monster in front of him, and touched his pants pocket with one hand. I didn't expect that the old man would be able to use this thing one day. Kicking away the blocking concrete slab, the old man stepped forward and said, "You win this game, but we are playing a best-of-3 game. I won the first game, you won the second game. Now let's start the third game, Bureau. I don't care, I win this game, and your head belongs to me." The silver-haired little lowly immediately became unwilling and retorted like a gambler who couldn't afford to play, and her mood became irritable. "I win. Come on, big man, go and take off this human head." Bang, bang, bang. The thick body under the neck beat its chest and assumed a running posture. Whoosh! It dispersed in the air, and the big man disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the situation was not good, Father Yang took out the thing in his pocket and threw it out. "Uncle, please eat cantaloupe." The moment it was thrown, the old man rolled like a lazy donkey on the spot, then kicked on the ground with his toes and retreated in a straight line towards the base. "What's this?" The silver-haired lowly looked at the dark oval thing in front of her suspiciously and reached out to grab it. Boom! Hot air waves rose instantly, and her little hand holding the cantaloupe was blown into pieces in an instant. The skin and flesh on her arms were also burned clean, as well as her cute little gray face with plump flesh. Half of it was also blown off, exposing the bones. "Ah, human, I'm going to eat you." The ear-piercing screams echoed throughout Yanghe North Road. The huge monster roared to the sky angrily and hit the little lowly on the neck with its fist as big as a millstone. In an instant, the silver-haired lowly with only half of her face was beaten into a puddle of flesh. Soon, the flesh squirmed and gradually transformed into the head of an adult human woman. Bone spurs sprouted from her elbows and knees. At the tailbone position, a bony tail pokes out from the flesh, and the body is condensed from the original 4 meters to 2 meters. The mutant looked at the direction of Yang's escape with cold eyes, and his fingers crackled like fried beans. "Human, you are the second guy who forced an to transform. I must kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the ground with one foot, causing the ground to dent. The 2-meter-tall figure disappeared after a gust of wind blew. Run! Father Yang only had one thought in his mind. He finally knew why Jiang Cheng was injured like that. This monster was completely incomparable to that scythe. What the hell is this? Father Yang thought. At this moment, the wind roared from behind. Oops! Hard qigong! Father Yang shouted suddenly, but before his inner energy could gather, he was hit hard on the back and his body flew away like a kite with its string cut off. At the same time, Jiang Cheng was rushing towards Father Yang's location. Suddenly, a figure flew towards him in his sight. He subconsciously moved to the side. Boom! The public toilet on the roadside suddenly collapsed into ruins. This is... Before Jiang Cheng had time to check, he saw a familiar guy getting closer and closer to him. He has silver hair and a gray face, and his body is covered with bone spurs. This thing... Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and the first thing he pulled out was not the Tang knife, but the doomsday bomb in his pocket. F***CKU. Human. The monster seemed to have seen the power of the grenade. It paused in the air and quickly moved back more than 10 meters. Boom. The doomsday grenade exploded. The hot air waves spread in all directions, blowing the debris on the street around and raising a smog. Taking advantage of the break in the explosion, Jiang Cheng dodged to the edge of the ruins. When he discovered it was Yang, he picked him up without saying a word and ran towards the base as hard as he could. It's you. It's indeed you. The smoke dissipated halfway, and the mutant saw the familiar back. His eyes glowed red, and his fangs gritted loudly. She would never forget that this was the guy who thrust the knife into her chest. It's a pity that he ran away at that time. Now that we meet her again, we must not let this human being who saw her ugly appearance escape again. Roar! He looked up to the sky and roared. The muscles of her legs bulged high, and with a kick, the ground cracked, and the air around her body turned into a black cover, breaking the sound barrier, and chased after Jiang Cheng. Damn it! Why did this thing appear here? Jiang Cheng cursed in anger and continued to speed up. His location is only 200 meters away from the base, and at his current speed, it will take less than 2 seconds. It's just that the monster is faster. He was behind him in an instant. Jiang Cheng immediately took out the doomsday pistol in his pocket. Bang, bang, bang. Without saving bullets, he fired all the remaining 3 bullets, which delayed him for half a second to the entrance of the base. Shuguang, open the door. Jiang Cheng shouted anxiously. Master, please come in. The base door opened immediately and closed quickly after Jiang Cheng entered. The next moment, boom, violent vibrations were heard outside the gate, one after another, and the submachine guns outside the base also detected the monsters outside and launched an attack. Choo 222. 1 minute later, the submachine gun stopped and there was no movement outside. At this moment, Jiang Cheng, who came out of the operating room, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the door was strong, otherwise all the people in his base would have died at the hands of the monster. What's going on? Lin Ro also felt the vibration outside and asked in horror. Jiang Cheng said, the zombie is coming after me. As if she was afraid that Lin Ro would not be clear about it, she added, the mutated zombie outside is the one that seriously injured me. Hiss. Upon hearing this explanation, both Lu Xinru and Lin Ro took a deep breath. If they didn't say they knew Jiang Cheng's strength very well, they at least had a vague understanding of him. He killed more than 2,000 zombies with just a single move, and could move freely among the zombies. Such a master was beaten to the point of death, which shows how terrifying this zombie is. It won't come in, right? Lin Ro swallowed. Lu Xinru and Zhangya's mother and daughter who rushed over also looked at Jiang Cheng worriedly. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, not for the time being. But for now we can only be trapped in the base and cannot go anywhere. According to the base monitoring, the monster did not leave. It was lying on the wall of the base like a spider, crawling back and forth. As long as we can't get in for the time being. Lin Ro and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Operating room. How's it going? Jiang Cheng asked with a frown. Lu Xinru breathed a sigh of relief and said, 2 ribs are broken, but the other organs are intact. I have already reattached the ribs. I will drink some spiritual water and rest for a while. That's good. Jiang Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Father Yang is fine. After walking out of the operating room, Jiang Cheng called Zhangya and his daughter again. At this time, Zhangya had washed up and put on clean clothes. At a glance, with willow eyebrows, cherry mouth, oval face, delicate nose, and jade-like skin, she is such a gentle beauty. Jiang Cheng secretly marveled. No wonder when he first met Zhangya, she was wearing a beige trench coat, with messy hair and a dirty face. If it hadn't been like this, with such an appearance and in such an environment, I'm afraid. Apart from her appearance, the tight-fitting dark blue knitted long skirt perfectly outlines her curvy figure. She is tall and straight in the front and as round as the moon in the back. In addition, she has a slightly nervous expression and green onions secretly poking at each other. A jade finger indicates that a 30-year-old woman is undoubtedly mature and intellectually blooming. Behind Zhangya, there was a pair of big, smart eyes staring curiously at Jiang Cheng. Perhaps because he hadn't eaten for a long time, his little face was a little sallow, and he looked a little malnourished. Formal introduction. My name is Jiang Cheng. I am the boss of Shuguang Base. You can call me boss or sir. Jiang Cheng began to introduce himself. Then he pointed at Lin Ju and said, this is a combatant from our base, named Lin Ro. Don't worry, if you are bullied by Jiang Cheng at the base, just come to me and I will teach you a lesson. Lin Ro clenched her fists and said confidently, thank you. Zhangya held Lin Ro's hand nervously. A row of black lines appeared on Jiang Cheng's forehead. Where's this going? After glancing at Lin Ro, Jiang Cheng pointed at Lu Xinru and introduced. This is the doctor and part-time cook at our Dawn base, Lu Xinru. Lu Xinru looked Zhangya up and down, squeezed out a smile, and said, hello, my name is Lu Xinru. If you feel uncomfortable, you can come to me. I'll have to worry about Dr. Lu from now on. Zhangya responded awkwardly. It's okay. Lu Xinru nodded. Jiang Cheng continued. There is another person who is resting in the room. His name is Yang Jianan. You can call him Father Yang. He is a combatant at our Dawn base. After introducing everyone to Zhangya, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhanya again. Zhanya immediately understood and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhanya. From today on, I will be responsible for the cleaning of the base, cooking, washing and mending clothes, and other chores. Next to me is my daughter. It's called Tuanshuan." After saying that, he rubbed Tuanshuan's head and said, "Tuan Tuan, please introduce yourself to everyone." Aye. After hesitating for a moment, Tuanshuan finally mustered up the courage to step forward and said weakly, "Hello, my name is Gu Tuanshuan, my father's name is Gu Cheng, and my mother's name is Zhangya." It turns out that Tuanshuan's surname is Gu. Is that Tuanshuan's father, Shuai, or our Shuguang base's Uncle Jiang Cheng? Lin Ro smiled and hugged Tuanshuan into her arms, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Uncle Superman is more handsome." Tuanshuan bit his fingers and gave an answer. Jiang Cheng. After some introduction, everyone knew each other. "Okay, we're familiar with this for now. Zhanya, you can make lunch today," Jiang Cheng said directly. "Okay, sir." Zhanya nodded lightly. Lu Xinru saw this and said, "I'll go help." With that said, the two women entered the kitchen together. Lin Ro next to him was too embarrassed to stay in the rest area, so she also walked in. Jiang Cheng looked at it and shook his head slightly. He didn't bother to guess the woman's little thoughts. Soon, Zhanya's cooking skills immediately impressed everyone. If the dishes cooked by Lu Xinru are called delicious, then the dishes made by Zhanya can be called art. It is the same dish, but Zhanya almost makes flowers, which makes Jiang Cheng feel like he has found a treasure. Furthermore, during the meal, the sound of submachine guns outside rang from time to time, which made him feel a little irritable. Could it be that this damn mutant is still nesting near his base? No, we can't stay locked up like this forever. Jiang Cheng thought to himself as he walked into the transformation room, carrying a backpack. The number of ordinary zombie crystals is 700, and the number of first-order mutant crystals is 2. But what surprised Jiang Cheng was that after throwing in these 700 zombie crystals, his energy points directly increased by 8,400 points. An ordinary zombie is worth 10 energy points. After being surprised, Jiang Cheng confirmed his suspicion that these zombies had indeed become stronger. If the zombies continued to mutate like this, he couldn't imagine the tide of zombies in 3 years' time. Next, 2 more first-order mutant crystals were thrown in. Energy points increased by 2,400 points. It seems that the first-order mutant has not changed, which means that it may take longer for the first-order mutant to evolve. Write down these data for now. Jiang Cheng checked the remaining energy points. 11058 energy points. System, open the base mall. Permanent goods. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullets. 20 energy points, /shot. Power can penetrate level 1 mutants. Product column. Level 1 Blood Exploding Potion, 200 energy points. After use, physical attributes double, and the effect lasts for 5 minutes. Side effects. Within 6 hours, the overall combat strength is halved. Refresh time 1 hour 25 minutes and 18 seconds. In the product column, due to the heavy buying in the morning, only the first level Violent Potion is left, and the other high-quality products are gray and unavailable for purchase. Jiang Cheng looked at the product, thought for a moment, and said, "Buy 20 rounds of first-level Doomsday Pistol Bullets and a burst of Blood Potion." Ding! The purchase is successful. 600 energy points will be deducted. The sound of the system fell, and Jiang Cheng had a blood-red glass syringe in his hand, as well as 20 metallic bullets. After putting these in his backpack, Jiang Cheng opened the base equipment upgrade panel. Now, the spiritual pool, gym, and energy conversion room have been upgraded. Jiang Cheng took a rough look at the rest. If all equipment is upgraded, the remaining energy points will be enough, but the current situation is to quickly improve the strength to deal with the guys outside. As for other equipment, it can only be postponed for the time being. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said, "Upgrade the third-level dormant warehouse and the third-level storage space." Ding! 1,500 energy points have been deducted, and the upgrade is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Level 3 Hibernation Chamber. Each entry consumes 1 energy point. Resting for 6 hours can restore physical attributes, repair all trauma, delay the onset of the virus, and increase mental attributes by 0.2 each time you sleep. With a mental attribute of zero point 0.2 and repair of all external injuries, it's okay. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly. In this way, Father Yang's injury could be recovered. Continue reading below. Level 3 storage space. The total area is 10,000 cubic meters. In the storage space, time stops. The stored food is attached with a small spirit once. Eating it can automatically increase 0.3 strength, agility. It can be strengthened twice a day. The second the effect is halved, and 2 energy points are automatically consumed every day. Earn it. Jiang Cheng looked happy. This is equivalent to adding 0.45 attribute points every day. Exiting the interface, Jiang Cheng looked at the current energy points, which were 8,958.3 points. For the rest, just wait until the product column is refreshed to see if you can find anything good. After spending 1 energy point to place Father Yang in the dormant chamber, Jiang Cheng directly called the 2 girls to the gym. Shu Guang introduced the situation to them. Jiang Cheng said, "Yes, master." Shu Guang nodded lightly and said to the 2 curious girls, "According to the base rules, you can train here for 1 hour. I will be responsible for guiding you. This training can improve your physical fitness, improve your reaction ability, and let you learn the skills of fighting zombies." "Is it so magical?" Lin Ro said in surprise. Lu Xinru on the side was relatively calm. She had already seen Jiang Cheng's endless methods, so she could still restrain her inner shock. After Shu Guang finished his introduction, Jiang Cheng said, "I don't know if you have noticed that ordinary zombies are different from before. They are as agile as adults, and their strength is stronger than that of adults. It is impossible for everyone to be around all the time. In the future, each member of the base will need to be independent. So, you need to become stronger. Shu Guang has the best training system in the world. I hope you can train seriously in the future. After a week, I will test you. Those who pass the test can continue to train in the gym. Those who fail the test will automatically withdraw from the combat team sequence in the future." As for the last sentence, the base does not support idle people. Jiang Cheng did not say it. If this group of people do not understand his painstaking efforts, then I'm sorry, they will withdraw from the combat sequence and become logistics personnel. He can't waste resources on people who have no combat talent. Hearing this, the 2 women also realized the seriousness of the problem and nodded solemnly. "We know." After arranging the 2 women, Jiang Cheng stood aside, relaxed his body, and practiced the chi-absorbing method taught by his father. As a plug-in for combat enhancement, spiritual value cannot be relaxed. Put aside distracting thoughts. Inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth. While breathing, his arms controlled the direction of the internal force in his body, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge towards him. So far, there are a total of 2 strands of internal energy in his dantian. According to the display on the data panel, this means that his martial arts realm has reached the 2nd level of the acquired realm. The speed seems to have increased. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, because, while controlling the internal energy, he felt that the speed of the spiritual energy flowing into his body from all around was much faster than before, and the flow of internal energy also increased. If the internal energy flow was similar to a 2-finger wide stream before, then the width of the stream is now 3 fingers. Under the injection of spiritual energy and the washing of internal energy, Jiang Cheng felt that all the pores in his body were dilated, and the cells of his body were singing. The 3rd strand of internal energy was also slowly condensed in the dantian. Until 9 o'clock in the evening, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a mouthful of white, turbid air slowly came out of his mouth and was discharged by the air purification system in the gym. System, check my data. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Level, acquired 3rd level, semi-awakened. Spirit, 0.3, can increase combat power by 30%. Wisdom, 7.5 plus 1, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 24.25 plus 3, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 11.35 plus 3, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 7.9 plus 1, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.5 plus 0.1. When reaching 1, it can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower. Awakening degree, 45%. Skills: Qi absorption method, hard Qigong, meditation, fighting, advanced. Comprehensive combat power, 59. Sure enough, 3 threads mean that my martial arts realm has reached the acquired 3rd level. Jiang Cheng verified his guess. But there is another surprise. The upgrade of the warrior realm brings not only the increase of spiritual value, but also the increase of various attributes. Wisdom increased by 1 attribute, and strength increased by 3 attributes, which means that his strength has broken through to 2,725 caddies. Agility has reached 14.35, which is 100.45 meters per second. Mental attribute +1. Virus resistance +0.1. Awakening degree increased by 3%. And comprehensive combat power has reached 59. Good. 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 Jiang Cheng said, 3 good. With such strength, facing the mutant outside, his possibility of escape will be greatly improved. Looking at the time again, it is already 9:03 in the evening. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. For hours have passed, and the base mall has been refreshed, and he can start a new round of shopping. Directly said, System, open the mall. Ding. The mall is open. Product column. Level 1 space ring. 1,000 energy points. Contains time and space technology. Can store objects. Volume 1 cubic meter. Level 2 Doomsday Bomb. 1,000 energy points. The explosion power can seriously injure a second-order mutant. The explosion damage range is 10 meters in diameter, 1 time. Level 1 Doomsday Sniper Rifle. 800 energy points. The power can directly penetrate a first-order mutant's defense and can hurt second-order mutants. Sniper Bullet Price. 50 energy points / round. Note: the bullet product is permanent and can be purchased in the permanent product column. Level 3 Doomsday Warrior. 10,000 energy points. Strength comparable to that of a level 3 mutant. 100% loyalty. Requires 1,000 energy points per day for energy supply. Level 1 Optical Invisibility Cloak. 200 energy points. Can avoid tracking by level 1 mutants and has a certain degree of confusion for level 2 mutants. Level 1 Doomsday Martial Arts Treasure Box. 500 energy points. After redemption, you can randomly open a level 1 martial arts inheritance crystal, which can only be used by yourself and cannot be transferred to others. Refresh time: 20 hours, 39 minutes, and 21 seconds. Scanned from top to bottom. To be honest, every item here is what he wants to redeem, especially the level 3 Doomsday Warrior. The reason why he didn't use the level 1 Doomsday Warrior when he escaped before was because this mutant was obviously different from the level 1 mutant. If he really released the level 1 Doomsday Warrior, it would most likely be scrapped directly. The price of exchanging the level 1 Doomsday Warrior is not cheap. As an important combat force of the base, Jiang Cheng doesn't want to waste it. It's a pity that there are not enough energy points. Jiang Cheng shook his head and sighed. If he had known that such a thing would appear, he would definitely save energy points and not upgrade the equipment. After all, as long as he exchanged it, the crisis of his base could be solved in minutes. But although the threat of mutants can be eliminated after the exchange, it will bring him the dilemma of energy point shortage. 1,000 energy points a day, he is afraid that he will be exhausted to death. After moving this item away with difficulty, Jiang Cheng swept his eyes to other commodities. First, there is a level 1 space ring. In the future, you don't need to carry a backpack when you go out, which can save a lot of trouble. There is also a Doomsday Bomb, which can be used as a life-saving equipment. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said directly, except for the level 3 Doomsday Warrior, buy all the items in the commodity column. Ding. Do you want to deduct 3,500 energy points to purchase? The system prompt sounded again. Buy. Jiang Cheng said firmly. Ding. The purchase is successful, and the items are automatically distributed within 2 meters of the host. Please check them. The system voice fell, and a white light lit up in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes. The first was a metal ring, the most common round ring style, the whole silver, without any pattern. Jiang Cheng put it on his hand, and suddenly, a stream of information flooded into his mind. So that's it. Jiang Cheng tried to use his right hand with the ring to wave at the second-level Doomsday Bomb on the ground, and the next moment, the Doomsday Bomb disappeared. Then, Jiang Cheng turned his wrist. The doomsday bomb immediately appeared in the palm of his hand again. Good stuff. If this thing is used well, it can achieve unexpected results. Nodding with satisfaction, Jiang Cheng picked up the first-level doomsday sniper rifle on the ground. It is similar to the sniper rifle in the movie. It is 1.5 meters long, matte black paint, with aiming device, an effective shooting distance of 2 kilometers, but the bullet capacity is a little less than 3 rounds. Jiang Cheng couldn't put this gun into the space ring, so he had to put it aside and hide it in his room later. Then he looked at the optical invisibility cloak. It is a bit similar to a raincoat, which can completely cover a person. The material is very thin and the weight is almost unnoticeable. Jiang Cheng tried it. After putting it on, his body can be completely invisible, and he can observe the situation outside through the cloak. The only disadvantage is that he can't expose any skin outside. Without the optical invisibility cloak, his vision will be exposed. The last item is the strangest. It is a dark wooden box. Is this the first-level Doomsday martial arts treasure box? It's really a magical thing, but I don't know what martial arts it can open. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng slowly opened the black wooden box. Inside is a white fist-sized crystal, which at first glance glows with a faint white light. Is this the martial arts inheritance crystal? Jiang Cheng touched it curiously. In an instant, the crystal glowed brightly, and the milky white light melted into his palm. The next moment, the name of this martial art came to his mind. Air Dai Jin can hit double the force. As the name suggests, if a person has a strength of 100 kilograms, he can exert a strength of 200 kilograms using Erdi Jin. After digesting the information in his mind, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. According to this, his current strength is 2,725 kilograms. Using Erdi Jin, he can exert a strength of 5,450 kilograms. Coupled with a 30% increase in spiritual value, he can explode with a strength of more than 7,000 kilograms. More than 7,000 kilograms. It is almost twice the size of a first-order mutant. Good. Without saying a word, Jiang Cheng immediately stood up and walked to the dynamometer. Air Duo Jin's force-generating skills immediately came to mind, as if he had been practicing for many years. He clenched his palm into a fist, made a wave with his arm, and hit the dynamometer violently. Erdujin. Bang bang. 2 consecutive explosions sounded on the side weapon. A number was immediately displayed on the big screen. 5,000 pounds. Come again. Jiang Cheng secretly thought. He was still a little uncomfortable with using it for the first time, which resulted in the power not reaching its peak. Drink. With a low cry, he moved his arms to create waves, and then punched out. Bang. A line of numbers immediately popped up on the display. 5,450 pounds. It's done. Jiang Cheng was ecstatic in his heart. He was like a child getting a novel toy for the first time. He practiced it repeatedly in the gym until he was able to master it, and then he stopped. I looked at the time, 11:30 p.m. 6 hours, the old man should have recovered. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, closed the gym door, and walked towards his room. At this time, Father Yang had already sat up from the dormant cabin. Seeing Jiang Cheng approaching, he immediately said, "Boy, how is that monster?" "It's outside the base." Jiang Cheng spread his hands and said helplessly, "With Erdwa Jin, he is eager to try the monsters outside, but for now, he still waits until the training is over tomorrow. By the way, old man, how are you injured?" Father Yang sighed. "I have to say, this thing of yours is really magical." The old man clearly remembers that his ribs were broken. Now he just slept and the bones have healed. As long as he rests for a few more days, he will be able to adjust. As he said that, the old man straightened his face and said seriously, "What are you going to do about that monster outside?" "Stay at the base for now." Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Anyway, the old man has lived for 75 years. He has played what he should play and eaten what he should eat. He has already earned enough. If you go to fight that monster, remember to call the old man." Father Yang laughed. Jiang Cheng said speechlessly, "Old man, just be at ease." Father Yang nodded. "Okay, then the old man won't talk nonsense." At this point, his mood changed, and he lowered his voice and said in a vulgar voice, "By the way, if you have a chance to go out, remember to help the old man bring back a magazine from Motorcycle Sister." Jiang Cheng. July 10th, 2022. Morning, 8:10. Jiang Cheng came out of the gym, wiping his sweat. System, view my profile panel. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, 3rd level acquired, semi-awakened person. Spirit, 0.3, can increase combat power by 30%. Wisdom, 8.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 29.75, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 15.75, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 9.1, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.6. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower: Awakening, 47%. Skills: Naki method, hard qigong, meditation, fighting, advanced, or duojin. Comprehensive combat power, 63.1. After glancing at the information on the mission information panel, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly. The strength has reached 2,975 kilograms, and the agility has reached 110.25 meters per second. In terms of speed, it is still a little short of the monsters outside, but in terms of strength, after using Erdi Gene, it can be at least 50 to 50. After arranging his clothes, Jiang Cheng walked downstairs with Tang Dao in hand. At this time, everyone in the base is gathering in the rest area to chat. Little Lolita is playing in the backyard, and Zhang Yu is cleaning. Compared to the deserted environment at the beginning, the base is much more lively. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming down, everyone looked over, especially Lin Ro, who stood up and said, "Jiang Cheng, what are you doing? Go out and study that thing for a while." Jiang Cheng said casually. The improvement in attributes in the morning gave him a little more confidence. Lu Xinru frowned and said, "How about waiting for a few more days?" Lin Ro also said, "Anyway, the base has no worries about food and drink. We can improve our strength." Father Yang was also a little surprised and said, "Boy, so fast. We had just discussed it yesterday to wait until he recovered, but he didn't expect Jiang Cheng to take action today." "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded, but in order not to worry his teammates, he still said, "Don't worry. If there is any danger, I will retreat as soon as possible." But Lin Ro wanted to stop her, but looked at Jiang Cheng's firm eyes and swallowed her words. After giving instructions to everyone, Jiang Cheng walked to the door. To be honest, he was still a little nervous when he thought about facing the silver-haired mutant, but he couldn't hide in the base whenever he encountered trouble. 3 years later, in the zombie horde that attacked the Lincian survivor base, the first-order mutants could only be regarded as cannon fodder. The truly terrifying thing is a group of second-order and third-order mutants after the first-order mutants. Almost every mutant can kill a group of human awakeners, as well as the world-destroying one at the end of the army. Huge figure. Thinking of this, he became more determined to go out. "Shuguang, open the door." Ding. A powerful mutant zombie has been detected outside. "Are you sure to open the door?" Shuguang base reminded. "Open." Jiang Cheng was decisive. "Yes." Don's mechanical voice sounded. The door slowly opened to both sides, and as soon as a hole was opened that could barely accommodate one person to pass through, Jiang Cheng bent his body and rushed outside, shouting at the same time. "Shuguang, close the door." "Yes, master." The moment the voice fell, a huge figure flew down from the roof and slammed into the door. Fortunately, the door is strong enough and has not been deformed except for a few half-centimeter scratches. Seeing that he could not open the door, the figure chased in the direction of Jiang Cheng. It was the silver-haired, lowly mutant. "Good guy? Fortunately, I came out quickly." Jiang Cheng ran all the way, observing the situation behind him from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind grabbed me at the back. He subconsciously turned around and brandished the knife. Zheng. The blade of Tang Dao buzzed, and Jiang Cheng was shaken by the opponent's claw and flew forward several meters. Tang's knife penetrated the ground and dragged for several meters before he stabilized his body. Jiang Cheng leaned on the hilt of the knife and stared at the figure in front of him with a vigilant expression. Then he stood up straight, pulled out the long knife, put on a fighting posture, and shouted, "Ugly monster, aren't you going to eat me? It's up to you. Do you have this ability? Ouch! Human, I'm going to kill you. I have data, open." Jiang Cheng secretly thought. The next moment, Data about the monster immediately appeared on his information panel. Name, Slayer. Race, Zombie. Level, first level and above. Wisdom, 0.3. Strength, 40. Agility, 43.7. Comprehensive combat power, 84. No wonder it can seriously injure the old man and me. Jiang Cheng looked at the killer data in front of him and was shocked. The level alone has reached the highest level of a first-level zombie. If it is allowed to develop, it may not take long before it will be promoted to a second-level zombie. Second level. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng swallowed hard. He had only seen second-level zombies once in his life, and that was when zombies attacked the city. When he was still a scavenger, he heard the news from the Seekers. The biggest feature of second-level zombies was that their attribute values were 10 times that of first-level zombies. For example, the power of the first-level crusher reaches 1.8 tons, and the power of the second-level crusher will reach an astonishing 18 tons. What is the concept of 18 tons? Equivalent to a super-heavy truck. Try to think about it. What would it be like to have a super-heavy truck rushing towards you? I am afraid that even with the strength of a first-level awakener, he would be beaten to death. Although the current killer's strength has not reached the standard of a second-level zombie, its agility attribute is definitely very close to that of a second-level zombie. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng turned off the data eye, stared at the killer in front of him with a serious face, gently flicked the bracelet, and whispered, "Zero, transform into fighting form. Kill the target, this killer in front of you." The words fell. The metal bracelet on his wrist suddenly began to squirm, turning into a pool of liquid metal flowing on the ground, slowly condensing into a human shape. "Yes, master." Zero spoke expressionlessly. Whoosh! A strong wind blew up, and Zero disappeared in the blink of an eye. "What is this?" The killer looked curiously at the metal man rushing over. As a first-level zombie, it found that it could not sense the breath of life from this thing. Without waiting for it to react, Zero punched out, and a half-meter-long metal short blade on his arm condensed and formed, stabbing towards the killer's head. Zheng! A harsh crash sounded. I saw that Zero's short blade was blocked by the bone spurs on the Slayer's elbow. "You want to kill me? Interesting." The Slayer grinned and slammed out his other arm, knocking Zero to the ground. But just a breath. Zero stood up and stabbed out the short blade again, like a tireless and painless robot. Seeing Ling entangled with his opponent, Jiang Cheng stopped watching the fight. He kicked off the ground with his right foot, his body ejected like a cannonball, and the Tang Dao in his hand shot through the air. Despicable human beings! How dare you make a sneak attack? Feeling the attack of Jiang Cheng's blade, the killer's gray eyes were filled with red light. He grabbed Zero's neck and threw him towards the wall next to him. Boom! There was a loud noise. A large hole was punched directly into the cement wall of a house on the street. Without Zero's obstruction, the killer hooked his right elbow and instantly blocked the Tang Dao that was about to hit his face. This zombie is so fast." Jiang Cheng cursed secretly, but was not discouraged. He followed up with Tang Dao's fulcrum and kicked to the side. Bang! The killer reacted quickly and raised his left knee to resist Jiang Cheng's attack. After the two attacks were neutralized, Jiang Cheng quickly stabilized his body, moved his steps towards the ground, and jumped back quickly, widening the distance between him and the killer. No. This guy's reaction speed is too fast, and just ordinary attacks can't break through its defense. After a few tests, Jiang Cheng had a certain understanding of the killer's strength. Since it can't be hurt by force, it can only be outsmarted. After adjusting his body, Jiang Cheng flipped his wrist, and a transparent cloak instantly appeared in his hand. He quickly put it on. In a blink of an eye, his figure immediately disappeared on the spot. The killer looked at the sudden disappearance of the human being, and the whole corpse was a little confused, muttering to himself, "Human being, gone." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly became extremely irritable. "Human gone? Human?" There was a loud roar in the sky, and he immediately lost his mind. He scratched at the air and attacked the houses on both sides indiscriminately. Boom, boom, boom. How could a two-story house nearby withstand such a torment? It collapsed under the horrific impact of the killers. The remaining houses that were attacked also continued to collapse. Jiang Cheng hid in the dark and secretly observed this scene, shaking his head. With the speed of house demolition, This zombie's home might have belonged to the demolition team. After complaining, Jiang Cheng staggered closer. The killer made a fuss for a full 5 minutes before reluctantly stopping to rest. Humans, seeing my ugliness, ran away. Where is this hateful human being? The killer stood there and continued muttering to himself, looking like a lunatic who had escaped from the hospital. But just as it was about to leave, suddenly, a subtle sound came from the soles of its feet. Clang. The killer looked at his feet strangely. I found a smoking black oval ball lying quietly at my feet. The killer felt that this little thing was very familiar, but he didn't know when he had seen it. As a zombie, he couldn't remember many things very well. He bent down and stretched out his hand to pick it up. In the next moment, boom, a mushroom cloud more than 10 meters high slowly rose. Blue mucus and minced meats splashed everywhere. When the mushroom cloud disappeared, Jiang Cheng approached slowly with an optical transparent cloak on his head and found that only half of the broken body was still wriggling on the ground. And his lower body, the splattered meat might be the tissue of the lower body. Without the lower body, the Reaper seemed to be in a daze. He opened his mouth to say something, but the blue blood kept overflowing. This is the power of the second-level doomsday bomb. Jiang Cheng looked at the tragic scene in front of him and directly put away the optical invisibility cloak, exposing himself to the zombies. Human. The Reaper made an unclear sound in his throat and wanted to reach out to grab it, but found that his right arm had disappeared with his lower body at some point. Jiang Cheng did not speak, and the knife flashed. Puff! The head of the Reaper fell immediately. As the head moved, the upper body also stopped moving. Finally solved. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, raised the tang knife in his hand, and the skull of the Reaper was immediately cut open, and 2 marble-sized zombie crystals appeared in the blue tissue. There are actually 2 zombie crystals. After Jiang Cheng was slightly surprised, he immediately put the crystals into the space ring. As for the corpse, Jiang Cheng took a look and an idea came to his mind. Can the zombie corpse also convert energy points? With doubts, Jiang Cheng put the zombie's head and upper body into the space ring. Finally, he looked at the house hit by Zero and quickly went to investigate. When he saw Zero's miserable condition, Jiang Cheng bit his flesh with pain. As a liquid metal robot, the liquid metal covering Zero's neck was torn apart, revealing the broken electronic components inside, and the metal skeleton of the whole body was damaged to varying degrees, and sparks appeared from time to time. Fortunately, the metal in these damaged locations seemed to be slowly gathering together, as if repairing. Forget it. Let's move back and ask the system first. At the same time, Yanghua High School. Near the teaching building of Noda, there were densely packed zombies. At a glance, there were 3 crushers alone, and there were 5 harvesters. If any awakened person came, they would be daunted and dare not approach. At the front of these zombies, a giant zombie with a body size of more than 6 meters was leaning against the teaching building and resting with its eyes closed. It suddenly opened its eyes, its face full of anger, and roared wildly to the sky. Roar! Human! In an instant, the group of zombies below immediately crawled on the ground, trembling, and dared not move. It took a long time to vent. The giant zombie finally calmed down, but the anger on his face was particularly obvious. He pointed at the zombies and shouted, Find the person for me. Instantly, thousands of zombies ran towards the gate of Yanghua School. Shuguang, open the door. Yes, master. The mechanical sound sounded, and the base door opened immediately. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Jiang Cheng walked in holding a huge head with silver hair. Father Yang recognized it at a glance as the zombie that severely injured it, and exclaimed, Boy, you can do it. Jiang Cheng smiled without saying anything, walked directly into the transformation room, and threw his head directly into the transformation box. Energy points plus 60. Oh, this thing is so valuable. Jiang Cheng was pleasantly surprised, but his heart ached when he thought of the zombie corpses he had thrown away before. Then, throw in the remaining half of the killer's body and 2 zombie crystals. Energy points plus 36. Energy points plus 3,600. Energy points plus 3,600. In an instant, The remaining energy points directly changed from 5,458.3 to 12,754.3 points. Sent. At the same time, Sandbridge community. In a private house, 6 men were sitting around the house. One of them looked respectfully at the woman with a broken arm in the front and said, "We have sent people to find out clearly. There are 7 combatants in Linxian survivor base. There are more than 100 people, and a batch of supplies is about to arrive in Chudu, just in a week." The woman is Huang Shui. He said calmly, "Is the news reliable?" "Absolutely reliable. I have a brother who acts as an internal agent at the survivor base. They will go out to collect supplies once every 3 days on average. Every time we collect, we will meet at Linxian Sports Plaza." The man said immediately. Huang Shui nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good." Then he asked, "Except for this, is there any other information?" The man thought for a while and then said, "Furthermore, in the Linxian survivor base, Captain Li Feng and Captain Wang Chong seem to take special care of a woman named Li Wanqing. It is said that this woman is a base security officer named Jiang Cheng." The consultant specifically suggested, "Jiang Cheng." When Huang Shui heard these 2 words, her eyes instantly turned cold, and flames flashed out of her palms from time to time. "Call." After taking a deep breath, Huang Shui regained his composure and said, "Lu San, next, you will continue to be responsible for the intelligence transmission of Linxian survivor base, and focus on monitoring the frequency and routes of the base's combatants going out to collect supplies, and then look for opportunities to place them. People go in and establish a good relationship with Li Qingwan." "Yes, boss." Lu San nodded repeatedly. Huang Shui continued, "Zhao Zhonglai, you and Lu Quan are responsible for recruiting personnel for our base. You must expand the personnel to 50 people for me in 3 days." "Yes, boss." Sun Fong, Chun Lei, and Wang Shua, you 3 are responsible for collecting living supplies and weapons. "Yes, boss." After arranging the matters, Huang Shui raised his voice and said, "Brothers, as long as the Linxian survivor base is successfully captured this time, you will be the heroes of my Blood Mandala organization. Money, women, whatever you want when the time comes, you will have it. It's not impossible to even get powers like mine." Such tempting remarks made everyone present excited. They had seen the scene where the leader was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. With a wave of his hand, a dozen zombies turned into ashes. If they also have such ability, what kind of money woman? They are all within easy reach. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly stood up, half knelt on the ground, and said loudly, "Only the boss is following his lead." Seeing everyone's respectful look, Huang Shui smiled faintly. The human heart is available. Linxian survivor base. "Captain, should we contact brother Jiang Cheng now?" Wang Chong asked Li Feng beside him. "We can also express our sincerity by waiting for the supplies to arrive before contacting us." Yanghe community. A large number of zombies poured out from Yanghe school, like a tide, and swept towards all parts of Yanghe community. When the surviving humans heard such a noise, they immediately closed the doors and windows and hid in the house shivering. At this time, inside Dawn Base, everyone was about to start eating when suddenly, there was a loud noise. Jiang Cheng raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said, "Shu Guang, turn on the surveillance." "Yes, master." The mechanical sound sounded. On the wall of the dining room, a picture appeared before everyone's eyes. I saw a large number of zombies walking through the streets, including many first-order mutants, which made everyone secretly frightened. "Oh my god, are these zombies crazy?" Lin Ro asked in shock. Lu Xinru also frowned, and Zhang Ya, who was serving food to everyone next to her, tightened her spoon. Tuan Tuan next to her didn't know what was going on, so she pulled Zhang Ya's clothes and asked, "Mom, there are so many zombies." Zhang Ya came back to her senses, looked at her daughter with big eyes, reached out and gently rubbed her daughter's head, and said softly, "Don't worry, we are safe with your Uncle Superman here." "Well, we also have Uncle Superman." Tuanchuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Since joining Uncle Superman, she no longer has to go hungry every day, and she even has a lot of delicious snacks. Except that she can't go out, she feels happier than before the apocalypse. It would be nice if Dad were here too. Thinking about it, Ying's big eyes became a little sad. Why don't you go out and take a look, old man? Father Yang said. Most of these zombies were ordinary zombies, with the occasional first-level zombie mixed in. They did not pose much of a threat to him. Let's eat first. I'll go out and take a look tomorrow. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. At Jiang Cheng's signal, everyone started to eat. After dinner, everyone continued as usual. Some chatted in the rest area, some returned to their rooms, and Jiang Cheng went into the gym alone. For some reason, he always had an ominous premonition about the zombies coming out. This matter was too strange. As soon as the first-level killer died, the zombies came out soon, as if they were looking for something. Could it be? Jiang Cheng laughed at his own thoughts. Maybe I think too much. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground in the middle of the gym and continued to practice the qi-gathering art silently. At night, it gradually became quiet outside. Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes with a hint of joy on his face. Perhaps because of drinking the water from the spirit pool, his speed of practicing the qi-gathering art increased a lot, and the internal energy in his body became stronger after 8 hours of practice. It is estimated that within 2 days, he will be able to condense the 4th strand of internal energy. Okay, that's all for today. More haste, less speed. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Jiang Cheng stood up and walked towards the bedroom. The zombies outside had been rioting for 2 days and finally stopped on the 12th. But Jiang Cheng still asked everyone to stay in the base, and he and Old Man Yang went out to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, the two did not find out the reason, but just collected some zombie crystals and came back. The remaining energy value also increased to 15,094.3. During this period, the base mall was refreshed twice in a row, and there was no item that Jiang Cheng was interested in. July 13th, 2022. Early morning, Jiang Cheng sat in the gym, feeling the 4th strand of internal energy in his body, and said secretly, "System, check my information panel." Ding. The system panel is open for you. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Level, acquired 4th layer, half awakened. Spirit, 0.4, can increase combat power by 40%. Wisdom, 8.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 39.1, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 20.1, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 9.8, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.7. When reaching 1, it can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, awakening degree, 53%. Skills, Qi absorption method, hard Qigong, meditation, fighting, advanced, double strength. Comprehensive combat power, 76.7. Jiang Cheng scanned from top to bottom and was quite satisfied with the current increase. The Qi-gathering art has been cultivated to the 4th level of the acquired realm, with a spiritual value of 0.4 and a combat power increase of 40%. After being promoted to the 4th level of the acquired realm warrior, the increase in physical attributes is not too much. The strength has reached 3,910 kilograms, and the basic strength has exceeded that of an ordinary first-level crusher. But facing a first-level crusher in the form of Fury, unless you use double strength or stimulate spiritual value, you can only avoid its edge. The speed has increased to 140.7 meters per second, which is twice the speed of an ordinary first-level harvester. Similarly, when facing a first-level harvester in the form of Fury, you need to increase your combat power. The effect of the mental attribute increasing to 9.8 is reflected in the cultivation of the Qi-gathering art. He always feels that he seems to have grasped something, but there is a thin film between them. This mysterious state makes him very interested. The awakening degree has increased to 53%. At the rate of 2% per day, he will be able to awaken successfully in 24 days. I wonder what ability I can awaken. Muttering, Jiang Cheng exited the system interface. Overall, his current strength allows him to fight against the lower-order mutants without being defeated, but he is still not strong enough to face the killers on the first order. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said directly, "System, open the base mall." Ding. The mall has been opened. After a night, the product column in the mall has been refreshed. Permanent products. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullet, 20 energy points /round. Power can penetrate the first-order mutant. Level 1 Sniper Bullet Price, 50 energy points/round. Power can directly penetrate the defense of a first-order mutant and can damage the second-order mutant. Product column. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 100 energy points. Quantity, 5. The explosion power can seriously injure a first-order mutant. The explosion damage range is 5 meters in diameter, 1 time. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 200 energy points. Power can penetrate the first-order mutant and cause damage to it. The bullet capacity is 6 rounds. The bullet price, 20 energy points/round. Note: the bullet product is permanent and can be found in the permanent mall product column to purchase. Level 1 Optical Invisibility Cloak, 200 energy points, can avoid tracking by level 1 mutants, and has a certain degree of confusion for level 2 mutants. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 5,000 energy points. No side effects. Can awaken ordinary people. Awakening ability is determined by personal genes. Level 1 Steel Armor, 300 energy points. Can withstand 3 attacks by level 1 mutants. After 3 times the steel armor is scrapped. Refresh time 18 hours 45 minutes and 5 seconds. After a general glance, only the level 1 Awakening Potion interested him very much, but he didn't want to rely on external forces to awaken, but Lin Ro and the other 2 really needed awakening potions. As for the others, Jiang Cheng thought about it. Before, he had a deal with Li Feng and the others, and there were only 2 level 1 Doomsday Bombs left in the hands of Lu Xinru and Lin Ro, and now it was just the right time to restock. So Jiang Cheng said directly, clear the product column and buy 20 rounds of first-level Doomsday Pistol bullets. Ding. Do you want to consume 6,400 energy points to purchase the selected product? Buy. Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. Ding. Purchase successful. The product has been distributed to the host within 2 meters. Please check it automatically. After the words fell, a white light flashed, and a large number of items appeared on the floor of the gym. Jiang Cheng didn't even look at it, and waved his hand and put it directly into the space ring. After doing this, Jiang Cheng went directly into the bathroom, turned on the shower head, and started to shower. The training intensity in the gym is getting stronger and stronger. With his current physical strength, he still broke out in a hot sweat. Moreover, Jiang Cheng is also more clean. It may be because he is a Chu person. If he doesn't take a shower for a day, he will feel uncomfortable all over. Halfway through the shower, suddenly, the display flashed twice, and a news broadcast from Chudu sounded. The news was reported by a young woman in camouflage uniform, with simple and capable short hair, a small and slightly straight nose, wheat-colored skin, and slightly upturned sword eyebrows, which made her look heroic. In front of the woman's desk was her name, Li Qiyu. Hello everyone. I am Li Qiyu, the news host of the Chudu Survivor Base. From now on, news about Chu Province will be hosted by me. Now I will report current affairs for you. The first news. At 16:10 on July 12, 2022, our Chudu base soldiers have recaptured the coastal area of the Chudu-Longjiang Bridge, which means that our soldiers have the ability and strength to gradually recapture various parts of Chudu. The second news. Since the flood ended on June 27th, a large number of zombies have appeared. Our army has discovered different types of zombies and named them. Surviving citizens must remember this message. Ordinary zombies move slowly and are not as powerful as adults. They can be killed by one person alone. The head is a fatal position. Mutated zombies move quickly and fiercely, with strength equal to that of an adult. They can be surrounded and killed by more than 2 people. The head is a fatal position. First-level Reaper. Arms like sickles, 2.78 meters tall, gray-white all over, 8-petal mouth, sharp teeth, huge strength, extremely fast, invincible to ordinary people. If you see it, be sure to find cover where you are. Don't run away. The fatal part is the head. First-order Crusher. Similar in body shape to a human, 3.12 meters tall, gray in color, muscular, stronger than a Reaper, not as fast as a Reaper, invincible to ordinary people, if seen, will be dealt with by a Reaper in one fell swoop. The first-level Killer has a weird body shape, with bone spurs all over the body. There are 2 forms. The whole body is gray and white, and the muscles are strong. If you encounter it, please find cover immediately. You are invincible. First-level Mutant. Weird body shape, different shapes, unknown abilities, invincible. Second level Death Smasher. It is the evolved form of the first level Smasher. He is 5.22 meters tall, has a maroon body, is extremely powerful, and has an IQ equivalent to that of 3 pairs of children, making him invincible. The second level Death Reaper is the evolved form of the first level Reaper. He is 2 meters tall, has a maroon body, is huge in strength, is agile in movement, and has an IQ equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child, making him invincible. The second level Death Killer is the evolved form of the first level Killer. He is 2 meters tall, has a maroon body, and has bone spurs all over his body. His IQ is equivalent to that of a 6-year-old child, making him invincible. Jiang Cheng frowned as he looked at the rows of messages. He never expected that second-order mutated zombies would appear in Chudu. One last piece of news for you. At present, our base soldiers have dispatched search and rescue teams to various parts of Chu province and have established temporary survivor bases in various cities. Therefore, citizens of Chu province are asked not to panic or be anxious, maintain a good attitude, and wait for the arrival of rescue personnel. Turn off the news. Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered something about the Lincian survivor base. Half a month after the base was established, the base suffered a devastating blow. It seemed that a second-level zombie led a group of zombies to attack the base. At that time, all 5 awakened people and 20 semi-awakened people in the Lincian survivor base were dispatched, and 100 survivors and 5 semi-awakened people died. This second-level zombie was eliminated at the cost of 10 semi-awakened people and 3 awakened people being seriously injured. At that time, he was mixed in with the crowd and fighting zombies. If he hadn't hid in the debris later, he would have been among the survivors who died at that time. It is still unclear whether this second-level zombie was born, and without Wood and the others stationed at the base, will the base still be attacked by zombies as before? How should we remind Li Feng and the others? Jiang Cheng frowned in thought. The satellite phone in the room suddenly rang. Picking up the satellite phone, Li Feng's voice immediately rang out. "Brother Jiang, what's the matter?" Jiang Cheng asked. Li Feng said directly, "It's like this. Today, the supplies from the headquarters were robbed as soon as they arrived in Lincian. Moreover, our team members who went out to search and rescue survivors also lost contact. Now only me and 2 combatants are left in the base. I have no choice but to ask for your support. Is there any problem at the base?" Jiang Cheng asked. "Not yet." Li Feng shook his head. "Okay, just hold on. I'll arrive in about half an hour." Jiang Cheng turned off the satellite phone and frowned. Logically speaking, with the firepower of Lincian survivor base, ordinary forces can only avoid its edge, unless they are awakened or semi-awakened. Who could it be? Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng stood up directly. The matter of Lincian City survivor base was urgent. This was a cooperative relationship that he had finally established. Once the base was destroyed by others, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Holding Tang Dao, Jiang Cheng quickly ran downstairs, glanced at everyone in the room, and said, "Everyone, please stop what you are doing. We have a mission now." "What mission?" Lin Ro clenched her fists. The setbacks of the past few days made her very ashamed. After these days of diligent training, she could clearly feel that her abilities had improved a lot, and she couldn't help but be very interested in the mission Jiang Cheng mentioned. Jiang Cheng said directly, "That's right. Our mission this time is to support the Lincian survivor base. I will explain the specific situation to you on the way. Now you have 10 minutes to prepare." "Yes." Yang Lao, Lin Ro, and Lu Xinru immediately went upstairs to prepare without saying a word, and even Zhangya started to clean up. Jiang Cheng looked at it and shook his head in amusement. "Zhangya, you and Tuanchuan just need to guard the base." "But I am also a member of the base." Zhangya thought for a moment and said. She had been at the base for several days and did simple tasks, which made her feel very insecure. After all, in the apocalypse, food is extremely precious. Just by cooking and cleaning housework, she and her daughter can have enough food and clothing. Is it really such a good thing? She often asked herself this. Or Jiang Cheng wants to. You belong to the logistics staff, and it is your task to ensure the logistics of the base. Jiang Cheng explained. Then, okay. Zhangya bit her lip and nodded, her thoughts in confusion. Taking advantage of everyone's preparations, Jiang Cheng entered the transformation room again and took a look at the first-level Doomsday Warrior that was damaged yesterday. After a night of repair, the broken skeleton has been completely healed, and the cracked parts of the body surface have also been fused together. 0. Report the recovery situation. Jiang Cheng said. Recovery completed. 0 stood up straight and replied. It seems that the 50 energy points obtained in these 2 consecutive days were not in vain. Jiang Cheng nodded and waved his hand. 0 immediately melted into a pool of liquid metal and climbed onto Jiang Cheng's wrist, turning into a bracelet and attaching to it. Not long after, Father Yang and the 3 of them gathered on the first floor. Jiang Cheng first took a look at Yang's attributes. Strength, 38.8, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 9.2, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 10.1, 1 for ordinary humans. The strength has increased to 3,880 kilograms. The agility has reached 64.4 meters per second, and the other attributes have not changed much. With Yang's current data, there is absolutely no problem in dealing with first-level mutants and first-level awakened ones. Jiang Cheng continued to look at Lin Ro's data. Spirit, 0.09, can increase combat power by 9%. Strength, 9.55, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 2.7, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.15. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower: Awakening, 6.7%. Lin Ro's strength has increased to 955 kilograms. Her speed has increased to 18.8 meters per second, and her spiritual value has reached 0.09. If she increases it by another 0.01, she can successfully advance to the acquired first level, and her virus resistance has also increased by 0.1. With such strength, she can face it alone. There is no need to be afraid of ordinary zombies. The most important thing is that the awakening level has reached 6.7%, which should be the effect of the third-level spiritual pool water. Continue to look at Lu Xinru. Spirit, 0.08, can increase combat power by 8%. Strength, 8.85, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 3.1, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.15. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower: Awakening, 7.8%. Lu Xinru's cultivation talent is generally not as good as Lin Ro's. Her spiritual value has only increased to 0.08, and she still needs 0.02 to reach the acquired first level. However, her strength has increased to 885 kilograms, her speed has increased to 21.7 meters per second, and her virus resistance has increased by 0.1. The power awakening level is good, increased to 7.8%. With the current strength, there is no problem in dealing with ordinary zombies. However, for the sake of safety, Jiang Cheng still took out a first-level optical invisibility cloak and handed it to Lu Xinru. Take this and face the first-level mutants. This cloak can have a very good invisibility effect. Thank you. Lu Xinru nodded happily. Seeing Lu Xinru getting the equipment, Lin Ro looked expectantly. Jiang Cheng naturally couldn't favor one over the other, so he took out a level 1 steel armor and handed it over, saying, "This can defend against 3 attacks from a level 1 mutant, but I still hope that when you two encounter a level 1 mutant, try not to get close." Finally, Jiang Cheng took out 2 more items and handed them over, saying, "Dad, this doomsday bomb is for you. Also, this is a blood burst potion, which can double your strength after injection, but the time can only last for 5 minutes. After use, there will be a 6-hour weakness period, which has no hidden dangers to the body. I know you were thinking about the old man. Okay, I'll keep this thing." Father Yang was not polite and kicked it directly into the bag. After the items of the 3 people were distributed, Jiang Cheng said, "This time, it is our second mission at the Dawn base. Lin Ro and Lu Xinru. In addition to this support mission, each of you is responsible for collecting 50 ordinary zombie crystals. Can you do it?" "No problem." The 2 girls replied seriously. "Very good." Jiang Cheng continued. "As for the old man, if you encounter a first-order mutant, just be responsible for cleaning it up. No problem. After arranging the tasks, the four of them set off towards the Linxian survivor base. At the same time, Shaqiao community. 3 military vehicles and 2 small trucks were driven into the community. The military vehicle stopped and opened the door. Get out. Grass mud horse, you dare to rob the supplies of the Chudu survivor base? F*CKU, you are so talkative. In the car, a man was kicked out and rolled on the ground, but he still refused to accept it and wanted to stand up, but he was soon pressed to the ground by several young people in the community. One after another 10 soldiers got off the car. Although the soldiers looked angry, they had to squat on the ground with their heads held by guns. Lao Zhao, go and inform the boss that we have robbed the supplies. As soon as the words fell, an indifferent female voice came. No need. Everyone looked over and saw a woman slowly walking out of the door of the community unit. The man who was pressed to the ground saw the woman. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he said angrily, "It's you. It's you. Brother Jiang Cheng shouldn't have let you go." Jiang Cheng. The woman listened and seemed to remember something. Her face gradually became gloomy, but soon, she suddenly smiled and said, "It's not that he let me go. My life was exchanged by my parents." After that, she said gloomily, "Today is the day he dies." Ignoring Wang Chang's crazy scolding, the woman glanced at the supplies on the parked truck and said with satisfaction, "Lu San, you did a great job." "Hee. Thank you, boss." Lu San said with a smile. "Then what should we do next?" "Notify your insider in the Linxian survivor base to control Li Qingwan. We will meet at the Linxian survivor base in 10 minutes. "Yes, boss." Lu San responded and continued to ask, "What about these soldiers? Tie them all up and take them over." Linxian survivor base, formerly Linxian Vocational and Technical College. Inside the base, Li Feng was pacing back and forth. This time, the headquarters sent 6 soldiers to support, but without exception, all of them were kidnapped, and the survivor collection team led by Wang Chang lost contact again. The two things must be related. While frowning and thinking, suddenly, a soldier trotted in and said, "Report to the captain. There are survivors in the shanty town who kidnapped Miss Li Qingwan." "What?" Li Feng's face changed drastically. Without waiting for the soldier to continue speaking, he directly picked up the submachine gun on the table and said, "Let's go. Follow me to see." "Yes." The soldier immediately followed. At this time, the shanty town. A man put a knife to a woman's neck. There was a man and a woman beside the man, who should be accomplices. The man shouted at the crowd around him, "If you don't want to die, disperse. I'm telling you, this survivor base will be renamed soon." Several brave people stood up and cursed. "Bullsh*T. You want to take Captain Li's land? I'm afraid you don't want to live. Brothers and sisters, why are we afraid of 3 gangsters? Go. As long as we catch them, the captain will be happy and may send us to Chudu headquarters earlier." The eyes of the survivors around him lit up. Who among them didn't want to go to Chudu survivor base? They immediately surrounded it. "Haha. You probably don't know that the convoy sent by Chudu this morning was intercepted by someone in Linxian City. All the search and rescue team members who went out lost contact. Now there are only Li Feng and 3 people left in the base. Do you think they are still able to protect you?" The man shouted. The rest of the survivors were immediately scared. Everyone looked at me and I, still a little confused about the situation. Seeing that these people were frightened, the man immediately gave his accomplice a look, and the 3 of them held Li Qingwan hostage and were about to move towards the gate, but the next moment, "Let go of the hostage." As the voice fell, the man immediately turned his head and found that Li Feng was standing at the entrance of the passage, pointing the gun at him with a stern face. The man was not afraid, and pulled Li Qingwan in front of him, sneering, "If you have the ability, just shoot. At worst I will die here with this woman. You are challenging my patience." Li Feng did not give in, and his finger slowly put on the trigger. "I still say the same thing. If you have the ability, just shoot." The man swallowed hard. His heart was beating. According to the previous intelligence, this woman is very important to Li Feng. This Li Feng should not shoot. "Really?" Li Feng sneered. He knew that the robber was gambling, and he was also gambling. He said calmly, word by word, "Now, I will count to 3. If you let her go within 3 counts, I can decide to let you and your companions go." If you still don't let her go after 3 counts, I will shoot you and this hostage lady to death. You know, as the captain, I can't ignore the lives of everyone in the Lincian survivor base for a survivor." At this point, Li Feng looked at Li Qingwan apologetically and said, "Miss Li, I'm sorry, for everyone. I can only give up on you." "It doesn't matter." Li Qingwan shook her head with red eyes. During this period of time, Li Feng and his men treated her very well. This made her feel warm for the first time after losing her home, and she was very grateful. However, she knew that she could have such treatment because of that person. That day, he invited her to join his base and told her that his name was Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng also took out her favorite snacks. Later, after Jiang Cheng left, the soldiers of the Lincian survivor base began to take care of her. She was not a fool. If there was a chance, she would like to say thank you to him in person. It's a pity that there's no chance for all this. Thinking of this, Li Qingwan suddenly said, "Captain Li, can you help me with something? As long as it's not against morality, I will definitely help you complete it." Li Feng agreed directly. "If you see Jiang Cheng again, say thank you to him for me," Li Qingwan said loudly. Li Feng smiled bitterly. "I will definitely bring him." "Okay, don't give me such a tragic drama. Hurry up and get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, I'll really do it." The man shouted loudly, and the tip of the knife in his hand even cut the skin, sliding a trace of blood. Li Feng listened. His expression became serious again, holding the gun, and said lightly, "1. Haha, don't pretend. Get out of the way." A trace of panic flashed in the man's eyes. 2. Li Feng continued to count. You try to shoot." The man panicked directly. He didn't expect Li Feng to dare to threaten him. Is the information wrong? If the other party really shoots, then his life will be lost here. Thinking of this, the man's palms were already sweating. 3. At the same time, Jiang Cheng had already arrived near the Lincian survivor base. Originally, he wanted to go in directly, but he changed his mind temporarily and turned to Lin Ro and said, "You and the old man will ambush here. Don't make a move under any circumstances. When the time comes, I will send a signal and shout to make a move, and you can surprise them again." "No problem." Lin Ro and Lu Xinru were both a little excited, but Father Yang nodded indifferently. "Old man, the safety of Lin Ro and Lu Xinru is in your hands." After saying that, Jiang Cheng flashed and rushed into the base. For some reason, he always had a hunch that something had happened inside. Passing through the gate of the base, Jiang Cheng felt curious. The huge gate of the base was not guarded by anyone. There must be something wrong. Thinking of it, he stepped forward and moved quickly. Soon, he saw 2 men and a woman holding a woman hostage not far away, and holding a knife against her neck, while Li Feng was holding a gun and negotiating with the other side. Qingwan. Jiang Cheng saw the appearance of the kidnapped woman at a glance. He felt nervous, but he still resisted the urge to rush over and hid in the corner to observe the situation. At the same time, Li Feng shouted, 3. He suddenly pulled the trigger, which made the knife-wielding man on the opposite side tense. But soon, Li Feng put the pistol back into his waist. He raised his hand and said helplessly, "Okay, although I don't want to admit it, you win. Brothers, make way for this one." This woman is the one that Jiang Cheng specifically pointed out. If he really killed her, even if the situation was urgent, it would probably leave a knot in Jiang Cheng's heart. It's not worth leaving a bad impression in Jiang Cheng's heart for 3 gangsters. If this woman is not Li Qingwan, Li Feng guarantees that he will definitely shoot. However, to prevent the gangster from harming the hostage, Li Feng still warned, "I advise you to protect the life of the woman in your hands and don't touch her finger, otherwise no one can save you." Haha, still pretending to be cool, the man said disdainfully, grabbing Li Qingwan's hair as if to demonstrate. Anyway, the boss just wants to kidnap this woman, and he didn't say that he couldn't do anything. One hand grabbed Li Qingwan's clothes at the collar and pulled hard, tearing. The scream and the sound of clothes being torn sounded at the same time. Because it was summer, Li Qingwan was wearing very cool clothes, and large patches of white hair were exposed to the air. Li Qingwan ignored the pain in her hair and blocked her chest tightly, guarding the last bottom line. The man held the torn pieces of clothes in his hand, sniffed them intoxicatedly in front of his nose, then threw away the pieces of cloth and reached out to grab Li Qingwan's chest. "Stop!" Li Feng shouted hurriedly. The man said with a face full of sarcasm, "Stop? I'm going to move. Anyway, I haven't played with women for a month, and today I just want to use this girl to relieve my heat." After that, his hand continued to grab Li Qingwan's chest. Li Feng saw this scene. His face turned pale, and his body stepped back weakly. "It's over." Li Qingwan looked desperate. Li Feng's eyes were wide open. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and the knuckles of his fingers were almost turning white. He hated himself for allowing his enemies to take advantage of the loophole. The cooperative relationship that he finally reached with Jiang Cheng might be destroyed because of this incident. But he couldn't do it. If you accidentally kill Li Qingwan, it will be really irreversible. However, the current situation is equally critical. What to do? What to do? At this critical moment, a silver light flashed. Puff! A severed hand rose into the air, and blood splashed out like a flood. My hand. The man twitched his lips and muttered to himself as he stared at his broken forearm in disbelief. Everything happened so suddenly that his nerves had no time to react. The next moment, the man screamed loudly, and a sharp pain instantly reflected to the cerebral cortex. "My hands." The man waved his broken arm wildly, trying to relieve the pain. At the same time, a surge of rage surged from his chest. Without thinking, he pushed Li Qingwan in his arms to his accomplices and shouted, "Kill her for me." After the words fell, the man and woman next to him looked at each other, took out the daggers in their arms, and stabbed Li Qingwan. Puff! Puff! Two more hands holding daggers flew up. Their eyes flashed, and Li Qingwan in front of them disappeared instantly. Then their eyes quickly dropped, and finally they fell into endless darkness. Looking at the head on the ground, the leading man was stunned. What happened? Why did they die suddenly? And the hostage Li Qingwan is also missing. He looked around suddenly, but didn't see anyone. What on earth is it? The man's body began to tremble unconsciously, and the hand holding the knife waved wildly in the air. "Get the F***CK out of here. You bastard. What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Come out here." The man roared with a ferocious expression. The next moment, another sword flashed by. His other arm flew up, blood splattered all over the floor, and at the same time a tang knife was pressed under his neck. He endured the severe pain, raised his head with a pale face, and met a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Jiang Cheng said calmly, holding Li Qingwan in one hand and holding the Tang Dao in the other. "Huh, if you can, kill me." The man sneered, still speaking harshly, but he didn't wait for him to finish. Puff! His eyes were dazzled, and at the position of his left ear, a stream of heat mixed with a fishy smell slowly slid down his rough face. Looking down, he saw an ear lying quietly at his feet. "My ears, This time, the man was frightened. He fell to his knees with a plop, kowtowed violently, and said, "Kill me, please kill me. Rather than being tortured like this, it would be better to die." "Kill you?" Jiang Cheng looked at the man like a pig or a dog, and with a slash of the tang knife in his hand, the man's right ear fell to the ground. "Tell me, who sent you here?" "Lu San." It was Lu San who kidnapped this woman. Under Jiang Cheng's strong sense of oppression, the man could no longer hide it. Jiang Cheng searched his mind for memories about Lu San, but unfortunately, he didn't record anything about Lu San in his mind. But what puzzled him was that the others in this group were not tied up, but Li Qingwan was tied up. Now the only people who know about his relationship with Li Qingwan are Li Feng and Wang Chong, and the others are Wood's group. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's eyes turned cold, and a person appeared in his mind. Could it be her? Jiang Cheng frowned. It's best not to be. If it's really her, he will never let this woman go this time. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, "Who is Lu San? What did he send you to do? What force is behind him? Who is the leader of this group of forces? Give me a full explanation of everything. If you dare to have half of it, if you lie, I will make your life worse than death." These words sounded like the words of a devil to the man's ears. He hurriedly told everything he knew. "Lu San is from Bloody Mandala. He appointed me as an undercover agent to learn about Linxian's survival. He also asked me to capture a woman named Li Qingwan when we met a few days ago, saying it was the leader's order." "What else?" Jiang Cheng continued to ask. "No, I only know this. I am only a peripheral member of the organization. I only have contact with Lu San. I don't know the rest. The man's body was shaking constantly. It seems that nothing can be learned from this person's mouth. Jiang Cheng looked at the desperado as if he were a bug, flipped his wrist, and the light of the sword kept flashing. The Tang sword returns to its sheath. Looking again, the man kneeling on the ground had turned into pieces. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. Remember to be a good person in the next life. Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked at Li Qingwan, who had only one piece of underwear in his arms. His eyes felt distressed, and he took off his short sleeves. Passed it over. Here, dress first. Li Qingwan had not yet reacted to what had just happened, but when she came to her senses, she already had an extra piece of clothing in her hand. It was a little warm, and the smell on it made her feel very at ease. She looked at Jiang Cheng gratefully and wanted to speak, but she didn't know how to thank him. In her impression, this was only the second time she had met a man. But why did he help her like this? Li Qingwan couldn't figure it out, so she had to suppress this question in her heart. Jiang Cheng was naked from the waist up, revealing his streamlined muscles. He held a Tang sword and looked at Li Feng beside him with a complicated look. Li Qingwan was in trouble, and Li Feng did have an unshirkable responsibility, but he also saw the scene of Li Feng's negotiation with the gangster just now. Jiang Cheng asked himself, if it were him, he might not be able to do what Li Feng did. After thinking about it, his eyes gradually softened, and he looked at Li Feng and said, Captain Li Feng. Li Feng thought Jiang Cheng was going to hold him accountable. His face sank, but he still apologized. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I made you believe it wrongly. It's all my fault for not protecting her well, and people took advantage of the loophole. If you hadn't come in time, Miss Li might. Brotherly, don't blame yourself. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Li Feng listened, showing an incredible look, and said, Brother Jiang, don't you blame me? Blame. Jiang Cheng opened his mouth, but continued. As the leader of the base, you are responsible for the lives of the survivors. You have done your best to do this. What about our previous cooperation? Li Feng was afraid that Jiang Cheng would terminate the cooperation. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, the cooperation will continue. After the words fell, Li Feng's hanging heart finally let go. He was shocked, as if he had decided something, and said tentatively, Brother Jiang, don't worry. As long as you squeak in the future, I, Li Feng, will go through the knife mountain and the oil pan. At the same time, outside the Lincian base, a team of nearly 100 people stood at the gate of the base, led by a woman with a broken arm. The woman said lightly, Where are the people? Logically speaking, they should have started long ago. Lu San said with an ugly face. He was a little nervous. Could there be any accident? The woman was a little unhappy when she heard it. She didn't like unexpected changes. Now there are only 3 people left in the base. Li Feng, this is the best time to capture it. Li Qingwan is just a bonus. Frowning, he said, Where is Zhao Zhonglai? It's still 1 kilometer away, and it will take about 10 minutes to arrive. Lu San said hurriedly, Send someone to tell him to hold back the zombies, and wait for me to send a signal, and then let him lead the zombies over. The woman ordered. Yes. Lu San nodded immediately and asked his younger brother to run over to pass the message. After doing this, the woman said directly, Okay, start calling people. She couldn't wait to occupy this base. As for the group of zombies, a sneer flashed across her cold face. This was the surprise she prepared for Jiang Cheng. Lu San listened, and immediately called on his younger brother to drive the captives to the front and kneel down, especially Wang Chong. F***CKU, stubborn thing. He kicked him to the ground. Then he shouted inside. Captain Li Feng, we have sent your team members here. Why don't you come out and meet us? Inside the base, Li Feng was about to go into the command room with Jiang Cheng to discuss Wang Chong's matter, but the next moment, a voice came from outside the base. His face instantly turned extremely cold. The real boss is here, Li Feng said coldly. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, Let's go and have a look. As he said that, he seemed to think of something and looked at Li Feng again. Li Feng immediately said, Xiao Zhou, you stay to protect Miss Li. Yes. Soldier Xiao Zhou immediately straightened his back and replied. After the 2 of them sorted themselves out, Jiang Cheng took out a pistol and handed it over, along with 10 bullets for the Doomsday pistol, saying, This is the Doomsday pistol. It's for you to use in advance. Remember to put it together with the last time. No problem. Li Feng agreed readily, took the pistol, and weighed it in his hand. His love for it was beyond words, and he sighed. Your gun is still powerful enough. I used this last time, and I always felt effeminate when I used other guns. Let's go and see who this so-called blood mandragora is. The two looked at each other and walked directly outside. Arrived at the gate of the base. When Jiang Cheng saw the woman in the lead, his face was so cold that it was almost frozen. He shouldn't have let this woman go at that time. Since he met her this time, he must prevent future troubles. Li Feng's face was also gloomy, because those kneeling at the gate of the base with guns pointed at their heads were all brothers who went out to search, among whom Wang Chong, who was kneeling in front, was the most conspicuous. He looked at the woman in the lead and said directly, "Tell me, what do you want?" Captain Li Feng is indeed a smart man. Huang Shui smiled lightly and continued, "I won't hide anything when talking to smart people." At this point, she pointed to the base behind Li Feng and said, "I want this base." "Impossible." Suddenly, Wang Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, shouted, "The base was taken down by our brothers at the risk of their lives. Why should we give it to you?" CKU. I told you to talk too much. Lu San saw Wang Chong interrupting and directly picked up the butt of the gun and smashed it hard on Wang Chong's back. When Wang Chong fell to the ground, he stepped on him again, suppressing Wang Chong and preventing him from getting up. "Stop." Li Feng stopped him loudly and said, "I can give you the base, but you must release my brothers and give me 1 day to arrange evacuation." "Ha ha." Huang Shui laughed loudly, looked at Li Feng sarcastically, and said, "Captain Li Feng, since you think we are fools, I am not afraid to say it again. What I want is this base, including the weapons, living supplies, survivors, and you and your brothers." "Impossible." Li Feng also refused subconsciously. As a soldier of Chudu, how could he bow his head to serve a villain? It would be better to kill him directly. "Impossible? Then these brothers of yours." Huang Shui showed a playful expression on his face. Listening to the conversation between the two, Jiang Cheng patted Li Feng on the shoulder, motioned him to stand back, then walked out, and said, "Huang Shui, stop it." "Jiang Cheng." Huang Shui almost squeezed out the word from her teeth. Her eyes were blazing with fire. She said, "What qualifications do you have to persuade me to stop? It seems that you don't understand what I mean. I'm not persuading you." Jiang Cheng's voice was slightly cold, and he continued, "At the beginning, my uncle and aunt used their lives to exchange for my saving your life. I said that if I meet you again, I will kill you. Are you threatening me?" Huang Shui seemed to have heard something funny, and laughed out loud. "Ha! Jiang Cheng, you are too self-righteous. You don't think that if you killed my parents and broke my heart with 1 punch, I will be grateful to you and let it go, right? You won't forget what I said to you in college, right?" As she spoke, Huang Shui recited word by word, "If we love each other, we will rely on each other. If we turn against each other, one of us must die. I'll tell you now. Between you and me, the hatred of killing my father, my mother, and me is irreconcilable. Today, either you die or I die." After saying that, Huang Shui flipped her palm, and a ball of hot red flame the size of a basketball condensed, and then suddenly threw it towards Jiang Cheng. Stubborn. Mr. Jiang Cheng drew out his tang sword and chopped it at the fireball. Bang! Instantly, the sword light fell. The fireball immediately dissipated in the air. "Put away the sword." Jiang Cheng landed calmly, staring at Huang Shui with cold eyes, and said, "If you only have this much strength, just kill yourself." "Damn it." Huang Shui's face was as dark as water after being easily defeated by Jiang Cheng in 1 move. With just 1 move, she knew she was no match for Jiang Cheng, so she could only suppress her anger, retreat into the crowd, and pointed at the soldiers in the front row and said, "Jiang Cheng, you are very powerful, and I, Huang Shui, am not your opponent. But what about these people? Don't you care about their lives?" "Huang Shui." Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. If he hadn't cooperated with Li Feng, he would definitely not care about the lives of these people. But in order to strengthen the Dawn base, the relationship with Li Feng could not be severed. Coldly said, "What do you want?" "Ha ha. Jiang Cheng, are you begging me?" Huang Shui laughed proudly, then stopped laughing and pointed at the ground and said, It's okay if you want me to let these people go, unless you kneel in front of me, kowtow to me and admit your mistakes, and cut off one of your arms, then I will promise you to let these people go. You are dreaming. Jiang Cheng's face darkened. Such a scene reminded him of the scene when he was in college, when Huang Shui was in a bad mood and asked him to kneel down and admit his mistakes. Until now, this woman has not changed at all, and her despicable character is deeply rooted in her bones. But the current situation. Jiang Cheng's mind began to work rapidly. From the beginning, he had begun to look at this group of people. Although there were many people, they were mostly a mob, and among the younger brothers who were suppressing Wang Chong, only one was holding a gun, and the remaining 5 were just holding knives. If he could kill these 6 people from behind, it would not be without a chance. Moreover, he specially arranged Lin Ro and Old Man Yang to wait across the street, and Lu Xinru had an optical invisibility cloak in her hand. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng suddenly had an idea. He looked at Huang Shui, changed his previous indifference, and said with soft eyes, "Shui'er, I was wrong. How about we make peace, relying on our strength, occupy this base, and then unify Lin Xian without any problem. Then I will be the king of Lin Xian, and you will be my queen. How about it?" "Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Do you know what you are saying?" Li Feng looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief, and never thought that Jiang Cheng would actually turn against him. "What?" Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked at Li Feng coldly. "Don't you understand what I mean? Huang Shui is my ex-girlfriend, and she is powerful. That third party, Wood, is dead. Aren't we a perfect match made in heaven?" After saying that, Jiang Cheng looked at Li Feng with disgust, swung the handle of the knife in his hand, and knocked him to the ground under Li Feng's horrified eyes. Then, his figure flashed again and knocked out the soldier who was about to shoot behind him. After knocking out the 2 people, Jiang Cheng looked at Huang Shui affectionately again and said, "Shui'er, are you satisfied with this?" "Jiang Cheng, what do you want to do?" Huang Shui's heart moved. If Jiang Cheng could really cooperate with her, she wouldn't have to waste so much effort. And thinking of the things in the past when she was in college, she swore to the sky that she really wanted to marry Jiang Cheng. It's a pity that Wood's family is too rich. She can't resist the temptation, and she also likes to play, and she secretly played with many men before Wood. Now that Wood is dead, those men are probably all turned into zombies, so she and Jiang Cheng are not without a chance. Besides, she just made a mistake that all women in the world would make, and she didn't kill anyone, and she's so beautiful. Why can't she be forgiven? At the same time, on the opposite side of the road, Jiang Cheng is such a big liar. Lin Ro lowered her voice and said with some taste, "Are you jealous, little girl?" Old Man Yang teased. Lu Xinru on the side also covered her mouth and chuckled. "I think what Old Man said is quite true." "Okay, you dare to laugh at me." Lin Ro stomped her feet lightly. Old Man Yang said at the right time, "Okay, I think this kid means that he wants us to sneak attack. In a while, Dr. Lu and Lin Girl, you 2 use that optical invisible cloak to kill the guy with a gun in front. What about you, old man?" "Hee hee. Of course the remaining 3 belong to me." "Shui'er, what are you still hesitating about?" Jiang Cheng staggered over step by step, looked at Huang Shui affectionately, and opened his arms, hoping that the woman would return to his arms. "I, Jiang Cheng, you." Huang Shui's eyes were red. She didn't understand why God would play such a joke on her and ask her to choose between Jiang Cheng and her parents. "Why? Why are you the one who killed my parents?" Huang Shui suddenly cried. Maybe she had suppressed it for too long. Her emotions were like a flood that burst a dam, pouring out turbulently, and her body couldn't help but move toward Jiang Cheng. He ran away, like a baby swallow returning to its nest, and suddenly jumped into Jiang Cheng's arms. Jiang Cheng hugged Huang Shui's waist, rested his chin on his forehead, and said softly, "Shui'er, it's okay. Everything is over." "Is it really over?" Huang Shui's eyes were filled with tears. "Don't worry, I will bear all this, just like before," Jiang Cheng said softly, while running a hand up Huang Shui's back, as if feeling the long-lasting temperature. Huang Shui also closed her eyes and enjoyed the warmth of this moment. Perhaps she should agree to the boy in front of her. Suddenly, Huang Shui's eyes suddenly opened, and one arm touched the edge of her skirt. "Gone. Is this what you're looking for?" Jiang Cheng's voice came from his ears, as gentle as ever, but Huang Shui felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. There was a clang. A bright silver dagger hit the ground with a metallic clang. When did you find out? Huang Shui said in disbelief. Jiang Cheng showed a hint of ridicule and said indifferently. You should have forgotten something? Do you still remember what you said back then? Once we break up and turn against each other, one of us will die. Besides, I know your nature very well. You are a villain who will seek revenge and cannot bear the slightest grievance. For a green tea like you, will you sincerely turn back? How do you know I won't? Have you forgotten what you promised me back then? No matter what I do or how long I play outside, you will always wait for me where I am. Isn't this what you said? Huang Shui said unwillingly. Jiang Cheng laughed at himself and said, things will always change after people go through it. If I hadn't been as strong as I am now, ask yourself, would you have fallen in love with me? What's more, you also said that this was back then. Jiang Cheng, I really underestimated you. Hearing this, Huang Shui laughed crazily, and his facial features were even a little ferocious because of the movement. After the laughter subsided, Huang Shui mocked. With the current situation, do you think you can ignore the life and death of these people? Of course not, so I can only grievance you. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly, unsheathed the Tang sword in his hand, placed the blade across Huang Shui's neck, and shouted, do it. What? Huang Shui seemed to realize that something was wrong, and his body began to struggle violently. The flames began to condense in the palms of his hands, and even his eyes and head started to glow. He shouted anxiously, Lu San, kill these people. But her movements were still slower. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots were fired. Lu Sang, who was holding Wang Chong hostage, was about to pull the trigger when a bloody hole the size of a finger appeared on his temple, and he fell down with confusion. Without Li San's suppression, Wang Chong immediately stood up and resisted. The other members of the Mandala organization were stunned. Their bodies flew out and hit the wall, turning into a pool of bloody mud. Only Sun Fong, who was still half-breathed, took out a walkie-talkie and said weakly, move, do it. After finishing his words, he tilted his head and breathed out. I'm going to kill you. Seeing this scene, the flames on Huang Shui's body became more intense, and the fireball in his palm expanded to the size of a yoga ball. But the next moment, poof, a blood arrow flew out. Her head flew into the air, then hit the ground hard. It is said that after a person is beheaded, he will remain conscious for 7 seconds. Huang Shui clearly saw a headless body wearing a JK, spurting out bloody spring water. Another burst of sword light flashed by. There were tiny lines of blood on her arms, legs, feet, and body. When her consciousness was about to fall into darkness, her body turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Looking at the broken pieces on the ground, in order to avoid the accident of his last resurrection, Jiang Cheng drew his knife again and slashed at Huang Shui's head. Puff! The head exploded instantly. At this moment, Jiang Cheng looked at the sun hanging high in the sky, and the long-suffering anger in his heart was finally released. He murmured to himself, Qingwan, Afu, Dad, Gowa, I have finally avenged you. It seems that he is telling his thoughts to his relatives who have passed away in another time and space. After calming down his complicated emotions, Jiang Cheng moved Li Feng, who had been lying next to him pretending to be dead for a long time, and said, Brother Li, stop pretending. If you don't get up, I'm going to clear the place. And the brothers over there, get up and work. You discovered me. Li Feng, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, then got up and laughed. Brother Jiang, how do you think I acted? The little warrior on the other side also got up at this time, rubbing the back of his head and giggling. If there is no apocalypse, I will definitely award you an Oscar. A row of black lines appeared on Jiang Cheng's forehead. Several cadres of Bloody Mandala were the leaders, and the rest of the ragtag group was solved by Li Feng in 3 strikes, 5 divisions, and 2 divisions. Everyone began to clean the battlefield. Jiang Cheng introduced everyone in his base to Li Feng and his friends. This is Lu Xinru, the doctor of my base. I am alive today thanks to Dr. Lu's superb medical skills. Li Feng immediately stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, Dr. Lu, if there is anything wrong with our brothers in the Linxian survivor base in the future, we may have to trouble you. Everything is up to the boss. Lu Xinru did not extend her hand, nodded lightly, and then unconsciously moved a few steps behind Jiang Cheng. Li Feng was not embarrassed to see this, and listened to Jiang Cheng continue to introduce. This is Old Man Yang. Li Feng hurriedly greeted. Hello, Old Man Yang. Hey, young man, I heard that the girls in Chudu are white-skinned, beautiful, long legs, big breasts, thin waists, and fat buttocks. They are very beautiful. Is it true? Old Man Yang laughed obscenely. Li Feng's smile suddenly became a little stiff. Next, Jiang Cheng pointed at Lin Ro and said, This is Lin Ro. She used to be a security officer, and now she is a member of my base. When Li Feng heard this, he stood up and saluted, then put down his hand and smiled. Ms. Lin, women are as good as men. No. Lin Ro smiled embarrassedly, and then she couldn't help asking, Captain Li Feng, do you know a soldier named Lin Yi? Oh, do you know platoon leader Lin? Li Feng's eyes lit up immediately, and he finally found an acquaintance. When Lin Ro heard this, she hurriedly said, Yes, Lin Yi is my brother. Is he still alive? How is he now? When she first joined Jiang Cheng's base, Lin Ro was going to find Wang Wei's family first, and then take them to Chudu to meet up with her brother Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and she joined Jiang Cheng's base. Now, what she wants to know most is her brother's situation. Li Feng hesitated for a moment, and looking at Lin Ro's anxious expression, he decided to say it out loud. It's like this, platoon leader Lin. What happened to Lin Yi? Lin Ro hurriedly said. Platoon leader Lin was injured and is now recuperating at the Chudu survivor base. After thinking about it, Li Feng decided not to tell Lin Ro the truth. This pair of siblings may never see each other in this life. When Lin Ro heard the news of her brother's injury, she was anxious at first, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's okay, as long as he's alive. However, just as Lin Ro was about to continue asking, suddenly, a soldier ran over anxiously and shouted, Captain Lino, it's not good. A large group of zombies are approaching this side. What? Li Feng was shocked and quickly looked at Jiang Cheng beside him. When he saw Jiang Cheng's expression, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. Jiang Cheng stood aside and said, All members of the Dawn base, assemble. Yes. Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, and Old Man Yang's faces straightened, and they responded loudly. Get ready for battle now. In front of a large wave of zombies, a human was riding a motorcycle in front of him. He looked frightened and kept cursing. I don't know what the leader was thinking, but he actually asked him to lure zombies. If things don't go well at the Lincian survivor base, wouldn't it be the end? However, Sun Fong had already sent the signal, and Zhao Zhonglai could only turn the throttle to the bottom. Behind Zhao Zhonglai, a group of black people spread towards him like a tide. If you look carefully, you will find a group of running zombies. They are extremely fast. They almost catch up with the motorcycles several times. With a glance, there are at least 5,000 to 6,000 of them, which makes people suffer from trypophobia. At the same time, the gate of Lincian survivor base. Everyone at Shuguang base stood ready, and Li Feng and others from Lincian base also set up a line of defense with rifles. 3 minutes later, the roar of a motorcycle came from far to near on the road. Survivor? Jiang Cheng looked at the figure in front of him and frowned slightly. But soon, the motorcycle braked suddenly, and the person on the mount flew out. Help me! The man screamed in panic, and before he could get up, he was drowned by the black wave that followed behind him. Coming! Jiang Cheng secretly thought and waved his arm down. Li Feng got the idea and immediately shouted, Fire! Hit me! Chu tu tu tu. In an instant, countless tongues of fire spit out. The zombies in the front row fell to the ground. Jiang Cheng saw this and ordered, Old man, let's take the lead. No problem, boy. Without thinking, Father Yang stood up and shouted. His figure suddenly grew to 2 meters. His short-sleeved shirt exploded, revealing his explosive muscle lines. As soon as he stepped on it, the ground cracked, and his whole body was like the humanoid cannonballs rushed towards the zombie swarm. Damn it! Are old men so aggressive these days? Li Feng and Wang Chang were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Jiang Cheng said again, Lin Ro and Lu Xinru, you two clean up the lone zombies. Yes. Lin Ro and Lu Xinru looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Jiang Cheng squinted at the group of zombies in front of him, showed the Tang Dao blade, and in a flash, he turned into a silver light and rushed out. Kill. With one swing of the knife, half of a zombie's body was split open by Jiang Cheng. Upon seeing this, the other zombies immediately swarmed over, but the sword flashed, and without exception, they were all turned into pieces. The scene on Dad's side looked equally shocking. King Kong fist. He punched the zombies that were charging towards him. In an instant, the zombies flew backwards like meteors, and the huge inertia hit a group of zombies. From a distance, it looked like a ravine was created on the water. As Jiang Cheng and Yang Lao continued to fight, the surging momentum of the zombie swarm was immediately stopped. The light of swords and fist shadows flashed in the zombie swarm, and two figures shuttled back and forth in the zombie swarm. Occasionally, lone zombies also appeared. He was punched to pieces by Lin Ro and the other two girls. In the eyes of the soldiers at Linxian Survivor Base, the performance of everyone in Shuguang Base was like gods descending from the sky. Soldier Muchong. All the warriors had little stars twinkling in their eyes. Seeing this, Li Feng was aroused to be competitive and shouted, "Brothers, come on. We are not as good as Brother Jiang Cheng, but we can't lose to these two *itches. Ho ho ho." Encouraged by Li Feng, the soldiers picked up their guns and rushed forward. Chu-chu-chu. Facing the rushing zombies, the soldiers raised their guns and fired. Soon, a lone zombie was knocked down. Immediately afterwards, another zombie pounced from the side. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, a scream suddenly sounded. Bang! The zombie that rushed towards him was punched and sent flying. Come back to your senses. If you are dazed on the battlefield, you may lose your life. Lin Ro scolded, and the soldier immediately came back to his senses. Seeing that he was saved by the woman, his face turned red, courage surged in his chest, and he raised his gun and chased after the zombies. Facing the zombies, although Lin Ro and Lu Xinru could not descend like the gods of war like Jiang Cheng and Dad, they still showed amazing strength. With huge strength and running like the wind, two flexible figures weaved back and forth among the lone zombies. Every time the strong wind blew, a zombie would be smashed to the ground, just when everyone's morale is at its peak. Roar, roar. Several beast roars came from far away. Jiang Cheng and the old man looked up together and saw 4 first-order mutants. 2 of them were huge, with bulging muscles and 3 meters tall. They were like little giants. They charged forward without having time to avoid them. Ordinary zombies that are open will be knocked away. The other 2 ran like the wind, dragging 2 huge sides with their arms, like the gods of death. Every time they waved, countless broken limbs flew up, regardless of whether they were of the same kind or not. 2 first-order reapers, 2 first-order crushers. Jiang Cheng recognized the big guy in front of him at a glance. He turned to look at Father Yang and smiled. Old man, take your pick. Which one do you want to do? The one with the sickle is so ugly that the old man has been unhappy with it for a long time. Father Yang grinned. Then the remaining 3 are mine. I hate the big-muscled bullies who are full of philosophy. Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth. This was his first time dealing with 3 first-order mutants at the same time. No problem. Let's see who can kill the first one first. After Yang finished speaking, he shot out. Damn it, old man. You don't have martial ethics, and you're carrying out a sneak attack. Jiang Cheng shouted, waved the Tang sword in his hand, and rushed forward as a shadow. Roar. Looking at the 2 humans in front of him, the crusher showed great interest on the surface and ran over with a roar. Every step he took, the ground was cracked by him. Roar. Until Jiang Cheng came, the first-level crusher punched out. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly, jumped up, turned in the air, and crossed with the huge fist. After landing steadily on the ground, Jiang Cheng jumped up and chopped hard at the neck of the first-level crusher. Puff! The long sword chopped halfway and was stuck in the bone gap. Jiang Cheng's face straightened, and his other arm instantly slapped the handle of the sword. Under the strong impact of the palm, crack! The bones of the crusher broke with a sound, and the huge head soared into the sky and rolled to the ground again. Boom! Without the head, the strong body collapsed. Jiang Cheng landed steadily, flicked the blue blood off the knife, and said with a smile, Old man, you lost this time. Huh? A young man, competing with an old man in strength, how shameless. Old man Yang said he was not convinced, but he did not stop working hard. As a huge crescent knife came at him, he flashed and dodged the attack narrowly, then grabbed the handle of the giant sickle with both hands before the sickle was retracted. He roared, "Get up, old man." In an instant, the muscles on Old Man Yang's arms bulged, and the huge body of the harvester was lifted directly above his head. For a moment, the first-level harvester began to struggle frantically. Old Man Yang did not change his expression, grabbed the giant sickle, and swung his arms, and the body of the first-level harvester suddenly spun in the air. "Get down, old man." Boom. Dust flew everywhere, and the asphalt road surface was directly dented by the smash. Old Man Yang took advantage of the situation and leaped up, swinging his arms towards the Reaper's head. Gold, steel, fist. Golden light was everywhere, and countless golden rays struck the Reaper's head until the huge body was completely stopped. Then he clapped his hands and walked out of the smoke and dust. "Hey kid, let me kill one too." "It's so fierce." Li Feng sighed repeatedly after seeing it. Wang Chong also sighed. "If this person joins our team, he will be an iron god of war." The two of them spoke, and when they looked at each other, they could see the pity in each other's eyes. "However, fortunately we have a good relationship with Brother Jiang." Li Feng sighed again. If he faced such an enemy, he would not be able to even think about resisting. Beating him would be as easy as crushing an ant. While the two were talking, the battle between Jiang Cheng and Yang Yang had entered its final stages. "Old man, there are two more, just watch them carefully from the side," Jiang Cheng said excitedly. The thrill of fighting made his blood boil. Father Yang smiled helplessly. "Boy, be careful. If necessary, just say hello to the old man." "No problem." Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth, twitched the Tang Dao, and a burst of energy spread around his body. Looking at Jiang Cheng again, it had turned into a silver light and flew towards the First-Order Crusher. Cut! As soon as the knife fell, the arm of the First-Order Crusher shot up into the sky. It screamed in pain and was about to rush towards Jiang Cheng. Too slow. Jiang Cheng landed on the ground with the knife, kicked off his legs, and jumped up again. The Tang knife in his hand turned into countless knife shadows and slashed across the body of the First-Order Crusher. Puff puff. In an instant, several thin blue lines bloomed on the huge body of the First-Order Crusher. Before it could roar in pain, it turned into pieces of flesh and fell to the ground. The only thing that was intact was its head and its weak mouth. Get one piece in one piece. Puff. A knife was inserted into the head, quickly killing the First-Order Crusher. Jiang Cheng's blade turned and flew towards the First-Order Reaper. Several more silver lights flashed up. Boom, boom. Two clouds of dust splashed on the road. Looking through the dust, one could see two huge sickles smashing the road into cracks. Without the hand sickle, a first-level Reaper can only be a lamb to be slaughtered. Jiang Cheng didn't give it a chance to escape, so he stepped forward and slashed at its head. Puff! The 8-petal mouth soars into the sky. The broken neck was splattered with blood. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the 3-meter-tall body collapsed. Without the 4 First-Order mutants, the remaining ordinary zombies are just lambs to be slaughtered. They say that ants kill elephants, but this is based on the situation that there are enough ants. Let me ask, if the elephants alone or the tall body was trampled with 1 foot, killing and injuring at least nearly 10,000 ants. Now ordinary zombies are ants, and Jiang Cheng is the elephant. With Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, Yang Lao and the soldiers nearby helping to harvest, more than 5,000 zombies were quickly cleared away. Next, with the help of the soldiers, it took more than 3 hours to collect zombie crystals. Counted it carefully. There are a total of 5,231 ordinary zombie crystals, 20 mutant crystals, and 4 First-Order mutant crystals. In addition to Huang Shue's Awakener crystal and a First-Order Smasher crystal that Dad had no time to take out, it can be said that it's a great harvest. To be honest, the area of the space ring is not enough. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would not even let go of the zombie corpses on the ground. After cleaning the battlefield, the soldiers, led by Wang Chong, retrieved the stolen materials, and everyone at Shuguang Base was invited to enter the Linxian Survivor Base. 8 p.m. Linxian Survivor Base Command Post. Jiang Cheng and Li Feng sat opposite each other. Compared to Jiang Cheng's calmness, Li Feng was slightly nervous. After a while, Li Feng still spoke. Brother Jiang, do the deals we talked about earlier still count? Of course. Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. He naturally knew what Li Feng was worried about, but there was no need for it. After all, he also needs a large amount of materials to support the development of the base, so naturally he will not stalemate the relationship with Li Feng by raising prices. That's good. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Because of Li Qingwan's incident, he was actually mentally prepared for Jiang Cheng to raise the price, but he didn't expect Jiang Cheng's answer to surprise him. It's not too late. Let's start trading, Li Feng said excitedly. No problem. Jiang Cheng nodded and took out 4 first-level doomsday bombs, a first-level doomsday pistol, and 20 first-level doomsday pistol bullets from his pocket. Said, a first-level doomsday bomb costs 1,000 ordinary zombie crystals. A first-level doomsday pistol costs 2,000 ordinary zombie crystals. A first-level pistol bullet costs 100 ordinary zombie crystals. A total of 8,000 ordinary zombie crystals. As for the 3 bullets you used last time, let it go for the sake of our friendship. Because this time he asked the soldiers to help collect crystals, Jiang Cheng thought about it and regarded it as a favor. Okay, thank you. Li Fengxiang smiled. Because these 8,000 zombie crystals are indeed a huge expense, fortunately, the headquarters allocated him 20,000 zombie crystals, and his survivor base also collected 2,000 zombie crystals during this period. Also, give me the 4,000 zombie crystals per month you promised me last time, along with the survival supplies and vegetable seeds for 30 people. Jiang Cheng reminded Li Feng, fearing that he would forget. This is natural. Li Feng nodded, and then he couldn't wait to put the pistol and bullets into his holster like treasures, which made Wang Chong beside him drool. Soldiers love guns, and Wang Chong, as the king of soldiers, is no exception. Wang Chong also got one of the next 4 first-level doomsday bombs, and he felt much more relieved. The transaction was completed, and Li Feng's convoy escorted them to Jiang Cheng's base. Then there was Li Qingwan, who also joined the Shuguang base after experiencing the Linxian survivor base incident. Waving goodbye to the escorting soldiers, Jiang Cheng looked at Li Qingwan standing at the entrance of the alley in a daze and smiled. Come with me. Okay. Li Qingwan nodded nervously. From a familiar environment to an unfamiliar environment, she was more or less uneasy. But thinking of how Jiang Cheng saved her before, Li Qingwan followed him. Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, and Dad laughed secretly behind them. Arrived at the gate of the base, Jiang Cheng whispered, Shuguang, open the door. Yes, master. A mechanical sound rang out. The next moment, the tightly closed door opened automatically and retracted into the walls on both sides. When several people entered, it closed quickly again. Voice control. This technology surprised Li Qingwan a little. She looked around the base curiously. After a glance, she had the same reaction as Lu Xinru, Lin Ro, and others. Shocked. Yes, it was the kind of shock that overturned 3 views. The decoration with a sense of technology, high-tech equipment, and a comfortable environment like spring breeze after entering. And after opening the door, she also smelled the aroma of hot dishes and hot rice that she had not seen for a long time. Is there anyone in the kitchen? After recovering from her shock, Li Qingwan couldn't help asking. That's the chef of our Shuguang base, Miss Zhang Ya. Jiang Cheng smiled and pointed to the refrigerator and said, there are fresh ingredients in the refrigerator. If you are hungry, you can take them yourself, or you can tell Zhang Ya quickly. If you don't understand anything, you can also ask Xiao Jian and Dr. Liu. As for martial arts practice, you can learn from Dad. Listening to Jiang Cheng's introduction one by one, Li Qingwan was indescribably curious. However, he still looked at the 2 women behind him politely and bowed, saying, My name is Li Qingwan. Before the end of the world, I was planning to apply for a music teacher. Later, I became a full-time music anchor by accident. If you like me, I can sing for you to relieve your fatigue. Li Qingwan's introduction was very sincere. Lin Ro and Lu Xinru had a little hostility towards this girl because of Jiang Cheng before, but now they are much more pleasing to the eye, especially Lin Ro, who stepped forward and hooked Li Qingwan's arm and said happily, Qingwan, don't worry, I will protect you in the base in the future. Thank you, Sister Lin Ro. Li Qingwan thanked softly and looked at the enthusiastic people again, and couldn't help but have a little yearning for the future. Okay, Everyone has been busy all day. Let's eat. After a hot meal, Li Qingwan got acquainted with the group favorite of Shuguang Base, Gu Tuanshuan's little lowly, and the distance with everyone became much closer. While everyone was chatting in the leisure area, Jiang Cheng entered the transformation room directly. He took out the zombie crystal from his bag. There are a total of 17,231 ordinary zombie crystals, 20 mutant zombie crystals, 4 first-order mutant crystals, plus Dad's 1, a total of 5 crystals, and 1 of Huang Shui's awakener crystals. Jiang Cheng threw everything in with anticipation. Soon, the numbers displayed by the remaining energy points in the transformation chamber changed dramatically. Energy points plus 219,492 points. Remaining energy points, 228,186.3 points. I've become AF * King Rich Man. Jiang Cheng suddenly blurted out something. He has never been so wealthy since his rebirth, and this number means that he can do a lot of things. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to open the base upgrade equipment and said, "List the required upgrade equipment." Byte. Level 2 operating room, 1,000 energy points. Level 2 backyard, 1,500 energy points. Level 3 cultivation room, 1,000 energy points. Level 3 base, 10,000 energy points. Upgrade them all. Jiang Cheng said directly. Ding. Do you want to spend 13,500 energy points to upgrade the equipment? Upgrade. Remaining energy points, 214,686.3. Congratulations to the host for getting. Level 2 operating room. In the operating room, the patient's surgical success rate increases by 60%. Equipped with a Level 1 medical warehouse, can automatically scan and detect patients, can cure most external injuries, heal most internal injuries, and dying patients are in the medical warehouse within. It can delay the time of death for 10 minutes and consumes 20 energy points each time. Equipped with a medical robot assistant, can assist doctors in surgical work, consuming 1 energy point per day. Level 2 backyard. The area is expanded to 200 square meters. It automatically emits spiritual energy and can automatically simulate the natural environment. The speed of practicing martial arts in the backyard is increased by 10%, and it automatically consumes 10 energy points every day. Level 3 cultivation room. Area is 10 acres. It consumes 20 energy points every day to cultivate automatically. The cultivated crops mature once every 2 months and 15 days. After maturity, they can be automatically harvested. Each acre consumes 2 cubic spiritual ponds. The cultivated crops can be cultivated automatically. Crops can be eaten 3 times a day, each time strengthening 0.5 attribute points, strength, agility, spirit, and each use must be separated by 3 hours. It takes 16 hours to upgrade the 3rd level base. Please wait patiently. Looking at the introduction of the upgraded equipment, Jiang Cheng's face was full of joy. Then, he checked the system mall again. It would take more than 4 hours to refresh. After thinking about it, he exited the transformation room. At this time, everyone had returned to their rooms to rest. Only Li Qingwan was still sitting in the rest area. Jiang Cheng slapped his head. I almost forgot. I haven't entered the information for her yet. So he walked over quickly and said, Sorry, I forgot to enter the room information for you. While speaking, Jiang Cheng opened the Eye of Data and looked at Li Qingwan's information panel. Name, Li Qingwan. Age 23. Friendliness, 90. Wisdom, 1.1, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 0.4, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 0.6, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 0.9, 1 for ordinary humans. Skills, singing. Comprehensive combat power, 3. The friendliness level actually reached 90. Jiang Cheng was slightly surprised. I didn't expect this little girl to trust people easily. As for skills, Jiang Cheng was a little confused when did singing become a skill? Does it have a hypnotic effect? He shook his head in a funny way and said, Let's go. I'll arrange a room for you first. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Zhang Ye's information next to him. Favorability, 83. Jiang Cheng shook his head slightly. It seemed that Zhang Ye's recognition of Shuguang Base needed to be further improved. Thank you. Li Qingwan stood up and followed Jiang Cheng upstairs. The 3 rooms on the 2nd floor have been occupied by Dad. Lu Xinru, and him. Only rooms 5 and 6 on the 3rd floor are still empty. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Jiang Cheng pointed to the door of room 5 and said to Li Qingwan, "Come here first to record the information." Li Qingwan nodded and stood in front of the door. Jiang Cheng said, "Enter the information and the permission is for use only." Information entered successfully. The door is opened. The mechanical sound fell, and the door of room 5 slowly opened. As before, the entire room is clean and tidy. All equipment is fully automatic, and the air is clear, making people feel extremely comfortable as soon as they enter. You really gave me this room?" Li Qingwan said in disbelief. She had lived in a shabby shack for a long time. She thought that the rest of her life would be like this, but she didn't expect to have such a comfortable room. She felt a little dreamy for a while. It was infinitely better than the room she lived in before the end of the world. "Of course," Jiang Cheng said matter-of-factly, then looked at Li Qingwan's dirty look and smiled. "Okay, after a tiring day, go and rest." "Thank you." Li Qingwan bowed solemnly. Jiang Cheng smiled and turned away helplessly. Li Qingwan stood at the door and watched him leave. Li Qingwan returned to the room only after Jiang Cheng went downstairs. Looking at the comfortable and tidy bed, her nose suddenly soured. She really hadn't eaten and drunk as much as she did today for a long time. At the same time, downstairs, Zhang Yu was washing her daughter's hair in the bathroom. 2 white and tender bodies, one big and one small, were looming in the mist. But Zhang Yu's eyes were distracted, and she was obviously absent-minded. Suddenly, "Mom, you hurt Tuanshuan." Hearing her daughter's complaint, Zhang Yu came back to her senses and looked at her hands. She realized that she had tangled her daughter's hair at some point. She apologized hurriedly. "Sorry, Tuanshuan. Mom was thinking about something just now." "It's okay." Tuanshuan shook her head obediently. She didn't blame her mother. Since the end of the world, her mother has been looking for food for her everywhere. Every time she comes back, she always tells her that she has eaten outside. In fact, she knows that her mother is always hungry, so she only takes a few bites every time she eats and leaves the rest to her mother. So no matter what her mother does to her, she will not blame her mother. She is just a little worried about her mother's condition, so she said softly, "Mom, are you thinking about Uncle Superman?" "Ah." Zhang Yu's delicate and sexy eyes were stunned, and then she laughed and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. What does Mom want Uncle Superman for?" "Mom, then are you thinking about Dad?" Tuanshuan asked in a low voice. "Him," Zhang Yu murmured, feeling inexplicably irritated. Since Tuanshuan was born that night, the man disappeared, leaving a note before leaving, saying that if he had any difficulties, he would go to Chudu to find him. But 6 years have passed, and Zhang Yu is holding her breath. Chudu and Linxian are less than 100 kilometers apart. Why should she go to him? Wouldn't he come to see her? Moreover, this man has never come back for so many years. She has been working and raising her daughter alone. It can be said that this man is not worthy of being Tuanshuan's father. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's mind inexplicably appeared Jiang Cheng's face again. He saved her regardless of the danger, and then gave her and her daughter a comfortable and safe place to live. In such a cruel end of the world, such people are almost extinct. If I could. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu shook her head again. How can she, an older married woman with a child, compare with other women in the base? They are younger, prettier, and more capable than herself. But what about her? No. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu felt a little competitive. Maybe he likes her? "Mom, you are lying. You are not thinking about Dad. You are thinking about Uncle Superman." Tuanshuan's voice sounded again. Zhang Yu came back to her senses. Her pretty face slightly reddened, and she angrily said, "What does a child know? But the way my mother looks at Uncle Superman is the same as the way other sisters in the base look at Uncle Superman," Tuanshuan said with some doubt. Listening to this, Zhang Yu's heart was inexplicably moved, and she asked, "Does Tuanshuan want Uncle Superman to be her father?" "Yes." Tuanshuan nodded without hesitation. "Yeah." Zhang Yu nodded gently, then turned off the shower, took out a towel and rubbed Tuanshuan's hair, and said softly, "Tuanshuan, be good. Go back to the tent first, and Mom will be back to accompany you later today." "Yeah." Tuanshuan nodded, not quite understanding. Huang Shui and his group have been completely wiped out. Such a huge force should not appear in the entire Lincian city in a short time. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng felt a little relieved. Next, he would use the survival supplies provided by the Chudu survivor base to build his own survivor camp. As for the construction of the camp, it must be carried out around the Dawn base. First, the zombies outside the base will be cleared and high walls will be built for protection. But he doesn't know how to build walls or mix cement. Rubbing his swollen head, he suddenly realized that if he really wanted to build a survivor base, he really couldn't do it alone. Just then, dong dong dong, there was a slight knock on the door. It's so late, who could it be? Jiang Cheng frowned, put on his pajamas, walked up, and opened the door. But when he saw the person standing in front of the door, he was slightly stunned. Zhang Ye's pretty face was slightly red. Her eyes were sparkling. She was wearing a V-neck nightgown with lace slings, revealing a one-shoulder dress as smooth as milk. Her slender legs were exposed to the air from the thighs, making people want to have something else. Her slender and delicate fingers were secretly rubbing, and she seemed a little uneasy. You have something to ask me? Jiang Cheng came back to his senses and felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen. But in order to cover up his embarrassment, he hurriedly said, Can I go in and talk? Zhang Ye's mouth opened slightly. To be honest, it was the first time for her to do this, and her chest was like a deer beating wildly, and she was very nervous. Well, then you come in and talk. Jiang Cheng nodded and moved aside to let Zhang Ye in. He didn't know what the other party came to him for at this time. Or did she want to apply for a room because of Li Qingwan's check-in? In any case, listen first. However, Zhang Ye's figure and appearance are really amazing. Even though he had never thought about women because of Huang Shui's matter, Zhang Ye's dress aroused his most primitive nature. Close the door. Zhang Ye and Jiang Cheng sat on the sofa facing each other. They didn't talk, and the atmosphere was a bit strange for a while. At the end, Jiang Cheng thought about it and asked first, Do you have anything to ask me? Yes. Zhang Ye nodded gently. Jiang Cheng was a little curious when he saw this, and smiled. You are also a member of the base now. Tell me, as long as I can do it. Zhang Ye listened, and her heart became more flustered. But when she thought of herself and her daughter in the future, and there were so many women in the base, she gritted her teeth, stood up under Jiang Cheng's stunned eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and said weakly, Are you willing to be Tuanshuan's father? Jiang Cheng suspected that he had heard it wrong. What the hell is becoming Tuanshuan's father? Does it mean that the little lowly recognizes him as her godfather? The word, in father, always made him feel uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng said seriously, I understand what you mean. You understand? Zhang Ye's cheeks became redder, even a little hot. Yeah. Jiang Cheng put his hands on Zhang Ye's shoulders and said with a burning look, I understand what you mean. You are worried that Tuanshuan lacks fatherly love and his childhood is not complete. Don't worry, as a member of the base. I will give Tuanshuan the greatest care. Aye. Zhang Ye was a little anxious. In fact, she really wanted to say that she didn't mean that. Seeing Zhang Ye's anxious look, Jiang Cheng sighed. Zhang Ye, you don't have to say anything. I know it's not easy for you as a woman, but don't worry, I will guarantee your food and accommodation in the base, and I will also help you find your husband if conditions permit. Find him. When Zhang Ye heard the word husband, she felt inexplicably wronged. Her nose surged with sourness, her eyes were red, and she could vaguely see a little crystal in her eye sockets. She had long been disappointed with him. Seeing Zhang Ye's delicate and tearful look, Jiang Cheng made up his mind and simply hugged her. He stroked the woman's back with one hand and comforted her. It's okay. Everything will be fine. When the base grows stronger, one day we will be able to drive away the zombies, rebuild our homes, and get our lives back on track. Yeah. Feeling the warmth in Jiang Cheng's arms, Zhang Ye gently leaned her head on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. After a long time, the two separated. Zhang Ye said a little embarrassedly, Sorry, I disturbed your rest. It's okay. If you have any worries in the future, you can come to me. Jiang Cheng smiled. Thank you. Zhang Ye nodded. Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to say, It's getting late. Go back early and have a good rest. Get a good sleep, and everything will be fine. Thank you. The two said a few more words before Zhang Ye left. When the door was closed, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, Fortunately, I was smart. Otherwise, I would have lost my body. At the same time, Zhang Yi stood outside the door, sobbing, and was touched by Jiang Cheng's thoughtfulness. But when she was halfway down, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, she didn't come to find Jiang Cheng. Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. July 14th, 2022. 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Cheng got up very early, but his complexion was a little bad, and there was a layer of dark circles around his eyes. It must be said that the young woman's charm is really great. He almost lost control, but it made brother Jiang suffer. After washing his face with water, Jiang Cheng went straight to the gym. Shu Guang, start training. Jiang Cheng said loudly. It is recommended that the host use the qi-absorbing method to adjust his own energy before starting training. Shu Guang reminded in a high and cold voice. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded awkwardly and immediately stood up and started to move. After a set of movements, the dark circles on his face disappeared immediately, and the whole person became energetic again. After a breath of turbid air, Jiang Cheng's state was completely restored. Shu Guang said at the right time. Today, the rest of the body will start the unloading training. Master, remember. I know it's still the old rule. If you want to unload force, you have to learn to bear force. Before Shu Guang finished speaking, Jiang Cheng said first. Well, it seems that the master has understood it well. Shu Guang nodded. In the next 2 hours, Jiang Cheng suffered from Shu Guang's ruthless attack. There was no good place on his body, even on his face, but the training effect was also very obvious. At least now when he faced an attack, he could judge the force position and respond immediately. Of course, these force-releasing techniques still need to be constantly summarized in combat and training. After the training, Jiang Cheng drank a whole bottle of spirit pool water, and the bruises on his body caused by the training quickly disappeared, and his skin color returned to normal. Next, Jiang Cheng directly opened the system panel. System, check my information. The mechanical sound sounded immediately. Ding, the data panel is open. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Level, acquired 4th layer, semi-awakened. Spirit, 0.4, can increase combat power by 40%. Wisdom, 8.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 42.05, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 20.6, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 10.0, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.7. When reaching 1, it can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, awakening degree, 55%. Skills, Qi absorption method, hard Qigong, meditation, fighting, advanced, double strength. Comprehensive combat power, 81.15. Scan the information. In terms of strength, it has surpassed the first-level crusher, and in terms of speed, it has crushed the first-level harvester. The awakening degree has increased by 2%. According to the basic improvement of 2% per day, it will take another month to reach the awakening stage. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly, exited the data panel, and said, open the base mall. After a night, the product column of the base mall has been refreshed. Ding! The base mall is open. Permanent products. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol Bullet, 20 energy points / round. Power can penetrate the first-order mutant. Level 1 Sniper Bullet Price, 50 energy points / round. Product column. Level 1 Doomsday Life Skill Treasure Box, 200 energy points. After redemption, you can randomly open a Level 1 Life Skill Inheritance Crystal. The crystal can only be used by yourself and cannot be transferred to others. Level 2 Gene Enhancement Potion, 1000 energy points. Quantity, 2. After use, each attribute increases by 5 points, has a certain antivirus ability, and can increase the awakening degree by 30%. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 5000 energy points. No side effects. Can awaken ordinary people, and the awakening ability is determined by personal genes. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 100 energy points. Quantity, 5. The explosion can seriously injure a first-level mutant. The explosion damage range is 5 meters in diameter, 1 time. Level 1 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 500 energy points. Quantity, 5. The power can penetrate the first-level mutant and cause damage to it. The bullet capacity is 30 rounds. The bullet price is 20 energy points/round. Note: the bullet product is permanent and can be purchased in the permanent product column. Level 1 Venom Armor, 800 energy points. Quantity, 3. Like Venom, the hull is transparent, attached to the surface of the host's body. Ordinary people cannot detect it, can withstand some physical damage of the first-level mutant, and ordinary zombies cannot break through the physical defense. Refresh time 17 hours, 54 minutes, and 36 seconds. This Level 1 Life Skill Treasure Box is a novel thing. After a glance, Jiang Cheng continued to look down. To be honest, all the products in the product column are currently extremely scarce. Besides, he has a lot of energy points now, so he is arrogant. Without hesitation, he said, "Clear the goods." Ding. Do you want to deduct 12,600 energy points to clear the goods column? Yes, Jiang Cheng said directly. Ding. Purchase successful. The goods are distributed within 2 meters around the host. Please check them. The system reminded. Soon, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and large and small items appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. He was too lazy to check, and with a wave of his hand, all the items were put into the space ring in the blink of an eye. Then, he checked the upgrade time of the base again. There are currently 5 hours left before the base upgrade is successful, which means that it will be upgraded at about 1 p.m. Exit the system interface. Jiang Cheng went downstairs directly. Father Yang, Lu Xinru, Lin Ro, and Li Qingwan sat on the sofa and chatted, while Zhanya and Tuanshuan were busy in the kitchen. When he saw Jiang Cheng coming downstairs, he couldn't help but cast a resentful look at him, which scared Jiang Cheng so much that he avoided his gaze and said to the people on the sofa, "Old man, Lin Ro, Lu Xinru, come here." The three of them heard it and immediately walked over quickly. Lin Ro came over excitedly and said, "Is there another mission?" Jiang Cheng shook his head, took out 3 transparent boxes from the space ring, and handed them over. "What is this?" Lu Xinru asked curiously. The old man took the box and looked around. When he saw the wriggling liquid in the box, he couldn't help but frowned and said, "What's in it? Why does it feel like a slug?" "You will know if you open it." Jiang Cheng didn't explain, but smiled. "Really?" Lu Xinru curiously opened the box first. This box is similar to an ordinary takeaway lunchbox. With a slight scratch, the glass box was opened, and the slug-like soft body inside immediately crawled out, and then began to spread along Lu Xinru's wrist towards her body. Quickly pull it off." Lu Xinru was most afraid of this kind of sticky stuff, just like the slime monsters in the novels of Another World, especially the touch of the skin, which made people can't help but get goosebumps. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng hurriedly said, "Don't resist. This is a new type of armor. You will know in a while." "Really?" Lu Xinru suppressed her nausea and let the mucus wrap her whole body. Seeing this, the old man immediately opened the box without saying a word. When the venom armor spread along the whole body, he did not resist as much as Lu Xinru showed. Lin Ro saw that Father Yang and Lu Xinru were both wearing them, and said embarrassedly, "Why don't I wear them? I have steel armor." "You don't have it now." Jiang Cheng smiled and stretched out his hand. Lin Ro pouted and reluctantly took off the steel armor, and then opened the box to release the venom armor inside. After the 3 of them were dressed, Jiang Cheng said, "Are you curious about the power of this armor?" "Yeah." Lin Ro nodded immediately. If possible, she wanted to change back to her steel armor. Jiang Cheng curled his lips, pulled out the Tang's sword in his hand, and then slashed at Lin Ro fiercely. "Ah!" A scream sounded. All this happened too suddenly, and Lin Ro had no time to react. But a few seconds later, she found that she didn't feel any pain. "Okay, open your eyes and see for yourself," Jiang Cheng said with a smile on his face. Lin Ro looked down half believingly and half doubtingly. Lu Xinru and Old Man Yang also looked over. When the Tang sword was 10 centimeters away from Lin Ro's arm, rows of crystal silk threads wrapped around the sword. Lu Xinru tried to push the sword forward, but found that she couldn't push it with her 1,000-pound strength. "I didn't expect that this small ball of stuff would have such defensive power." Old Man Yang was once again impressed by the stuff Jiang Cheng brought out. Lu Xinru was also full of surprise. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Jiang Cheng smiled and explained, "This thing is called venom armor. Compared with steel armor, it is softer, and as long as there is no danger, you can't detect its existence at all, and it can automatically defend. I've learned a lot, Lin Ro said blankly. Next, Jiang Cheng took out 3 more potions and said, the one with blue potion can strengthen the body, and the one with red potion can directly become an awakener. You 3 can choose from them. The effects of the 3 injections are very powerful, especially the awakening potion. According to Jiang Cheng's idea, he thought it was the best choice to give the awakening potion to his father. As expected, the 2 girls looked at each other and chose the gene enhancement potion. They were not strong now, so choosing the gene enhancement potion was the best choice. As Father Yang was the strongest fighting force in the base besides Jiang Cheng, they naturally hoped that Father Yang could be stronger, so that the safety of the base would be more guaranteed. Father Yang knew the good intentions of the 2 girls and silently took the gene awakening potion. Jiang Cheng looked at them and nodded secretly, then said, "Okay, start the injection." "Yes, yes." The 2 girls looked at each other, took the blue injection, and stabbed it directly into their arms. The next moment, their cheeks turned red. There were bursts of heat coming out of their bodies, and black substances were precipitating from their skin pores. After 2 screams, the 2 girls quickly ran towards the bathroom. Jiang Cheng looked at the backs of the 2 and directly opened the data eye. Name, Lu Xinru. Gender, female. Age, 28. Friendliness, 95. Level, none. Spirit, 0.08. Can increase combat power by 8%. Wisdom, 8. 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 13.85. 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 9.25. 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 6.8. 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 1.45. When reaching 1, it can be immune to the first-order mutant and the following ordinary zombie viruses. Superpower, awakening degree, 37.8%. Skills, Qi absorption, hard Qigong. Skills, intermediate medical skills, elementary cooking. Comprehensive combat power, 37.9. Wisdom 8 points. Strength reached 1385 caddies, about 1500 caddies away from the strength of the first-level awakener. The speed reached 64.75 meters per second, infinitely close to the speed of the first-level harvester. If you encounter it, you can barely deal with it. The mental power reached 6.8. I don't know if I can practice meditation skills. Virus resistance and awakening degree have improved. Looking at Lu Xinru's information, Jiang Cheng was satisfied. Now she can stand alone against ordinary zombies and mutant zombies. Then, he looked at Lin Ro's information panel. Name, Lin Ro. Gender, female. Age, 22. Friendliness, 90. Level, none. Spirit, 0.09. Can increase combat power by 9%. Wisdom, 6. Normal human is 1. Strength, 15.7. Normal human is 1. Agility, 7.7. Normal human is 1. Spirit, 6.7. Normal human is 1. Virus resistance, 1.45. When reaching 1, it can be immune to the first-order mutant and ordinary zombies below virus. Superpower. Awakening degree, 36.7%. Kung Fu, Qi gathering method, hard Qigong. Skills, primary firearms, primary combat. Comprehensive combat power, 36.1. Wisdom 6. The strength has reached 1570 caddies, which is about 1,000 caddies away from the first-level awakener. The speed is 53.9 meters per second, and the speed increase is slightly slower. The rest Jiang Cheng directly skipped and looked at the final comprehensive combat power, 36.1, which is not much different from Lu Xinru. Compared with the 2, Lin Ro focuses on strength, and Lu Xinru focuses on speed. In general, this second-level gene enhancement potion is definitely worth it for the 2. Finally, Jiang Cheng looked at his father again. The next father is the highlight. Old man, are you ready? Yes. Father Yang nodded solemnly, and then directly injected the first-level awakening potion. The medicine was pushed in, and in an instant, the skinny body of Old Man Yang began to swell up, and it stopped when it grew to more than 3 meters high, and then it began to shrink again. In less than 10 seconds, it returned to its original state. However, Judging from his complexion, Old Man Yang's mental state was particularly good, and his originally gray hair became black and shiny. At first glance, no one could tell that he was a 75-year-old man, but a middle-aged man in his early 50s. Ha! Boy, what on earth is this thing of yours? I feel better than ever now. Old Man Yang laughed loudly, his face full of excitement. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng hurriedly asked, Old man, what ability have you awakened now? Ability. Old Man Yang closed his eyes and felt it for a while, and suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Transform into Buddha. As the voice fell, Old Man Yang's figure swelled up, and it stopped when it grew to about 3 meters and turned into a muscular man, and his whole body was shining with dazzling golden light. Chad thought it was a big Buddha at first glance. Old man, you look so handsome in this transformation, Jiang Cheng said excitedly. Father Yang grinned and laughed. Boy, the fun is yet to come. Now, pick up your Tang sword and chop me. Father Yang laughed. Old man, are you sure? Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Sure. Hurry up and stop hesitating. Father Yang said loudly. Jiang Cheng didn't waste any words, and said, Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tang sword was unsheathed. Jiang Cheng held the hilt with both hands and reminded, Dad, I'm going to do it. You're hesitating like a woman. Hurry up and chop. Father Yang urged. Here it comes. Without saying much, Jiang Cheng raised his sword and swung it down with both arms, and the silver blade slashed towards Father Yang's abdomen. Okay. Father Yang didn't dodge or avoid, and shouted, baring his chest and breasts to meet the Tang sword. In an instant, buzz. A sound like the sound of a morning bell rang. The ripples spread out in all directions, making people's ears hurt. Even Zhang and the other two hiding in the kitchen covered their ears in pain. Looking at Father Yang's belly again, after the Tang sword chopped down, not only was the blade unable to penetrate, but it also did not leave any marks on the belly. This defense is simply invincible. Jiang Cheng put away his knife, his face showing joy. Old Man Yang was even more proud. If this ability is matched with his Vajra fist, he dares to say that even if a group of first-level mutants come, he dares to go forward and fight alone. After the excitement, Old Man Yang changed back to his original form, and the golden light disappeared in an instant. Jiang Cheng hurriedly asked, Old man, are you feeling uncomfortable? The old man is full of energy now, and I feel that there is no problem even if I watch 10 Japanese love action movies now. Old Man Yang laughed. How long can the transformation last? Jiang Cheng asked again. Old Man Yang thought for a while and said, If the old man's internal energy is not exhausted, the transformation can be maintained forever. Is that so? Jiang Cheng thought about it and directly opened the data eye. Check. Name, Yang Jinan. Gender, male. Age, 75. Friendliness, 95. Level, acquired 5th level, First Order Awakener. Spirit, 0.5, can increase combat power by 50%. Wisdom, 5.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 58.8, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 14.2, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 15.1, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 2. When reaching 2, it can be immune to second-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, Buddha, Awakening Degree, 100%. Kung Fu, Chi Absorption Method, Hard Qigong, Vajra Fist. Skills, none. Comprehensive Combat Power, 93.6. Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva. This data was too terrifying. The strength was directly increased to 5,880 caddies. The speed reached 99.4 meters per second. The mental power was 15.1, and it was immune to the second-level zombie virus. The superpower was the Buddha, and the comprehensive combat power was 93.6. With such terrifying data, even if it was against the previous first-level killer, it could directly ignore the opponent's attack. Looking at the information of Father Yang, Jiang Cheng began to look forward to his superpowers after awakening. Next, Jiang Cheng checked Zhang Ya's friendliness towards him, 95, so he gave room number 6 to the mother and daughter. After doing this, Jiang Cheng sat in the rest area and waited quietly for the people who were preparing. At the same time, on the Yanghe River embankment, Looking down, the river water rippled with waves with the summer breeze. On the river bank, occasionally a few scattered zombies were wandering aimlessly on the river beach. Suddenly, a splash of water appeared on the water surface. A figure about 5 or 6 meters tall suddenly jumped out of the water, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed the zombies on the shore. With a splash, water splashed. When I looked again, the big guy had disappeared, leaving only ripples scattered on the river's surface. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.